The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes, Season 2 Episode 1. It's me again, Lucius Gregory. You're probably familiar with this name, aren't you? This time I had a new story to tell. This story to the first conversation I had the opportunity to go abroad. But first, I have to wait for a few hours to get on the plane. Well, of course, I think you can guess who I went abroad with, right? From when I'm in the town of Lakeville, I have become a disciple of Mr. Simmons. Mr. Simmons is also the one who led me on this trip abroad. After many hours on the plane, we finally reached our destination. Our destination is San Francisco, USA. Although Mr. Simmons told me he was visiting a distant relative this time, I knew for sure it would be on business. I have seen San Francisco a lot in movies, but in the real world, this city is much more prosperous and magnificent than on the screen, where there are skyscrapers and famous fashion stores, splendid, famous expensive cars. This city is more brilliant than where I live. This city is truly eye-opening for me. This Simmons, I find this city splendid. Oh yeah, I don't think it's much different from our hometown. Contrary to my eagerness, Mr. Simmons is a bit uninterested in the beauty of this place, or maybe he has been here many times, so compared to someone who has just come here for the first time like me, it is not very interesting. Did you guys come here from another country? The taxi driver who took us away was a black man. He looks friendly and cheerful. I talked to him for a couple of sentences, but Mr. Simmons is pretty quiet. Master, wait for me a moment. Let me get my things down. I almost forgot that Mr. Simmons is my teacher. I have to change how I address him a bit. When we were in the taxi, the driver told us that our destination couldn't be driven in, so we had to walk a bit, then he dropped us off in front of a house block. We got out of the car and took our things to leave the trunk of the car. Oh, this is a Chinatown, right? I don't know if I have introduced you yet. If not, let me say, in fact, Mr. Simmons was studying university in China, and he also learns his exorcist skill in China. So when Mr. Simmons told me that his brother was in the Chinatown area, I did not find it a surprise. Then we strolled into Chinatown. Its view combines both ancient and modern, unique and eye-catching. Many people come here to eat and go shopping every free time. This time we went on the weekend, so it was pretty crowded here. Mr. Simmons, it seems your brother's address is here. After walking for a while, we came to an antique shop called Dark Seal. I looked at the address, and it matched the address written on the piece of paper that Mr. Simmons gave me to keep. Oh, I think that's right too. Only my younger brother would use a weird name like this to name a shop. Mr. Simmons seemed pretty excited when he found his brother's whereabouts. He looked like he was smiling and talking excitedly, quite different from his usual serious expression. Once you've found the correct address, you don't have to hesitate anymore. I quickly pushed open the door, then Mr. Simmons and I walked in. Before entering, I was pretty curious to know what kind of person Mr. Simmons's brother is. Inside, the shop was full of precious antiques. And a big fat man, he had a ponytail behind his head, was standing to introduce the antiques in the shop to an Asian guest. "Welcomes to my shop." When he heard someone push the door in, the shop owner habitually wanted to say hello, but when he looked closely at the person coming, his face changed from excitement to one that was filled with tears. "Brother." Immediately after that, the big fat boss ran towards us and called out to his brother twice. "No need to guess. This is the person that Mr. Simmons wants to come to see on this trip. Hey, slowly, stop suffocating me." The shop owner burst into tears and hugged my teacher. "God, he does look like a big kid right now. Oh, if you missed me so much, why didn't you come to pick me up when I was at the airport? I really want to." but today there is no one to look after the store, so I still have to receive a few important customers. I can't give up." When I heard it, I thought it was Mr. Simmons was reprimanding, but I could tell from the tone of his voice that he just wanted to make fun of his little brother. The owner of the antique shop at this time wiped his tears with his hand and hurriedly explained, "Come on, don't make excuses. I know you too well. I'm reading you like an open book. It's just that my precious little brother can't help to save a few bucks." Mr. Simmons means that his brother, also the owner of an antique shop, was so busy doing business and making money that he didn't even pick him up. These brothers are funny. Being a human has to have a goal, right, brother? So my goal is to make money. Who is this young man? The two stood and talked for a while when the antique shop owner turned to ask me, "Oh, this is my new disciple. I already told you. Hello. I'm Lucius Gregory." Mr. Simmons introduced me to his brother, and I politely greeted him. "Ah, so it's him, the guy you mentioned with those yin and yang eyes, right?" It seems that Mr. Simmons told his brother about me. He also told him about my yin and yang eyes. "Young man, I see you as promising. Try to follow my brother to study well. Then, in the future, you will definitely be a successful exorcist." What a talented young man. Now, let's go inside and get some drink. I know you two are tired from the long journey. The boss is very enthusiastic. After a while of talking, he finally remembered and let us rest, thank goodness. Big Fat Boss, or Big D, as Mr. Simmons calls him, he took us inside and made a pot of very fragrant tea. I'm not familiar with the tea, so I can't say what kind of tea this is. I can only state my opinion that it is very fragrant and delicious. Now, tell me about your problem. If you don't have an emergency, you don't need to ask me to come. Okay, I'll say it now. The way these two brothers talk was full of gunpowder smoke. I have a longtime client, and he's a pretty wealthy businessman. After a while, the younger brother of Mr. Simmons also began to tell why he invited Mr. Simmons to come here suddenly. The businessman you mentioned, he had 2 wives. After his first wife died, he took another wife, quite a few years younger than him. He has 2 children, a boy and a girl. The eldest daughter was left to him by his former wife, and a son of about 7 or 8 years old was given to him by his second wife. According to Big D, the businessman had been in the US for many years and was quite wealthy. Big D lit a cigar and narrated everything, and he looked like he was telling an old story, very leisurely. "Hey young man, would you like to try a cigar?" "Oh no, I can't smoke, thanks." After spitting out a puff of smoke, Big D turned to me and asked me. I quickly refused. I'm not fond of that thing at all. I don't care about that person's family background. Don't go around and get to the point. Mr. Simmons seemed quite annoyed that his brother had been talking too long, without getting into the point. Okay, calm down. The problem here is like this. His eldest daughter jumped to her death and died a week ago. Well, how could she give up such a fortune to seek death? Big D hissed his cigar and said, "He still hasn't gotten to the point yet. It's true that deafness is not afraid of guns. That's enough, to the point." This time, Mr. Simmons is furious, his face is so tight. If Big D is still dancing, maybe he will drag me away. Then his dead daughter appeared and wanted to kill her brother many times. You have no patience at all. Big D can even say in a tone that scolds my teacher for being impatient. He seems to know that he won't be too angry with him. So what? Something as simple as this that you can't handle? After hearing the heart of the matter, Mr. Simmons asked why his brother didn't solve it but had to invite us to go halfway around the world to come here. Brother, I haven't seen you in a long time. so you forgot that our teacher taught me was how to make weapons and exorcism items, but he taught you magic and things. But isn't there in such a large Chinatown that no one you can invite? Oh yes, I'm also quite curious. Maybe a master or exorcist is doing spiritual work here. Well, of course, I did, but none of them can handle the job, so I had to invite you here. Big D said that he invited a lot of people but couldn't solve the problem. Find someone really good at these spiritual matters like Mr. Simmons seems difficult. From what you said, there must be something hidden in this. After hearing everything, Mr. Simmons thought for a moment, and it seemed he was a little more interested in the story. Master, is the rich man's daughter returning for revenge? But why is she so difficult to deal with? This guy looked exactly like me when I was younger. Big D said. As soon as I curiously asked Mr. Simmons, his brother teased me again. He said that I was just as curious as he was back then. Big D started telling the unfinished story. The other businessman's last name is Parker. His villa was built on private land. On the day his daughter committed suicide, the gardener was standing below weeding. Suddenly the gardener caught a glimpse of something falling quickly down, apparently someone. He jumped in panic and instinctively looked up. He glanced up at the stairs. He saw a black figure by the window, but the figure disappeared like smoke in an instant. After that, the gardener was stunned for a few seconds before he could react. Then, he quickly ran to the person who had just fallen from upstairs to see who it was. When he got there, he was shocked. Who fell from an apartment above the boss's eldest daughter? Her body was covered in blood, and she was dead. He panicked and ran to tell his mistress. The family of Mr. Parker, upon hearing the news, immediately alerted the police. Not long after reporting the incident, the police arrived. Several police officers were on duty to interrogate everyone present in the mansion at that time. The person who was interrogated the most was the gardener because he was present at the crime scene at the time. The gardener narrated everything that happened, and even the black shadow by the window was told in detail by him. Several other police officers were on duty to check the entire mansion and thoroughly check the victim's private room. Still, they found nothing or anything suspicious after rummaging through it all. Mr. Parker, did your daughter have any unusual behavior or strange words before? After a while of investigation, the police came to the initial conclusion that the victim committed suicide. But they still asked carefully to confirm. No, my daughter is always happy and optimistic. How is it possible? Mr. Parker did not accept the police's conclusion. Instead, he insisted that his daughter had no reason to commit suicide. The police side reassured the family and said they would investigate again, but they conclude more than 70% that the girl committed suicide. That very night, because it was so heartbreaking, Mr. Parker couldn't sleep. Mr. Parker felt like looking at his son for a moment, so he went to his son's room. After arriving, Mr. Parker slowly pushed open the door. As soon as the door opened, a faint moonlight shone in his face, and Mr. Parker panicked when he saw the scene inside. Before his eyes, his son was climbing up the windowsill and ready to jump off. "Son, what are you doing? Get down here quickly, don't do something foolish." Mr. Parker took a few seconds to regain his composure, then he rushed to the window and hugged his son down. He was just a little too close to let the kid fall straight down and look like his older sister. When he hugged his son, the hanging heart of Mr. Parker finally calmed down a bit. "Someone wants to push me down. Someone wants to push me down, Father. I'm scared." After being pulled from the windowsill by his father, the boy seemed very scared. He kept saying that someone wanted to push him down, not that he wanted to jump down himself. When he heard his son say that, Mr. Parker looked around the room, but he didn't see anything strange. Mr. Parker reassured his son and coaxed him to bed. The wife was also standing next to the bed, and the couple asked the boy what happened in the end. The boy had calmed down a bit now. The boy said that he was sleeping just now when he suddenly heard a rustling sound, like someone was in the room. The boy was awake by then. He glanced at a dark figure climbing onto his bed. The frightened boy backed away and fell to the ground. The black shadow caught the boy and pushed him to the window. The boy tried to struggle but could not get out. His throat was like someone was choking, unable to make a sound to call for help. Then, just as the boy was about to be pushed down, Mr. Parker arrived in time and saved him. What the boy said was a bit hard to believe, which made Mr. and Mrs. Parker was not immediately believed in. Shouldn't we find someone to help? After coaxing their son to sleep, the couple stepped outside and discussed whether to find someone to take a look at the house. Tomorrow, I will call Mr. King, and now we go to sleep. Dennis King is the full name of Big D, Simmons Wright and Dennis King, one with the mother's surname and the other with the father's surname. But it's not over yet. As soon as Mr. Parker had just slept for a while when suddenly, in the middle of the night, he heard a loud scream. He got up and didn't see his wife anywhere. The scream came from the direction of the bathroom. It seemed to be his wife's voice. "What happened to you again? There are ghosts." Mr. Parker hurriedly got out of bed and ran to his wife. As soon as he arrived, Mr. Parker saw his wife lying on the ground, her head in her hands, her eyes closed, and screaming in fear. "Alice, it's Alice's return. What did you say? Alice? Is it our daughter?" Upon seeing Mr. Parker, the wife rushed into his arms and said that she had seen the ghost of Alice, the recently deceased daughter of Mr. Parker. The wife recounted that she wanted to go to the bathroom earlier, so she got out of bed to go to the bathroom. Just as she was about to go to her room, she accidentally glanced out of the corner of her eye in the bathroom mirror and was horrified. In the mirror was a picture of Mr. Parker's dead eldest daughter. The girl is standing behind her. The wife saw that the eldest daughter's body was covered in blood, and the daughter was walking towards her step by step, wanting to kill her. Even though her face was bloody and disfigured, the wife thought it was Alice, the dead eldest daughter, and the wife also thought that it was Alice who wanted to kill her and her son. Right after that, Mr. Parker immediately came to find me. After the horrible events that came in a row that could not be explained, Mr. Parker turned to Big D for help. Big D tried to find some exorcists, but they couldn't solve the problem. There was no other way. Big D had to find Mr. Simmons. Mr. Did this Parker really a good man, donated a lot of money to the charity, just like you told me? After hearing the whole story, Mr. Simmons suddenly asked his brother an unrelated question. "Of course what I told you is true," said Big D. "Oh, I can help you. But when I came here, I didn't bring any tools. So you have to find me something useful here." When he received an affirmative answer from his brother, Mr. Simmons agreed to help, but Mr. Simmons said he needed a few more things. "Oh well, I was just waiting for this sentence from you. Finally, the things I make are usable." Big D looks very excited. As soon as he heard that Mr. Simmons agreed to help, Big D stood up, led us to an old painting, took out a remote, and pressed a button. The old painting was pulled up, and inside were all kinds of tools for exorcism. "Oh, it's all good stuff. What our teacher taught you is not a waste at all." Mr. Simmons took up a wooden sword, swings it, and compliments Big D. "Now, let's go to Mr. Parker's mansion." Mr. Simmons raised his wooden sword to chest level, with a severe expression telling us to go to Mr. Parker to find out what's really going on. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes, Season 2 Episode 2. After Mr. Simmons found the necessary items, we decided to go to the place to see the situation. My teacher and I got into Big D's car to go to the mansion of the other wealthy businessman. Big D, this car looks so luxurious, it seems to be expensive, right? I asked. Oh, actually, compared to my current income, its price is normal. Would you like to buy one like that? Once again, I was able to wash my eyes when I got into the second luxury car. The first one belonged to Mr. Simmons. I guess this car must be a lot of money, but Big D said that its price is only mid-range with him. Mostly, you have to have a goal. You just set a goal of making money for yourself, and you will make it. I heard this sentence of Big D and felt quite right. I think that from now on I have to live and work hard and earn more money. Or do you stay here with me to make money? Suddenly, Big D turned to me and told me that he would teach me how to make a lot of money if I stayed. His talent is used to help people, not to make money. I know what's on your mind. Get rid of that thought quickly. My brother, I was just joking. Why are you so nervous? It seems that Big D is quite inferior to his brother. Although they are like cats and dogs, looking at how they talk and live together, I think their relationship is very good. After being nagged by his brother, Big D stopped talking about side things. He focused on driving. The car accelerated and quickly went to Mr. Parker. After about 20 minutes of driving, the car finally stopped and parked in front of a villa. Well, it's just the gate, but it looks so big and luxurious. Be careful not to bump your head. I got out of the car first and opened the car door for Mr. Simmons. Then Big D also followed us out of the car. After we rang the bell, someone opened the gate and drove away, and we went inside one by one according to the instructions of the person working inside the villa. Wow, that is really big and gorgeous. This is my first time entering a luxury place like this. Ever since I was a kid, I've never been to a high-class residence like this before. I uttered a sentence full of silly and hidden surprise. We didn't have to wait too long. Just a few seconds, when I uttered that silly sentence, a housekeeper came out to greet us and lead us inside. The inside of the house is even more luxurious than the outside. The walls are full of famous paintings. Big D, how big is the house here? Well, I don't know how much money I have to earn every day to be able to build a house like this. The house is as large and magnificent as the palaces that I often see in movies. Stay here and working with me. You will soon be able to build a house like this. Big D is pulling me again. He's so patient. Just as Big D was talking, someone came and greeted him. Oh, Mr. King has arrived. Please, come in. Hello. It is an honor to work for Mr. Parker. This is who I told you before, my brother, Simmons Wright. When Big D saw this person, he immediately let go of me and introduced Mr. Simmons to the man. Oh, what a pleasure. Sorry, Mr. Wright, for bothering you to travel such a long distance to come here to solve my problems. It's okay, don't be so polite. I have heard a lot about you. You are a businessman with heart and vision. I'm happy to be able to help you. When Mr. Simmons and the man were talking, I secretly observed the man. This person must be the character in need of help, Mr. Parker. Although he was still smiling and talking happily, I still saw an indescribable fatigue in his eyes. In order not to prolong the time, I would like to ask you to lead me to Miss Alice's room. After greeting, Mr. Simmons is not wordy but straight to the point. He asked Mr. Parker led us to his deceased daughter's room. Okay, please follow me. Mr. Parker also seems to be eager to solve this problem. As soon as I heard Mr. Simmons said that, he immediately invited us to follow him to Miss Alice's room. This is my daughter's private room. After walking for a while, we came to a room located at the end of a corridor on the third floor. Mr. Parker opened the door and invited us in. It seems that when going to the room where his daughter used to stay, the sadness and fatigue in Mr. Parker increased a few more. Lucius. When listening to when Simmons called my name, I knew what I needed to do right now. I immediately walked forward. Then I reached up and took off the glasses I always wore. I wonder if you guys still remember the special ability that I have? Let me repeat a little bit. I have yin-yang eyes. I can see things that normal human eyes can't see. The black glasses are Mr. Simmons made it for me to avoid seeing unclean things at regular times. Only when there is a need, I take off my glasses. As soon as I took off the dark glasses, I glanced around the room a few times, carefully checking every nook and cranny, but I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Master, there's nothing in here. After looking back and forth a few times but couldn't find anything, I immediately spoke to Mr. Simmons. When I said that, Mr. Simmons didn't look surprised either. Mr. Parker, can we go to another room? Oh, okay. This is my office. He turned to Mr. Parker and asked him to take him to another room to have a look. Mr. Parker took us to his office nearby. How's it going? Did you see anything? Big D seemed quite worried and asked me. When I entered the room, I was still the same, looking around. No, I can't see anything here either. I also looked a few times closely but couldn't find anything inside this room. How is that possible? I think there must be something in here. Or is there something wrong with your eyes? After hearing my answer, Big D seemed disappointed. He began to doubt my abilities. What's wrong? What did you see? Of course, my teacher was very observant. While Big D was mumbling and Mr. Parker was still standing blankly when Mr. Simmons discovered my change. I saw something in the hallway. Seems to be an evil spirit. Where? At this time, Big D also noticed me. He asked me where I had seen that. Over there, it's over there. I saw a figure covered in black smoke standing in the corner of the corridor. It looked exactly like the one I dealt with last time, like the ghost that killed people with ropes last time. It seemed to realize that I could see it, and it quickly turned away and flew forward. Follow me. It's hiding there. Seeing that, I quickly ran after the evil spirit. Behind me, Mr. Simmons, Big D and Mr. Parker quickly followed. While chasing, I saw the evil spirit fly into a nearby room. It seems to have been lurking somewhere inside that room. I no longer see the black smoke coming out. Mr. Parker, that's your son's room, right? Yes, it's my son's room. Mr. Parker saw that everyone had severe expressions on their faces and was worried. When Mr. Simmons asked, and he stammered. After receiving the confirmation that the room was the son of Mr. Parker, we quickly went to the other room's door. In front of the door, there is a bagua mirror and a talisman stuck on it. Those are the exorcisms that I often see. Is this your doing? Oh, that's right, it's me. What's wrong, brother? Is something wrong? Those things turned out to be made by Big D, but it didn't seem to have any effect at all. Just now, the evil spirit got inside the one without any hindrance. This mirror is to fight evil spirits, and this amulet is to exorcise curses. It looks good, but you're not very good at doing these things. That evil spirit has already killed people, so it's pretty strong, so it's no use leaving these things here. Mr. Simmons said that neither of these worked on the other evil spirit. He was explaining as he reached down to take off two things on the door. Lucius, listen to me. After taking down the other two, Mr. Simmons looked at me. He asked me to prepare something. I obeyed my master, flipped the tool suitcase we had brought to the ground, then opened it and took out the necessary tools inside. Master, Everything is fully prepared here. I took out the coins that I usually use as weapons to keep in hand, then took out the blessed sword and gave it to Mr. Simmons. Young man, hold on to the suitcase, let me get some more charms. I'll need them. When I was about to close the suitcase, Big D stopped me. He squatted down and took out some more charms inside. Now, we'll be insides. Surely that evil spirit is hiding in there, and it can't do anything yet. Look for it carefully. The above words seem to be intended as a warning to me. Mr. Simmons went to the front door to open the door. I kept some coins in my hand. If anything went wrong, I would throw those coins right away. After getting everything ready, Mr. Simmons threw open the door to the room. We went inside one by one. Inside the room was a woman holding a boy about 7 or 8 years old. It must be the wife and son of Mr. Parker. Who are you guys? Why are you here? Do not be afraid. These are the people that Mr. King invited to help us solve that problem. Mrs. Parker seemed a bit surprised at first when we walked in. But then, after a few seconds, the woman turned to anger and asked us to get out of her son's room. Mr. Parker saw that the situation was tense and rushed forward and explained to his wife. Haven't you invited a lot of people here already? Can't find anything. They're all useless people. Hey darling, don't be so rude. Mr. Simmons here is a famous exorcist. He didn't mind travel through a long way to come here to help us. I feel Ms. Parker has an inexplicable hostility towards us. But when I think about it for a bit, I feel normal. Maybe it was because before we came, there were a lot of other people who came but couldn't do anything, so she was upset. It'll be fine this time. Please don't be rude. After flaming his wife for being disrespectful, Mr. Parker softly comforted and reassured her. Mrs. Parker had stopped nagging now, but she was still looking at us angrily. Lucius, have you seen that evil spirit? The evil spirit? I haven't seen it yet, but it looks like I've seen Miss Alice. Where? As soon as I entered the door, I took a glance and stopped my gaze behind the place where my son Mr. Parker is standing. Just now, when I went to Miss Alice's room, I saw her picture, so now I can recognize and confirm that the ghost standing behind the boy is the dead daughter of Mr. Parker. She is over there. She was standing right behind the boy. I still stared at the ghost of Miss Alice and spoke up to tell everyone where she stood. That girl, her bloody face and body, was standing behind the little boy Mr. Parker. That's Miss Alice. I cannot be mistaken. As soon as everyone heard what I said, all eyes followed and turned to the boy. Let me handle her, I said. Wait a minute. Don't do anything. According to you, the evil spirit just now was a cloud of black smoke, but with this girl, you can clearly see her silhouette, proving that they are not the same. Don't be aggressive. Just as I took the coins I had prepared and was about to throw at her, Mr. Simmons stopped me. My master said she wasn't the evil spirit just now. Hey boy, are you telling the truth? Is Miss Alice here? When I heard what my master said, I also felt it made sense. When I thought about it, I confirmed that Miss Alice's evil spirit was different because a thick black smoke covered the other evil spirit. And if the two of them are not one, then I think that evil spirit is still hiding somewhere inside this house. That evil spirit is hiding somewhere. It's strong, to be able to escape from me. Last time the police searched the entire villa but couldn't find anything. Usually, those policemen have very sharp senses, yet they can't detect anything unusual. Everyone fell into contemplation and ran after their own thoughts. Mr. Wright, what are you looking for? Find something important. The three of us, I, Mr. Simmons and Big D, set out to search the room to see where the evil spirit was hiding. When I lifted the mattress on the boy's bed, I discovered the evil spirit. It turns out the evil spirit is hiding here, yet no one can feel it. There's definitely something wrong in this room. Master, it's here. I shouted to warn everyone, then grabbed a coin and flicked it at the evil spirit. The evil spirit tried to escape, but the coin hit its shoulder. The place where the coin was hit suddenly dissipated all the black smoke and became void. But after only a few seconds, it was back to normal. When it felt like there was no way to escape, the evil spirit flew out from under the bed and tried to attack me. I focused my gaze on the evil spirit and noticed the direction it moved, and then I flicked 2 more coins towards the evil spirit. 2 coins were flipped. One hit the evil spirit's face, and the other hit its hip, and the 2 places were immediately filled with black smoke after being voided by the coin. The evil spirit found that I was challenging to deal with, so it stopped attacking me and turned to attack others. I noticed that it was aimed at the boy. Before I could react, the soul of Miss Alice, the lost daughter of Mr. Parker, flew out from behind his brother. Alice's spirit seems to be very angry. She flies towards the evil spirit and hits it when the evil spirit wants to attack her brother. But the evil spirit is powerful. An ordinary ghost cannot do anything to it. With only one hand covered with black smoke and one hit, Miss Alice's soul was blown into the ceiling and created a huge sound. This sound is very loud. Even ordinary people like Mr. Parker can hear it too, and they seemed pretty startled. "Hey, young man, prepare to fight." "Okay. I'm ready." Although Big D cannot see the ghost of the evil spirit and the daughter of Mr. Parker, but he seems can feel it too. He took the yellow talisman from his suitcase earlier and waved it in the air. That evil spirit must be the killer who killed Mr. Parker's daughter. Not only that, but it also wants to kill Mr. Parker's son. The evil spirit rushed towards the family of Mr. Parker. Even though ordinary people like them couldn't fully understand what was going on, human instincts made them able to sense approaching danger. The couple tried to protect their son closely in their arms, not daring to let go of a single moment. I saw the situation change so quickly, so I tried to calm down and take a step forward. I intended to fight the evil spirit, but Mr. Simmons was one step ahead of me. My master took the blessed sword and quickly stabbed the heart of the evil spirit. The sword was attached with a talisman made by Mr. Simmons. As soon as the sword hit the evil spirit, black smoke spread in all directions, and gradually the evil spirit lost its original form. Black smoke also gradually spread through the air and then disappeared as if it had never existed. "Brother, be careful. Let me help you." Big D saw his brother's action, immediately grabbed the charms and rushed forward, then threw all the charms in his hand. The other spells all fell on Mr. Parker's family. "Big D, you're a step behind." The evil spirit was destroyed by Mr. Simmons. I thought Big D could do anything more sublime. Who knows that he's so silly? When I saw him like that, I spoke up a little bit. "Brother, you still take the fight from me like when we were kids." Big D heard me say that and turned to condemn Mr. Simmons. "I destroyed the thing that killed your daughter and wanted to harm your son. So it's over, right? Will my family be fine?" When Mr. Parker heard Mr. Simmons said he had defeated the evil spirit, then he breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, not yet. There is another real culprit behind the curtain." Not only Mr. Parker but both Big D and I were pretty surprised to hear Mr. Simmons said. "Still? The evil spirit can't escape my sensitivity, and yet I couldn't feel it anywhere. Someone must have to do something here. So how do we find the culprit behind it all?" Mr. Parker began to worry again and asked Mr. Simmons for help. "If I am not mistaken, the real culprit is not far away, right in this house. Lucius, help me go to that bed and see if I can find anything." "Yes, sir." Seems that Mr. Simon already knows all that is going on in this family, but I think he wants to find more evidence to prove his judgment, then he can face up the card. After the teacher asked me to search for the bed, Big D also gave me a hand. We went there and flipped the mattress over. Mr. Simon saw something as soon as we turned over the mattress. He squatted down and pulled something out from under the mattress. After that, Big D and I were able to see what Mr. Simon held in his hand clearly. It was a packet of yellow paper tied with a red string. The paper material looked exactly like the charms I used to see often. Brother, what is this? If I'm not mistaken, there will be things like hair, nails, and someone's date of birth. This is a form of cursed spells. We'll find out what's inside soon. When listening to Big D ask, Mr. Simon then speaks out his speculations. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Simon had untied the red thread that bound the wrapping paper. Both I and the Big D are bunched our heads in and looked intently, seeing something inside there. Sure enough, just like what Master said to Big D earlier, inside the yellow paper package was written someone's date of birth, in addition to hair, nails, and something wet and shiny. It looks like oil is encapsulated inside. Who put this disgusting thing under my son's bed? Not only your son's bed, it under your daughter's bed too. My guess is that beneath your daughter's bed, there is a package that exactly likes this. I think it was this cursed spell that was the cause of Alice's death, as well as the appearance of the black shadow that wanted to kill your son. Go. Let's go to Miss Alice's room to see if that's the case. To confirm the speculation of Mr. Simon, we asked to go back to Miss Alice's room again, and this time Big D seemed very angry. He led the way with a very aggressive look. Brother, there is indeed have something exactly like this. Big D flipped the mattress over to look. I stand beside him, and of course, a package used for the cursed spells is also to be found here. Mr. Parker, I have a favor to ask of you. Please call all the people who can freely move inside this house and freely leave the house to gather in the living room. After confirming the speculation about the cursed charms package, my master set out to find the person who carried out this disgusting trick. When Mr. Simon had just finished speaking, Mr. Parker immediately ordered the housekeeper to call those people to gather in the living room, from the driver, cook, and servant to the gardener, all present. Now what do we do, teacher? Lucius, you help me get the incense sticks we brought along. Yes, I will go get it now. Mr. Simon saw that everything was ready and sent me to get the incense sticks. I have no idea what he will do next. Who has presented word curses that harm people? Then listen up. I'm about to summon that evil spirit to see who is behind the curtain. Prepare yourselves, don't think I've destroyed it just now. Although earlier Mr. Simon said he destroyed the evil spirit, now that he said he would summon it, I am really at a loss for what he is thinking and doing. After the master finished speaking, I saw him mumbling something in his mouth. Then he took the incense stick and walked in front of each of them. The smell of incense smoke is quite sharp, spreading throughout the space. Hey Gregory, is what my brother said just now true? Where did he learn this? I don't know, I said. While my master was performing some kind of ritual, Big D tilted his head and put his mouth in my ear to ask softly. It seems that he also doesn't know what my master is doing anymore. Hey Big D, I think you should eat a candy and see what happens next. No, I don't eat these baby things. Of course, I couldn't explain to him what the hell master was doing either, so I just played around with him for a bit. If you don't eat, I will eat. No need to stress yourself. I just popped the candy in my mouth and said a few jokes to Big D. The atmosphere in the living room seems a bit tense right now. How are you doing? You all right? The whole living room is now full of incense smoke. However, only Mrs. Parker has the most intense cough, coughing continuously without stopping. Mr. Parker looked at his wife and worriedly asked how she was. "No, I'm fine. I'm okay." Ms. Parker coughed to sneezing of tears. Although she replied to Mr. Parker told her she was fine, but she looked around with careful and worried eyes. Even though nothing had happened until now, but in this tense atmosphere, everyone in the living room had worried expressions on their faces. As the incense smoke became denser and denser, a few other people started to panic, coughing and choking. Even Big D couldn't avoid that situation. After coughing a few times, I suddenly saw Big D's eyes widening and looking straight ahead. Big D's reaction looks like he just saw something terrible in front of his eyes. You, don't come here. Get away from me." After a few seconds, Big D suddenly shouted loudly and threw a bunch of spells from his body into the air. His face was pale. His face was full of fear, as if a ghost came to claim his life. Don't come here. I'll chant a spell to kill you." Big D did all kinds of things. After throwing the charm, he made a series of hand and mouth movements and said he would chant something. As soon as Big D made some hand movements and said a few more sentences, I took a bunch of candy and shoved it straight into his mouth. Before he could prepare anything, a bunch of candy was stuffed into his mouth, so he puked for a few hours and swallowed a few candies. Where does it go? Is it gone? After chewing and swallowing all the candy in his mouth, Big D turned his head repeatedly and looked in all directions, stammering a few words, as if searching for something. "Hey, Big D, what are you doing? What did you see? Do you see that evil spirit? Or are you the one who did the curse?" Well, after a bunch of Big D reactions, I finally remembered something. The incense sticks that the master brought were all touched by him. Some people who inhaled the incense smoke would have hallucinations. Don't talk nonsense. What am I doing with all that? When I teased like that, Big D angrily pushed me away and reacted quite violently. Well, he doesn't know how to joke. Well, here comes the game. It looks like the hidden card is about to be flipped over. Just as Big D and I were struggling, a scream rang out behind us. The voice just now was from Mrs. Parker. Don't come here. Get away from me. Darling, what's wrong with you?" I turned around and saw Mrs. Parker was standing up, muttering incessantly, flailing arms and legs, her face pale with terror, as if she'd seen something terrible. Her reaction seems to be similar to Big D's reaction earlier. The two hands of Mrs. Parker squirmed in midair, her head tilted back, she breathed heavily, as if someone or something was strangling her. "Darling, what are you doing? What's going on with her?" Mrs. Parker tilted her head back as she walked back to the window as if someone had pushed her. Everyone in the living room was quite confused, especially Mr. Parker. "Go get me a cup of tea." "What's going on, Simmons? After all, what do you want to do?" This moment, suddenly Master asked me to bring a cup of tea. Big D seemed bewildered and kept asking Mr. Simmons what's going on. When I brought the tea, I saw Mr. Parker's wife was pushed to the window. Her whole body trembled with fear, her face turned pale, and she protested helplessly. "Mr. Parker, don't worry. If you want to know the full story, just wait. Calm down." The head of Mrs. Parker was hit hard on the glass broke, and some invisible force wanted to push her out. Mr. Parker saw such a situation, he was worried and wanted to step forward to pull Mrs. Parker again, but Mr. Simmons stopped him from doing so. "What do you mean, Simmons? My wife is about to fall out." Mr. Parker heard what my master said and stopped and asked. Mr. Simmons told Mr. Parker that his wife was like that for a reason. Mrs. Parker screamed and protested in vain. The invisible force was pushing and wanting her to fall out of the window. Her body turned more and more outward, and Mrs. Parker slowly lifted off the ground. Mrs. Parker, I will give you two choices. Do you want to tell the truth, or do you want to fall from here like Miss Alice? Mr. Simon, holding a cup of tea, walked over to Ms. Parker and talked to her. Say what? I don't know anything. Rescue me, save me. I said, hurry up, save me. Initially, Ms. Parker even denied knowing anything, but after she was pushed out of the window more and more by the invisible force, she defied herself to call for help and promised to tell everything. All the curses that harm people are my doing. I did it. I admit all. Please save me. Now, in addition to the desire to survive, perhaps Mrs. Parker couldn't think anymore. She admitted all the cruel things she had done. Darling, what did you just say? All of this, you did it all? As soon as Mrs. Parker told the truth, my master spat a mouthful of tea in her face. After Mr. Simon did that, the invisible source of power seemed to disappear suddenly. Mrs. Parker sat on the ground, coughing continuously. Why are you doing this? My child, my daughter. Bitch, what the hell is wrong with you? Why don't you ask yourself? As soon as Mrs. Parker sat on the ground, an angry Mr. Parker ran over, slapped her face, and questioned her. I think Mr. Parker was beating her with anger. It's all your fault. Why don't you ask yourself? The dialogue between the couple began to become difficult to understand for those around him. Not only that, it seems that the people involved are also clearly bewildered. Didn't you spend a lot of money to find a private detective to investigate me? Maybe you don't know something. I hired a private detective to follow you, bitch, just to see why you keep spending so much money lately. I'm afraid you're having an affair with some playboy. When listening to Mr. after Parker finished speaking, Ms. Parker also became strangely bewildered. It seemed that she had something to hide, so she was scared when a private detective watched her, but things were not as she thought. After all, how could you do such a disgusting, evil thing? Mr. Parker now no longer cares about his wife's adultery. He just wanted to ask why his wife wanted to kill both his daughter and son. Well, from my experience, this is most likely because of the desire to fight for property. That's why this bitch just wanted to kill Alice. But why she wanted to kill her son was strange, hard to explain. Or is it not the biological son of Mr. Parker? Big D leaned into my ear and started to deduce. Honestly, I can't believe that Mrs. Parker wanted to kill her own son like that. Young man, are you thinking why she would want to kill her son too? You are indeed too naive. For money, people can do anything. What if the private detective found out that the boy was not the biological son of Mr. Parker? But she doesn't have to kill him. I said. I don't want to agree with Big D's idea that money is everything, but what he said makes a lot of sense. Just when the atmosphere inside the villa was very tense, the large door was opened, and two people, a man and a woman, entered from the outside. Oh, isn't this my goddess, Miss Valentine? So lucky to see you here. When Big D saw the other woman, he enthusiastically extended his arms to welcome her. The two of them look like police officers. It's you again. Why do I always have the bad luck to run into you? Don't say such cruel words. After all, I have helped your policemen solve difficult cases many times. Before Big D could approach, the female police officer showed a disgusted face and pushed the fat man away. Then she walked straight to Mr. Parker. This must be the goddess of ice, right? I looked at the fat uncle's hot face and cold butt scene, but I couldn't help but tease Big D a bit. Hello Mr. Parker, I'm Jill Valentine, from the regional police station's criminal police team. We suspect Mrs. Parker is involved in a blackmail case, so I want to invite her back to cooperate with the investigation. Well, she's my goddess, a ferocious wild horse. It seems that Big D seems to like that beauty cop a lot. Blackmail? What blackmail? It can be seen that Mr. Parker has now completely lost the attitude of a successful businessman after the continuous shocks coming. Mrs. Parker here has been blackmailed by a man surnamed Jakob for 3 months now. We have caught him. The man named Jakob confessed everything. He said that he was the biological father of the boy Thomas Parker, the current son of Mr. Parker, and he used it to blackmail Mrs. Karen here. The policewoman took out a photograph, which appeared to be a photograph of the man named Jakob she spoke of, then briefly explained the whole incident. Miss Valentine, what did you say? After what the beautiful policewoman said, it seems that the curtain has been lifted. Everything has become very clear. It turned out that the boy Thomas Parker was not the biological son of Mr. Parker. The bitch Karen is afraid of Mr. Parker knowing all the truth and wouldn't leave her a dime, so she used a spell to curse the whole Parker family. If things don't come to light quickly, it won't be long before Mr. Parker is also in trouble. As for her son, perhaps she was afraid of being tied down, so she ruthlessly wanted to kill her son. Truly disgustingly cruel bitch. What do you think? Said I. I guessed it all. Just like a regular garbage TV series. Big D seems to be very victorious because he guessed everything correctly. The most distressed person in this story seems to be Mr. Parker. He lost his own daughter, his son is not his own, and his wife is such a bitch. It's pathetic. After explaining everything, Mrs. Parker was taken away by the police. Perhaps after the blackmail incident, she will still have to pay for the crimes she has committed. In the living room now, Mr. Parker was standing dumbfounded and hugging Thomas's shoulder. Although he is not his biological son, maybe the boy is not at fault. Maybe now Mr. Parker only had the boy beside him. Mr. Parker, it's not over yet. Miss Alice is still in this house. We have to get her out. Although we had lifted the curtain of crime, my master said that we still had one thing to do, and that was to bring Alice's soul to rest. Everything depends on your arrangement. It now looks Mr. Parker as almost a soulless person. He no longer had the energy to care about what happened next. Lucius, can you see if Alice's soul is still in this room? She's standing behind her father and brother over there. I guess what makes Mrs. Parker scared and open up all her crime probably is the work of Alice. Alice's soul is gradually becoming transparent. I told the teacher what I saw. At this time, on the sofa, Mr. Parker and the boy both had blank and pained expressions on their faces. Let's help her go to heaven. Master, everything you need is here. I bring him the blessed sword, an oaken sword blessed with holy water, and a clay pot. Here, you will be the one to do this. What? When my master brought the blessed sword and said those words to me, I was surprised. My master will let me do the ritual to set Miss Alice's soul to rest? What's there to hesitate? Hurry up and grab it. Don't you want to learn exorcism art? Although I have seen Mr. Simon do this many times, I don't know what to do when it's my turn to practice. After a few seconds of hesitation, I took the blessed sword from his hand. Since my master trusted me and entrusted me with this, I also believed that I could do it. I gripped the blessed sword tightly in my hand and looked down at the earthen pot. Right after that, I raised the blessed sword in front of me and recited the incantations that I had heard Mr. Simon read earlier. Be quick to be free from worldly sufferings, quickly escape to have a new life. I kept muttering that chant in my mouth several times. After reading through the chant a few times, I turned the tip of my sword towards the ground and plunged it straight into the earthen pot. At this time, from the earthen pot emanating black smoke surrounding the pot, the cries and groans from the underworld continued to come. At this moment, Miss Alice's soul is quickly sucked inside the earthen pot, and she will be taken to where she should be. The black smoke and groans also gradually disappeared. Mr. Parker, we've done all the work that needs to be done. The rest you have to take care of yourself. Try to cheer up. If possible, keep this kid by your side. After everything was settled, Mr. Simon walked over to the sofa where Mr. Parker and the boy were sitting to say a few words to him. The butler, on behalf of Mr. Parker, saw us out and said goodbye and paid us. Before leaving that place, I took my eyes out of the glass door and looked at the huge mansion. The lavish and magnificent mansion that was full of bustle just now was tinged with gray colors. At first, I aspired to have such a life, but it turns out that being rich is not always a good thing. Brother, how do you feel? As long as you stay here, we can work together and make a lot of money. On the way back, Big D repeatedly seduced Mr. Simon stayed. He said he had so many rich customers that he would make a lot of money if they cooperated. I don't want to die of old age abroad. Hurry up and book tickets and arrange for us to return to our home country. Don't waste your time talking nonsense. Or let this young man stay. But no matter what Big D says, Mr. Simon wasn't moved by him either. So Big D hit me on purpose. Oh my God. I'm tired. I want to sleep for a while. Will you stay and get rich with me, young man? Just when I was unsure how to respond, I saw Mr. Simon closed his eyes, so I also ignored Big D. All the way, Big D kept monologues to do my ideological work. Brother, you can leave that young man here and let him help me. In the evening, while going to the toilet, I overheard a conversation between Master and Big D, apparently related to me. Early the next morning, Master told me that I could stay to help Big D for a few days and come back later, and my master will go back first to take care of some things at home. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. When Master got on the plane and returned to the country, I suddenly burst into tears. This is the end of this story. I will have to spend my life abroad without my master for a while. I don't know how long, and I don't know what will happen next. But hey, that's okay. I'm Lucius Gregory. I have extraordinary yin-yang eyes that can see things ordinary people can't see, and I'll be fine even if I'm alone. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 3. Lucius Gregory here. I'm back with you guys again. Surely those interested in and follow my story already know that last time, I was left abroad by my master to help his brother solve some of his problems. From the day Master returned home and left me in the US, I have to help Big D work every day. Every day, a bunch of trouble comes to me. It's a headache. Young man, are you ready? When Master and Big D talked during the last accidental wiretapping, I heard Big D used all kinds of tricks to keep me here. He even used tears. But why must I stay? Of course, I stay to help him earn money. In the past few days, I have helped him solve many problems, and if I remember correctly, this case must be the 10th case. This case is the story of a mini supermarket owner who some evil spirit has harassed for a long time. After all, how many orders do you have left like this, Big D? Get thing done, and then I will give you a vacation trip. You were young, and you must try to familiar with that. You must work harder for a little more money. Life will be easier later. Time and again, whenever I was upset, Big D would say some clichés to comfort me. Of course, in these cases Big D and I split 8 too. I ate him too. That's why I agreed to do it, not because I listening to his sweet words. I heard that in this case, he had invited some spiritual master that people he was used to hire, but they were unsuccessful and made things even more complicated. So this time, he dragged everything over to me. Be careful. I'll open the door. Every time I deal with these things, I'll be the one to take the lead, and Big D will just hide to the side or stand behind me. Sometimes, I feel like dividing 8 by 2 is too little, but he is my master's younger brother. I also understand that master wants to let me stay here, taking advantage of these cases to let me practice what he has taught me in the past time, so I respect him as I respect my master. After finishing his words, Big D pushed open the door. From inside the door, a cold wind blew with an angry hiss. Everything around was blown away by the wind. I feel that the evil spirit is just a wandering soul that cannot escape, not a very strong and evil character. This shows that the people that Big D has invited are really fake. Young man, quickly subdue it. Without thinking too much, I followed Big D's orders and rushed inside with a blessed sword in hand. You hurry up and tie it up. As soon as I entered the room, a stench hit my nose. These days, whenever I go out to deal with spiritual matters with Big D, I don't wear glasses. I looked up at the top of my head, where I could feel the heavy cold air. Above the top of my head was an evil spirit, but unlike the others, it had a physical body this time, a body full of rotten flesh. As soon as it saw me enter, that evil spirit quickly rushed to attack me. I quickly took out a talisman that was always on hand and threw it at it. At the same time, I gripped the blessed sword tightly and pointed the tip of the sword at the evil spirit that was trying to attack me. After the talisman was glued to the forehead of the evil spirit, I also stabbed the tip of the sword straight into the center of its forehead. The evil spirit let out a fierce scream of pain, and its decaying body was shattered into pieces, scattered in the air, and gradually disappeared. It is exhausting indeed. The room returned to its original quietness when the evil spirit disappeared, only my tired sighing and mumbling. Outside, Big D and the mini-market boss are sneaking their heads through the door and observing the situation. Is it done already? There is no shame in being my brother's disciple. Stop talking nonsense. I'm tired. Seeing the satisfied smile on Big D's face is disgusting. If I had a real sword in my hand, I might have chopped him up. Oh, this smells so rotten. Although I had annihilated the evil spirit, the stench still lingered in the air. When Big D entered the room, our customer, the owner of the mini supermarket, followed Big D inside. Oh my God, finally, that disgusting thing has been solved. I am so grateful to you. Don't open the window on the west side. Filth will come in again if you keep that window open. While Big D was rambling on to say thank you to me, I spoke up and gave him some advice. Revealing, the master not only taught me how to exorcise demons, but he also taught me how to use yin-yang eyes to see feng shui or geomancy. Trouble of the boss has been resolved, and now how does the boss pay us, eh? Will the boss pay cash or transfer to our account? Big D is really pragmatic. I didn't even have time to catch my breath when I heard his call for money. Okay, then just transfer the money to us during the day. We'll be back first. I'm so tired these days, but Big D here is healthy and happy. After Big D made a deal with the owner of the mini supermarket, we said goodbye to him. I also put on my glasses and quickly left. While walking, I couldn't help but complain about Big D's attitude. Come on, take it slow, wait for me. You've worked hard. After this order we have to rest, of course. I'll use 2 parts of my pay to treat you a big meal, don't be so upset. Whenever he sees me being uncomfortable, he starts to comfort me in all sorts of ways. Big D think a meal is enough to offset fatigue strenuous last few days of my work. I wanted to complain to Big D a few more times when suddenly I felt a very strong force hit my shoulder. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a tall, muscular man walking in the opposite direction and hit me. When he hit me, my glasses fell out of my eyes and fell onto the street. The other man bumped into me but suddenly left without even apologizing to me. At first, I was very angry and frustrated. I turned my head to scold him, but as soon as I spoke, I suddenly fell silent. "Hey, young man, shish, don't touch that guy." At that moment, Big D also ran over and grabbed my shoulder. It looks like Big D knows that person. A bad compromise is better than a good lawsuit. Here are your glasses, put them on, and don't get angry, move quickly." When he saw that I was annoyed and frustrated, Big D quickly stopped me from touching the tall and muscular man just now. He picked up my glasses and advised me that he was afraid that I would provoke the other guy and bad things happen. "Is there a little girl who kept following the tall man just now?" "Huh, what?" Just as Big D was talking to me continuously, I spoke up and said that I saw a little girl following the person just now. The man from before looked smug and fierce, didn't look like a good person. He had a tattoo on his body, and I saw a pistol in the back of his pant. Behind him, a little girl followed. I can only see her when I don't wear glasses, which means she's not human. Young man, there are too many people in this world who die unjustly. We can't manage everything. Do you know who that brat just now was? After listening to my explanation, Big D paused and told me about the tall guy just now. The guy from earlier was a member of a notorious gang, and their gang did only do evil things, from drug trafficking, arms smuggling, human trafficking, robbery, murder, the thing we did not want to involved in. Is there no law to punish them? I asked. Big D also reminds me to watch out for weird tattoos. When there are strange tattoos in foreign countries, it can be a sign of a criminal gang. I really wonder if they do so many crimes without getting caught? This is something we should not be concerned about. Just take care of yourself, and you'll be fine. Come on, let's get in the car. It looks reaction of Big D for this story seems a bit strange. He not only did not want to say more about this, but it seems still not want me interested again. He kept urging me to get in the car and not ask too many questions. Young man, are you still thinking about that girl just now? When I got in the car, Big D asked about me. Before I could answer, his phone rang. Hello. Yes, it's me. It's true that we handle spiritual matters. According to the conversation, it was most likely another customer. Hey, we have a new case. Don't get upset. After this is over, I'll treat you to a sumptuous meal, and we'll rest for a few days, that's for sure. Big D has received another order. I'm really upset. I feel like going home. When can we finish all of the order? You are still very young, and you have to work hard to earn money. Come on, stop whining. Now while you still have the potential to make money, it's also a good opportunity for you to use what my brother taught you. I wasn't in the mood to listen to what Big D had to say. I opened my eyes and looked at the unfamiliar city outside. I miss my master, my hometown, my home, and my previous life. Don't stick your head out like that. It's dangerous. As I was looking at it, I suddenly heard the sound of an airplane engine above my head. I stuck my head out and looked up a little. I don't feel comfortable here at all. I want to go home immediately. I don't know how the teacher is doing these days. How are you, my master? Just when I was thinking, Big D drove me to a restaurant. Don't just stand there. Come on, boy, sit down. As soon as I entered the restaurant, I saw that Big D was very natural and went straight to a table in a corner. He looked very familiar. He must be a loyal customer of this place. Are you offering me a big meal here? It's true that I can't trust Big D's words. Although the place is a restaurant, it is also quite polite and clean, but it is not what I had imagined for a large meal. I have no way to ease your homesickness, but here are some delicious dishes with a taste of home. Hey, don't be shy. Eat as much as you want. Big D took a menu and brought it in front of me. He doesn't seem that obnoxious either. Big D, are you here again today? What do you want to eat? Give me a plate of sautéed liver, a plate of rich cheese chicken, a bowl of mixed soup, along with some fruit, a few more beers. When we select a few dishes, the restaurant boss personally comes and says hello to Big D. The owner of the restaurant is about 60 years old. Have you found your granddaughter yet, boss? While ordering, Big D asked the restaurant owner about his granddaughter. It seems that the restaurant owner's granddaughter is missing. Oh, not yet. How is she, dead or alive, my poor granddaughter? Oh, come on. Let's not talk about this anymore. Big D and you here have a few sips of tea. We will bring out the food soon. The restaurant owner seemed very distressed when he talked about his granddaughter, but he quickly brushed it aside and tried to put on a healthy smile to entertain us. What's wrong with Big D just asking? When the restaurant owner came back to prepare the food, I asked Big D what happened to the restaurant owner's granddaughter. Just look at that wall over there, and you'll understand. Big D sighed and told me to look at the wall on the opposite side. On the wall was a poster, with a picture of a little girl on it, and below it was a missing notice. The girl in the picture is so familiar. I seem to have seen that girl somewhere. After reading the missing person's notice lines, I looked at the little girl's picture and felt quite familiar. You must have been mistaken. That girl has been missing for about a month and a half. But since you came here, you've always been with me. How could you have seen her? Big D thinks I'm confusing that girl with someone else, but the girl is familiar to me. Big D, the food is here. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. While I was still thinking, the restaurant owner's voice interrupted my thoughts. Oh, it's okay, thank you, boss. Come on, have a beer with me, young man. After the owner of the restaurant left, Big D poured me a beer and graciously invited me. You've really worked hard these past few days. Let's empty a cup. Well, I respect my master so much that I've survived until now. I raised my glass and drank with Big D to relieve the stress of the past days. Normally I don't like to drink these stimulants, but today is also a special occasion, so let's stop having a few stress-relieving beers. Young man, don't think that I'm too greedy for money. For the sake of money, I force you to do so much work. Actually, it's very difficult to earn money now. When you are young, you still have the opportunity, you must know how to seize it. Look at the people over there. The drinking manner of Big D looks pretty bad, drank a little by little. Those people are all expatriates, coming here, doing all kinds of jobs to be able to live through that day. I was like that before. So if you have the opportunity, just make money, don't waste it. Through what Big D says, it also could see that he had been through a lot. When I have time, I'll have to ask him how he's been living alone in a foreign land. It's worth being curious. Listen to me. Life must have a goal. Earn money, keep earning, don't complain. Big D drank a few more drinks and became drunk. He kept on rambling on and on. He was so weak and windy. She abandoned me because I was poor. She's not waiting for me, why? Suddenly Big D started crying and talking about someone. I guess he was thinking about his ex. I love her like that. You drank too much already. Please sit here and wait for me a moment. Hey, don't leave me. I'm going to call the boss to pay. Remember to stay here. Big D is now completely drunk. He collapsed on the table and kept calling someone's name in his mouth. Boss, please help me with the bill. I called the boss and pointed to the table that Big D was lying on. Seriously, he said to invite me, but now he's drunk and makes me pay. As soon as I walked to the counter, I accidentally saw a few photos, and there was one that caught my eye. That missing little girl, the restaurant owner's granddaughter, looks like I've seen her before. Her silhouette seems very familiar to me. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 4. Boss, is that your granddaughter? At first, I kept looking at the poster and thinking about when and where I had met that girl. Done. As soon as I saw her back, I remembered when I met her. Right. What's wrong? Have you met her before? You have met her, right? Tell me, when did you meet her? As soon as I asked about his granddaughter, the restaurant owner became agitated. He came out of the counter and shook me by the shoulder repeatedly. He seemed to be expecting me to tell the news of his granddaughter. I don't know how to respond to the shop owner. I have indeed met his granddaughter. But what if he heard me say that what I saw was the ghost of the little girl? The little girl is already dead. Hey boss, why are you shaking my friend like this? Cash was then or what? Once we've counted the money, let go of him, we have to go home. When I left earlier, Big D was still drunk and lay on the table. But for some reason, just when I was confused and didn't know what to do, he suddenly rushed out and freed me. It turns out that it hasn't been charged yet? I'll put the money here. Big D, with one hand, placed money on the counter, his other hand hastily pushed me out. I feel extremely confused about Big D's actions. Too slow. Hurry up and go home. You're too slow like a turtle. Big D kept urging me to go fast and pushing me outside. Finally, when I got to the door, I turned around and looked again. Inside, the shop owner had a sad and disappointed expression on his face. The look on his face made me feel uncomfortable and guilty. Let go. Let me go by myself. Don't pull me. When I got outside, I angrily jerked my hand away from Big D's hand. You keep trying to drag me out here? I have an unfinished business. What do you want to say? Tell him you saw the little girl's ghost? Who do you think you are to take care of so much? Big D is no longer drunk. Now he looks sober, and he even knows what I'm up to. I don't know why he stopped me from telling the shop owner where the girl was, but it seems Big D doesn't want me to interfere in the matter. Why not? According to him, we do this job to earn a living. So why stop me now? Even when I was just an ordinary person, not yet a disciple of Mr. Simmons, he always taught me to protect justice and help those who died unjustly. So have you thought about the trouble we'll have when you get involved in this? Are you sure that you will be able to solve those problems properly? Big D started shouting at me when he heard my words. According to him, when I get involved in this matter, we will be in danger. When I heard Big D say that, I was a bit stunned. Indeed, my master never taught me how to deal with problems like this. Besides, since the day I followed my master, I've only met ordinary people, no one as scary and dangerous as that brat and his gang. Then we can go to the police. Then who will believe you? Do you have any proof? Who will believe your words, that you have yin-yang eyes and see ghosts? It is true that except for the Officer Lee that I used to know in my hometown, no one would believe what I said. Now get in the car and go home first. We have one for tomorrow. After a fierce struggle, Big D also lowered his voice. It seemed that he saw that I had calmed down a bit, so he took this opportunity to speak up and pushed me inside the car. When I got in the car and was fastening my seatbelt, I remembered something. It's obvious that you were drunk earlier, right? He even joked with me. I suddenly remembered what happened earlier in the restaurant. Big D's sobriety speed is also too fast compared to normal. Quickly stop and let me get off the car. I'm really annoyed. Come on. Okay. Let's go home. You don't make any more trouble here. Big D didn't say a word to explain what just happened. He just said a few fake words to let it go. I want to return home with my master. I do not want to stay here with you any longer. Oh my God, hurry up and book me a ticket so I can fly home. Along the way, I kept asking Big D to let me go home. After returning home, Big D returned to the drunken state from earlier. He ignored me and went back to his room to go to sleep immediately. I was extremely surprised by what happened tonight. In the middle of the night, Big D woke up to go to the bathroom. I'm lying on the sofa and thinking about something. Big D accidentally saw me. Oh my God, why don't you go to sleep, sit alone in the dark? You made me jerk all over. Big D rebuked me for startling him. What's your problem? Why are you so dreamy? After complaining about a few sentences, Big D asked me what was wrong with me. At this time, I was still immersed in dozens of thoughts, so I didn't pay attention to what he asked or did. Want a cigarette? Do you still think you want to get involved in that dead girl's business? Big D took the initiative to sit down and continue talking to me. It looks like he saw through what I was thinking. Okay, tomorrow I will take you to the place where the other gang gathers so you can have a look, and about our customers, I will reschedule. Big D told me his intentions. He seemed to want to take me to the other guys so I could see their growth and brutality and quickly gave up. Really? How about tomorrow? Are you serious? Yes, I will take you away tomorrow morning. Now go to sleep and stop scaring me here. When I heard Big D's confirmation like that, I came to my senses. I really want to help that girl, want to help her get revenge. The next morning, Big D woke up very early, and he took me away as promised last night. What are we carrying these for? Of course, it's camouflage, but whatever, don't take your hat off. Big D gave me a cap and told me to put it on, and he himself put on another hat and a sweatshirt, looking quite a hip-hop. Listen to me. When you get there you have to listen to me, you know. Don't be messy. Making a small mistake can result in the loss of your life. Big D kept giving me instructions. Okay, I know, I said. After I nodded and hummed through what Big D had to say, he finally started the car and took me where I wanted to go. It seemed like we were slowly moving away from the bustling city center and into the deserted suburbs. Well, I don't know why you keep asking for justice for those ghosts. Did you always have such a sense of defending justice before or only after you met my brother? I don't know, maybe after meeting my master. Before, I didn't care that much. I originally just thought that I should keep things to myself and hide away from the noisy world. But since following my master, I have changed completely. If I encounter a ghost with some injustice that I can't help, I feel extremely guilty. This has come. You'd better sit tight and avoid showing your face. After talking for a while, we finally arrived. Big D told me to lower myself to avoid showing my face. Why do you have to be sneaky? Don't joke. Being careless is like losing your life. Don't forget that they are not only numerous but also have guns. Big D seems to be very afraid and wary of this gang. And I don't know anything about them, so I'm still confused. Even though I thought that I also listened to Big D, lowered my body, and then looked outside. Outside was a group of people. All of them are rough and fierce. They all have at least one similar tattoo on their bodies, and they all carry guns, just like what Big D said. It looks like Big D isn't fooling me. This is actually a dangerous gang and is the same as that gangster I saw yesterday. Just as I was looking at it, suddenly a car passed our car, and I saw the tall, muscular guy who hit me, the same guy who was followed by the ghost of the little girl. Hey Big D, that is him. Who are you talking about? Right after that, I immediately asked Big D to go faster and followed the car. It's the big, brutish guy that touched me and made me lose my glasses. The guy that was followed by the ghost of that little girl. What? Pursuing him for what? When I mentioned that guy, Big D seemed quite scared. Hurry up and follow that car. There's a good chance there's a clue about that little girl. I don't care much. At this point, I kept urging Big D I want him to follow the other car. If anything goes wrong, we could come back anytime. That is enough. I'll do it. After a while of being mumbled in his ear continuously, Big D finally agreed to follow the car I pointed at. However, while driving, the Big D mumbled and complained. When we followed the other car for a few minutes, the car suddenly stopped in front of a restaurant. We also stopped. Our car stopped some distance away. The people in the car got off and went inside the restaurant one by one. At that moment, I also raised my hand to take off my dark glasses. When I took my glasses off my eyes, I saw the ghost of the little girl still stalking behind the man. Hey, where are you going? Then I opened the car door and got out. Big D called after me and asked where I was going. I want to find some clues from that little girl. Oh my, you're driving me crazy. I really want to find out the cause of that girl's death. I quickly walked away without caring what Big D was saying. Don't do such a risky thing. Big D saw that I didn't pay attention to my words, so he got out of the car and quickly followed me. Finally, Big D caught up with me and followed me inside the restaurant. Hurry up and pull off your hat and put your glasses on. Big D was walking beside me while nagging me to do this and that and all that. He himself pulled the hood of his coat and put it over his head. Quickly sit down, don't look too much. Big D found a spot close to them, and he pushed me down. Then another series of instructions rang in my ears. Don't say anything stupid. You have to listen to what I say. Big D seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when the others weren't paying too much attention to us. While we were talking, a waiter came over and asked what we would like to have. Although I can barely understand what the waiter said, my Chinese is not good enough to reply. So at that time, Big D ordered some dishes for me. Sit here and do nothing. I'll be right back when I'm done peeing. I know, just go. After ordering, Big D told me he had a problem with urine, and he told me not to move around or do anything stupid. He said he'd be right back. When Big D was gone for a while, the man I was keeping an eye on also stood up. It looks like he wants to go to the bathroom too. When I saw that, I didn't pay attention to Big D's words but immediately got up and followed. I walked next to the burly man and felt that he was too tall. Just as the barbarian guy passed and walked in front of me, I raised my hand and took off my glasses. I recently discovered that, apart from the yin-yang eyes, I have another ability. I can come into contact with some ghosts, and through that contact, I can see their memory, set of stories that happened to them. I saw the restaurant owner's granddaughter, and I quickly reached out and touched her. As soon as my hand reached the top of her head, I felt a chill rush through my body. And then, suddenly, a few images popped into my head. First, I saw the picture she was on the road. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 5. Hi, I'm Lucius Gregory. I haven't seen you guys for quite a long time, eh? The last time I was in the middle of telling the story, I disappeared again. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. This time I come back to continue the unfinished story. Where did you talk about that time? Well, that's right, at the point where I just touched the girl's soul. Suddenly my mind was a bit dizzy. I just blinked. The scene in front of me changed. At first, it was a bit blurry. then gradually become apparent. The girl was walking with another boy. It seemed that the two children were on their way home from school. Suddenly a car appears and stopped beside the two kids. I see two big, bald guys who just got out of a car, and they look very familiar. That's right, those tattoos on their bodies, that look, they're the guys that Big D and I are stalking right now. Who are you? What are you guys doing? And why do you abduct me? Let go of me. Next, I saw the two guys abduct a boy who was walking with the restaurant owner's granddaughter. It seems they want to kidnap the boy. What are you doing? Release my friend. When they abduct the boy, the girl froze for a moment because it suddenly happened that she did not react in time. By the time the girl reacted, the two delinquents had already carried the boy back to the car. The girl ran to chase them while running and shouting to let the boy go. Stop! Release my friend! She caught up with them, then pulled one of them by the hand and screamed. The delinquent was suddenly pulled, so he stopped and turned his back to look at the girl. What a noisy brat! Her voice was not loud, but she persisted and refused to let go of the delinquent. That man glanced and saw a police car nearby. He feared she would attract the police attention. So he quickly covered her mouth and pulled her back to the car, then forcefully stuffed her in the car. Why did you bring this brat up here? The car too crowded. She keeps screaming. I'm afraid she'll pulling the police over. The accomplice, who was holding onto the boy, suddenly saw his accomplices dragging the girl along with the boy they arrested earlier into the car, frowned and asked, "But is this girl part of our plans? It's too noisy. Let me out. You guys release us." The girl was still struggling and screaming, which made the already cramped car even more suffocating, and the delinquents found it extremely uncomfortable. Shut the fuck up. The guy sitting in the front seat turned around and shouted. Not letting the girl continue to speak, he reached out and grabbed her small neck and squeezed it. The girl was strangled so she could no longer make a sound. Tears and snot run down the little girl's face, looking dirty and extremely pitiful. At first, the girl struggled. Gradually, her pink face turned blue-violet and then white. The delinquent didn't exert too much force, but she couldn't bear to be strangled by such a big strong man, and it didn't take long before she died. Finally, shut up. The thugs in the car did not react or fear anything. It seemed that this murder was too familiar to them, no more than killing an ant. The car continued to drive through the ice on the way to where they needed to go. The car carrying them stopped in front of a house. They stopped the car and got off, and one by one, they entered, carrying the boy who had fainted and the girl's dead body. Big brother, how should this child's dead body be handled? Just put it in the freezer over there first, to prevent it from spoiling. The rest will be considered later. It turned out that the guy who strangled her to death was the ringleader. One of the other two asked him how to dispose of the body. Then I saw them put her body in a freezer in the corner. The other thug listened to the instructions, brought the girl's body to the freezer in the corner, opened the cabinet, and threw her body inside. The body of the poor girl kept getting colder and colder and finally froze inside the refrigerator. Did you have that seizure again? Please, be calm. The scene before my eyes gradually disappeared. I heard Big D's voice resound. It turned out that when I saw that memory, I couldn't help but approach the big brother, then cursed something. Big D saw that the situation was not good and said a few words to distract him. Let's go. But it seems that the big brother doesn't want to spare us. He turned to look at us with evil eyes. Big D saw that and hurriedly pulled me out. What are you pulling me for? He killed that girl. You want to fight them here and now? I couldn't accept the scene just now. I wanted to beat that guy but forgot how weak I am. Fortunately, Big D still held me back at that time. The big brother looked at us. He seemed suspicious. I saw him walk out of the bar, then took out a gun. "Get in the car, hurry up. They're coming after us." Before I could say anything next, Big D quickly pushed me inside the car. The big brother took the pistol, aimed it at me, and pulled the trigger. Fortunately, the moment the bullet left the barrel, I was safely inside the car. Big D quickly started the car and drove away. Behind us is the car of the thugs from earlier. They are chasing closely. Big D is speeding up, and I hope he can cut them off. They have guns. Be careful. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw a guy leaning out of the car, his hand holding a gun and aiming. He fired several bullets in a row. The bullet hit the rearview mirror, causing the glass to shatter. The sound of the bullet sounded extremely harsh, making my heart tremble. Damned. Are they really going to kill people? How? Have you ever been afraid? I'm not joking with you. They're a notorious criminal gang, not just a bunch of common delinquents. Besides, in this free country, it's unlikely that anyone will intervene until you are shot dead by them. The last shot was indeed successful, making me panic. My scalp is numb all over. Normally, I only see scenes like this in movies, and I never thought I would become the main character like this one day. They continuously shot several times at the car, causing Big D to lose control and crash into the car next to it. Fortunately, we were okay after the crash. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. Make sure you keep your balance. I have to accelerate faster, or they'll punch holes in our bodies. Big D saw that the situation was not good and decided to take a risk to rush faster on the busy road. Our car wriggled and wriggled on the road. Behind, the thugs' cars were still following closely. The big brother aimed a few shots, and the bullets passed through the car's glass, penetrated the inside. Fortunately, we dodged it. Oh my God. I pray we can go home safely. It's too scary. They won't let us go. I was wrong. I don't want to die yet. I was so scared that I cried and pissed my pant a bit. Tears and snot filled my face. They shot the car to the point that it was almost destroyed, leaving no healthy spot left. Luckily, they haven't hit the wheel yet. Otherwise, it will be a dead end for us. Suddenly, they missed a bullet, causing the car next to it to suddenly turn around and hit their car. Looks like they're in trouble. Lucky. God indeed loves us. They have to solve that problem, and they can't chase us anymore. Big D and I stretched out nerves when we heard a loud crash. We turned around and saw the car of the thug have another car crash. Fortunately, thanks to that collision, Big D and I got home safely. Otherwise, we would have been lying in the grave smelling the dirt. Who the fuck do you think you are to fight those guys? I warned you before, and you're so impulsive. Luckily our life isn't over yet. Sitting safely in the house, my whole body was still shaking with fear. Big D drank several glasses of wine continuously to regain his composure, then turned to give me a lesson. They'll soon find us out. I must act one step ahead of them, or else we can't live here anymore. After lecturing me for a while, Big D suddenly thought of something. Then I saw him take out his phone and dial down a series of numbers. Big D, who are you calling? Of course, I am calling the police. I saw him calling someone and asked. Big D said those thugs might be searching everywhere to finish us off, so only reporting to the police can ensure our safety. Hello, is that Miss Valentine? Long time no see. How are you, Miss Valentine? After a few seconds, it seemed that someone on the other end of the line picked up. Big D's tone sounds soft, like flattery. Valentine? Familiar names too. Well, I remember, was the beautiful policewoman that I have met at Mr. Parker's house. Oh well, I have important work to do. Say what you want, or else I'm off. Hey, I'm serious here. I want to report to the police 2 cases, kidnapping and murder." At first, Big D also used a joking tone, but it seems that the policewoman did not have the patience to spare with him. Then I saw Big D seriously talking about the incident that we discovered. "How dare I joke about these things? I don't want to eat prison's meal." It seems that the policewoman doesn't believe Big D's words. I heard him raise his voice slightly. "Yes, everything I say is the truth." "Well, if I give the police such important information, is there a reward?" "Just a little bit of a joke, Miss Valentine, don't be angry." Man, Big D is really in the mood. Even the stork face to face with the police. "Okay, then let's meet at the cafe next to the police station. I'll be there in about an hour. Goodbye, my goddess." Finally, the phone call came to an end. It looks like Big D this time no longer seems scared as he was. When he talked to the beautiful policeman, his face brightened up. "Big D, this is not the time for asked about reward." "Ah, so you were wondering about that?" Big D just heard me say that, so he replied, "What a young man who hasn't experienced life. Whatever you do, you have to earn a little, save up so that you can get rich quickly." Big D started talking to me about his get-rich theory. "Big D, you can quickly change your nickname to Rich D. I have the heart to show you how to make money, and you still laugh at me?" I teased Big D, then I saw that he seemed tense, then I kept my mouth shut. "Indeed, young man, everything needs money in this day and later on. Don't think that I'm telling you useless things and then using that tone on me." It looks like I hit Big D's reverse scale. Well, I had to wave my hand to make peace, but I don't know what to do. "Stop it. Just been worrying about standing and talking for nearly 20 minutes. Hurry up, or you'll be late." "Okay, I'll get in the car right now." "Hurry up, hurry up. If you're late, my goddess will get mad at me again." I can only sigh in frustration. It seems that Big D really likes that policewoman, both likes and fears. The car sped along the road. After about 30 minutes, it stopped in front of a cafe shop. This must be the place where the beautiful policewoman had an appointment. "Hello, Miss Valentine, sorry to keep you waiting." As soon as he entered the cafe, Big D immediately saw the beautiful policewoman. His eyes are sharp. That policewoman was already waiting for us, probably just arrived because it wasn't too late for the appointment. "If you have something to say it quickly. I have a lot of work to do." The beautiful policewoman held a burning cigarette in her hand. She told Big D to quickly report the incident, probably hurry back to the police station. "Anyway, now is not the time to get off work. Is it possible that the police are investigating a disappearance case? The time was about a month ago. The missing objects are 2 children about 7 or 8 years old, a boy and a girl, right?" Big D spoke slowly. When the policewoman heard that, her face suddenly changed. "How do you know that?" She was quite agitated. She jumped up and grabbed Big D's collar and hurriedly asked. Big D doesn't seem surprised by this reaction either. Slowly, "Don't be in a hurry. Let me finish it first. Why are you always this aggressive?" "This is my brother's student. He has a pair of yin and yang eyes that can see the dead so that he can see through this case." Big D quickly pointed his finger at me and explained. After that, we began to describe the whole process, from the time I discovered the soul of the other girl, to the time I saw the criminal behavior of the other gang, then to the fact that we followed them, stalking, then almost killed by them. How ridiculous is this thing about seeing the dead? How can I believe it? Then we have to prove a bit. This story sounds fictional, so it's normal not to believe it. The 3 of us walked out of the cafe shop together, Jill Valentine waiting to see how we proved it. I told her that, in front of this cafe shop, there was a car accident before, but this case for some reason was hidden. only the police and the two sides who collided knew. The man is crossing the street, then. I described the figure of the person who died in that car accident to the policewoman. This incident happened before I was here, and since it was hidden, even Big D doesn't know about it either, so I can use this case to prove my ability. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 6. The dead man was a man about 30 years old. On the day of the accident, he was wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans. He had a broken leg, and his face was disfigured. His body was covered in blood. I began to describe in detail to the policewoman standing next to me. By all means, I have to make her believe that I have yin and yang eyes. Only then can the case of the other two children be solved. After hearing what I said, the policewoman hurried back into the cafe, and we followed her. Ms. Valentine quickly confirmed if there was an accident in front of the shop as I mentioned, and the manager here firmly confirmed yes. She still did not believe it. She quickly called a colleague from the transport department and asked. Based on the policewoman's facial expression, I'm sure the person on the other end of the line gave her an answer that matched the manager's. Miss Policeman, do you believe me now? Okay. I've been a police officer for many years, witnessed many stories, and heard some of my colleagues talk about spiritual things in the process of performing official duties, but this is the first time I have encountered this case. Miss Valentine trusted my story almost 80%. She quickly told me to report as concisely as possible what I had seen. Tell me if it's the boy. After listening to me summarize everything, Miss Valentine took out a picture and showed it to me. In the picture is a boy. I glance at it and realize that it is the boy who was with the girl I told. Yes, right. It's this boy. Indeed. We've been handling this boy's disappearance case for a while now. The boy's father is a famous businessman. The kidnappers demanded a sizable ransom. Because he was afraid of breaking the rope, he did not report to the police, but arbitrarily agreed to hand over the money to the kidnappers. In the end, the kidnappers took the money without releasing his son. He lost both his son and his money, so he went to the extreme to call the police for help. I quickly confirmed the boy's identity in the picture and then heard Miss Valentine tell about what happened. After telling us everything, Miss Valentine suddenly stood up. Okay, leave this matter to the police. You two don't need to get involved. I was about to raise my voice to ask a few more questions when she quickly interrupted my words. She doesn't want us involved in this case anymore. Hey, don't go in such a hurry. Are we providing you with such important information on this case without a thank you fee? Big D saw that Miss Valentine had come to the door and told him to follow. Oh my God, I don't know what else he cares about besides money. I looked at them with piercing eyes. Miss Valentine seems to have gotten used to this personality of Big D, so she didn't care. She went out and slammed the door, leaving Big D with a few complaints that made me sick. Say no to us, okay? Anyway, I'm a witness to this case, and I can't just stand by it. I am not willing and do not want to stand aside and leave the police to investigate. I think I have a share of the responsibility anyway, so I'm determined to follow through. This is it. Don't go in such a hurry. Wait for me, I'll show you this. We can't catch these thugs with our hands only. If they discover us, we will be crushed like bugs. You have to find something to protect yourself first. When I was striding quickly to the car, Big D hurriedly followed behind. Next, he said we needed some self-defense weapons and opened the trunk of our car. What does Big D keep in the trunk? I was curious as to what else was hidden inside his gut. I couldn't help myself, so I asked, "Watch this." I heard Big D calling, so I rushed over and looked inside. I was stunned for a moment. Inside the trunk are some air guns and quite a lot of ammo. Are they real? Just some air guns, not automatic rifles. Let's see which gun is right for you, then take one with you. Big D said he couldn't get a license to use an automatic rifle, nor did he have the guts to carry one, so he could only use an air gun instead. Don't underestimate it. Although it's just an air gun, its damage is not bad. The important thing is how to use it and how to shoot. Saying the passage, Big D immediately showed it to me to prove it. The shot just now shot really well, piercing the metal trash can in the distance. See? How do you feel? Cool, right? Someone has been killed by an air gun before, although such cases are not usual. It is fine to launch a blind fire and escape in an emergency situation. Okay, let's get in the car. I do not want to hear him blabbing anymore. I should urge him into the car quickly. I want to make that thug see the ghost of the person he killed. Do you have any cow's tears? Even if he doesn't have a special ability like me, using cow's tears, I can make him see the souls of the dead. Oh, that thing? It's in the drawer in front of you. Oh, Big D is so thoughtful, knows what I need in advance. I heard Big D speak and quickly opened the drawer to check. Of course, he brought it with him. You know I'm a person who specializes in buying and selling spiritual items. It's the first time I can look at Big D with respect. Well, should we record this precious moment? It's the first time you've used that admiring look on me and not on my brother. It's so touching. Okay, just focus on driving. He couldn't be a bit more serious than that. The newly rekindled admiration in me has flown clean. We just walked and talked. I'm rubbing some cow's tears on the bullet. By chance, I saw a familiar car driving along the same road as us in front, with several police cars following behind. Big D, could you look in the car in front of us to see if that car belongs to Miss Valentine? That's right. She does things so quickly, huh? The policewoman is so enthusiastic, just leaving the shop for a short while. She has already reported the situation to her superiors and called for reinforcements to lead them to the criminal's lair. We followed her and didn't say anything more. Everyone did their own thing. I continued to apply cow's tears up the bullet while Big D drives us to follow them. Moments later, police cars stopped one after another at an abandoned building. It was the same building where we had followed the criminals last time. Big D also parks the car in a hidden corner nearby. Look at it. It wasn't in vain that I put my time and effort into making it. What? Binoculars? Big D suddenly took out a pair of binoculars and brought them to the eye. I'm also curious to try it out. Can I try it? Originally curious, I immediately said my intention to borrow the binoculars to try. Who knew Big D was so thoughtful that he prepared another one? Wow, that's really clear. Once again, I was surprised by Big D's inventions. This is my first time using binoculars, and besides, the image quality is so good that I am very surprised. I saw Miss Valentine and her police officer get out of the car. Everyone is equipped with bulletproof vests and guns. The other thugs opened fire and shot a hole in the car. Luckily the policewoman managed to avoid it, but his firing speed was quite fast. It seems that the thugs know their whereabouts have been revealed, so they are all ready. The cops hid behind cars to avoid bullets and wait for the right time to counterattack. At this time, only 2 thugs were standing and shooting continuously at the police. It seems that the police are in a passive position right now, so they still can't counterattack them. The police also seem to be struggling. The bullet drilled dozens of holes in the car, causing the car's glass to shatter. They want to shoot those bullets through the car into the police here. After hearing and using intuition to judge, Officer Valentine finally found a loophole in the thug's attack. She stood up and aimed without thinking. The bullet successfully pierced the left chest of a tall thug. Blood splattered red in a large patch. That shot was also the shot that signaled a police counterattack. The police even brought bulletproof shields. One was shot down, now there's only one left, and he has to hide behind iron crates. This other guy took the opportunity to run away into the building, looking for help. But unfortunately for him, he was hit once in the middle of the back. Another one has fallen. Several police officers began to approach the inside of the house. A guy suddenly rushed out and fired several times. He was also an accomplice of the thugs from earlier. The policeman reacted very quickly, so bullets did not hit them. On the contrary, the thug was shot and fell to the ground. That's as the third thug, only one left. That's great. You've already felled 3 of them. There's only the big guy left. I just watched and couldn't stop lamenting. It looks like I saw something moving upstairs. Of course, I found it right. The leader just jumped from the top floor. He wants to hide. This guy is the one who strangled the girl and ordered the poor boy to be killed. I can't let him get away. Let's get off the bus. Here, wait a minute. It looks like Big D is about to say something to me. But in this situation, I don't want to hear something else. Stop. Why do you always in such a hurry? We're using air guns, and he's holding a rifle. Do you want to die so badly, stupid boy? Big D angrily chased and yelled at me. But right now, I can't think of that much. Hey, do you think you could escape? I yelled. I didn't have time to think about it, nor did I have time to listen to what Big D said. My actions were faster than my thoughts. I hurriedly ran out, pointed the gun at the big guy. He looked at the situation and immediately frowned. When I saw his reaction like that, I started to feel scared. My courage followed each drop of sweat that fell. Big D is confused. It's not clear whether he was pushed to stand between the thug and me by accident or purpose. Suddenly, the thug hurled his gun to the ground and rushed toward Big D. The two of us were so surprised that we didn't have time to dodge. The thug brazenly controlled Big D. Maybe he wanted to threaten me. At this point, he still didn't know that I was holding a fake gun. I once again did not have time to think but acted faster than my brain. I aimed directly at the thug leader's eyes before he could say a few words to threaten me. Luckily I didn't miss it. Thank God. The big brother panicked and pushed Big D to the ground and covered his face with his hands. At that moment, I jumped over Big D and jumped towards the big brother. I put all my strength into one leg and raised it to aim at kicking him in the face. This time the goddess of luck was still on my side, and I kicked right into his face, causing his face to tilt to the side and his mouth to bleed. But it seems that my kick angered him. He stiffened his face, got angry, and reached out his fist to punch me. I was able to react to that lightning strike. I was using my hand to block it, but my glasses fell out. The thug saw this and wanted to take a second shot, but in the middle, something stopped him. Right when my black glasses fell from my eyes, my yin-yang eyes saw a spirit full of resentment and anger in front of me. It is the soul of the little girl who was strangled to death by the evil thug. The little girl's spirit stared at him as if to condemn his evil deed. At this time, the thugs had cow's tears in his eyes, so he could clearly see the girl's ghost. This scared him. Get out of the way. I was stupidly looking at the situation when Big D rushed over to pull me away from that place. It turned out that the thug quickly grabbed the gun and fired several bullets at the girl in quick succession. She's a ghost now. No bullet can kill her. Of course, those bullets were shot through her and hit the wall behind. Stop being rude. Keep your hands up and surrender. After seeing the little girl's ghost, my fear of the thug was reduced by more than half. I quickly stood up and shot him several times. Maybe he was intimidated by the little girl's spirit, so he didn't realize I was using an air gun. The thug ran into the house. Okay, just stay there. Leave the rest to me. We chased inside and lost track of the thug but met Miss Valentine again. She told us not to chase. She would take care of the capture of the other guy. Be careful. And can you stop ignoring me? But how can I stand still? I hurriedly followed her. Big D couldn't stop me, so he quickly ran after me. Hey, don't follow me. Did I told you not to interfere? Officer Valentine seemed very upset with my follow-up. Don't mess with me anymore. Get out. I can help you too. He is hiding in that direction. I was also annoyed at being chased away repeatedly, but in the end, pointing the place where the thug was hiding to Miss Valentine made me feel less frustrated. I saw the ghost of the other girl pointing in a direction, which I guessed was the direction of the thug's hiding, so I pointed it to the police officer right away. The thug knew he was exposed, so he rushed out and aimed the gun at the two of us. But Miss Valentine took the initiative in measuring the speed of the trigger. A bullet hit the thug in the middle of his forehead. Of course, after that, he didn't have a way to live anymore. He fell to the ground, a hole in his forehead. I looked at the face of the thug, and chill run down my spine. After defeating the other 4 criminals, the remaining cleanup is handled by Miss Valentine's subordinates. The 3 of us stood and talked for a while. Stupid boy, damn you, you might be shot. Next time, if there are similar cases like this, then please inform the police first, okay? Before these 2 wouldn't let me interfere. Now they're asking for my help, and they want me to inform them next time. Oh, what a woman. Hey, where's that little girl's soul? After Miss Valentine left, we also got in the car to go home. On the way back, Big D asked me why I couldn't see the poor bad girl's soul anymore. Ah, she's going to where she belongs. The criminals killed that little girl, so resentment was born. Once the perpetrators all atone, the girl will also be freed. I explained to Big D why the poor little girl disappeared right after the last thug died. Before going home, we stopped by the girl's relative's restaurant and told him the whole incident. The restaurant owner heard everything. He felt very sad and cried for a long time. We had to stay and comfort him for a while. While Big D was on duty to comfort others, I went to an alley near the restaurant, then found a church to pray for the unfortunate girl. The girl is very kind and brave, helped us solve this case. It's a pity that I couldn't help her more. While I pray for her soul, a spark flared up, like they wanted to condense into something. I watched the small red flames floating in the air, thinking in my heart that the girl must be around. Is it you, girl? You can go now. You must live well in the next life. As expected of a mischievous girl, my guess is not wrong. She said she wanted to thank me for helping to fulfill her wish and say goodbye to me. After saying those words, her soul also faded and gradually disappeared into the endless darkness. After she disappears completely, I go back to the restaurant, and Big D takes me home. After this incident, I want to use my yin and yang eyes to help others even more. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 7. Hello, it's me again, Lucius Gregory here. You probably know that strange things have been haunting me ever since I opened my yin-yang eyes. The previous story had just ended a few days before another story came. Yesterday, I remembered I was sleeping in my bed. For some reason, when I opened my eyes, my surroundings turned into a sea of water. My mind was dizzy at that time. I waited for a while to wake up and suddenly heard the noise behind. I thought it was Big D, so I suddenly turned my head. The corner of my eye just glanced back, but I was extremely alarmed. Behind me is not Big D. The thing behind is slowly emerging to the surface as a monster with a green body, combined with a long, terrifying red tongue. It saw that I discovered it and quickly approached to attack me. This monster is probably a water demon, turned into some drowning ghost. It is trying to drown me to the bottom. When I am dead, this water demon can start pregnant. The water demon drowned me, and the water rushed into my nose and mouth, making me unbearably suffocated. But I'm not that young boy who just stumbled. I've faced and destroyed so many demons and ghosts before. I don't want to die here. I can't lose my life like this. I use all my strength, struggling to break free from the water demon's control. But somehow, the more I struggled, the more I couldn't get out. I felt my breath getting weaker and weaker, almost unable to hold on anymore. For a moment, I thought I would have to close my eyes and accept my fate as a substitute for the water demon. Suddenly, a pain came from my face that made me get out of that uncomfortable suffocation. My whole body felt heavy, as if someone was sitting on it. One of my cheeks felt like someone had just slapped it. Finally woke up, I suddenly opened my eyes. It turned out that all this was just a nightmare. I was still lying in my dear bed, but why everything was so real? I didn't have time to think anymore when suddenly I saw Big D sitting on top of me. So many thoughts I had just thrown behind my head. Big Fat D, what are you doing on top of me? Come down. That position really made me have some bad reminded. I bent my legs and kicked him in his fat ass and then angrily shouted, "Oh my gosh, my ass, this wicked man. I just went to buy food back. I was about to wake you up, but I saw you screaming. Your expression was twisted and scary. I thought you had a nightmare, so I shook you up, but you didn't wake up. I just slapped you to wake you up. However, when you woke up, I was kicked. What a man you are." Big D rubbed his ass while condemning me. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I just had a nightmare, so my reaction was a bit harsh. I'm too old. My waist is about to be broken by you." When I heard that, I quickly put my arm around Big D's shoulder and smiled apologetically. He saw that I looked embarrassed and ashamed, so he forgives me this time. "Come on, hurry up and get ready to change and go out to eat to cool down." Big D sat rubbing his waist and rubbing his stomach while grumbling at me for a few more minutes, then came down to urge me to clean up quickly, then went out. After Big D left, I felt layers of cold sweat on my body. The dream just now was too real. Wow, breakfast looks delicious. Stop talking nonsense. Sit down and have a quick meal. After I changed my clothes, I went out. Big D told me to sit down quickly. "What kind of nightmare did you have just now? Your face looked like a dead fish. Even more, you cried and did not wake up. Your mouth was screaming. I dreamed that a water demon drowned me." I told the whole dream to Big D. There was nothing important to hide from him. "Oh, did you dream about water demons? Coincidentally, we're going to have a water-related job as well." After listening to Big D, I felt a strange feeling rising. What job? Or stop and don't accept? I suddenly have the feeling that I'm not too fond of water lately. What are you saying? This job pays a lot of money. I don't know why, but the uncomfortable feeling when I hear the word water makes me feel a little nervous. Okay, but first, you have to tell me what kind of work it is. I painfully realize that I probably can't turn down this man's greed for money. It's not like I have a friend who is running a swimming pool business. He's been quite unlucky lately, in a row 2 people died in his swimming pool. The police are investigating. He heard about your special ability, so he came to ask us to help him do some spells, as well as try to investigate a bit to see if there is a way to help him." Big D must have heard my half-disgruntled, half-resentful voice, so he quickly spoke up. "This friend of Big D has a private pool, not the other kind of collective pool, but only 1 or 2 guests at a time need a private space to relax and exercise. Big D's friend is named Thomas Lewis. Although he opened a private swimming pool, it was not too high class, so there were not many employees. That day the staff of the pool had an unexpected problem, so he asked to leave early, so that evening there was only Mr. Lewis at the pool area. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, a girl came. She was a familiar customer, so Mr. Lewis also didn't hesitate to open the door a little late to give her some time to relax. The girl registers with Mr. Lewis, then went straight into the pool. But the strange thing is, normally this girl was only in the pool for 40 minutes at most, but this time she stayed for more than an hour without going out. Mr. Lewis felt strange and a little worried, and he decided to go in and ask a little bit about how this familiar customer had been in the pool for so long today. But when he entered the swimming pool and saw what was happening in front of his eyes, the whole face of Mr. Lewis went from pink to pale, from worry to fear. His heart felt like it was about to explode. The girl from earlier was floating in the water, indicating that she had died from drowning. Mr. Lewis quickly called the police. The police arrived and conducted an autopsy. After an autopsy, the police concluded that this was a murder, not an accident or a suicide. At first, Mr. Lewis is considered a suspect, but based on the camera at the time of death, Mr. Lewis couldn't be the killer. The camera part in the swimming story was faulty, so the police couldn't see what happened inside. So they immediately extracted the tape to investigate more closely and see if the camera error could be fixed. The other girl's case was not over when a sanitation worker was found dead in the swimming pool. Although the swimming pool had to be temporarily closed for investigation, Mr. Lewis still regularly cleans it. The police also came to examine the body and found that it was also a murder case. Although the camera was not damaged like last time, what happened this time was also extremely abnormal. When the sanitation worker finished cleaning up, he suddenly walked towards the pool, took off his clothes, and jumped into the water. He swam back and forth for a few lines, then suddenly his face became contorted. The whole body gradually sank into the water. A moment later, the whole body swelled to the surface, drowned. The police also began to suspect this was not an accident. "Let's go there and check it out." When Big D finished talking, I quickly finished breakfast. I quickly got up and put on my shirt, and urged him to go to the private pool with me. Big D saw that I was impatient, so he quickly cleaned up and followed me to the swimming pool. When we got there, we saw a notice of suspension posted on the front door. "Hey buddy, are you here?" We found the door ajar and didn't lock, so we thought someone was waiting inside, so we pushed the door open. Big D called out to this friend of his. Mr. Lewis heard the call and opened the door from the inside as if he had just reached the swimming pool. I think it's a bit surprising that I didn't see fear in his eyes. I was a little bit interested in what was on Mr. Lewis' neck. Around his neck was a red string, and the pendant was a small card with a strange shape. Seeing us coming, Mr. Lewis greeted us quickly and intent to give us a protect charm first. "Oh, no need, my friend is powerful. This is the person that I have told you about before. He has exterminated many demons, and he probably doesn't need these charms." Big D introduced me. "It's such an honor that Big D invited you here to help me." Big D keeps saying things about me that make me embarrassed. Okay, don't waste any more time. We should quickly go to the swimming pool to check it out. Then you two should go in there and have a look. I have to go for a while. I will come back soon. I won't disturb you two." Big D kept pulling and pulling Louis and bragging, almost forgetting the purpose of us going here. That makes me angry. Besides, I naturally have the feeling that I don't want to talk too much with that man. Mr. Lewis let the two of us into the pool without following us there, as if he didn't want to get too close to the pool. So why did we come out from there when we arrived just now? I'm a bit confused. What are you thinking so wistfully? I feel that there is something strange about the owner of the swimming pool. It seems that he wants to hide something from us. Come on, come inside and have a look. I haven't seen anything yet, so I don't want to talk too much with Big D, afraid he'll spill to his friend. The two of us silently walked into the pool area. What's up? Is there anything strange? What's in the swimming pool? Big D saw me take off my glasses and started observing. After a while, he asked impatiently. "No, I haven't found anything yet." I answered through the speaker and then looked around. I wasn't too hasty. I went around carefully, checking the nooks and crannies inside the pool to see if there was anything strange. "Hey Gregory, do you feel cold? Why I suddenly feel so cold? Is this swimming pool air-conditioned or something? Oh, there's this thing." I discovered something on the floor, so I didn't pay much attention to Big D's complaint. "Ashes? Someone burned something here. Have you discovered anything strange yet? I'm about to freeze. It's too cold." I sat down on one knee and checked and discovered that someone had burned something by the poolside. I recall the scene. Louis stepped out of the pool area a little suspiciously. Big D next to me is still complaining, so he hasn't noticed my strangeness yet. Probably Mr. Lewis was afraid of being disturbed by those things, so he burned the charm to prevent it. Oh, human psychology. Big D complained for a while and saw the pile of ashes, and he immediately spoke to clear my doubts. These drowned souls are hard to see unless they're out of the water so can see, but normally it's hard to tell even with yin-yang eyes. Mr. Simmons once told me before, I said. So, what are we supposed to do? I stopped thinking about that and stood up to give some explanation to the talkative person beside me. Now we can only go down there and have a look. Oh, but who came down here? Shouldn't it be me? You know, I don't have any powers, and I don't have any exorcisms. For example, what if that thing pulls me down? I'm this old, and if I'm unlucky, there's no way for me to survive. As soon as Big D heard me say that we had to go to the water to investigate, he immediately waved his arms and legs and talked about all sorts of things. Did I say to let you go downstairs? Of course, I'll be the one. I heard him babble and got angry, and I don't understand how he can be so cowardly. I couldn't listen anymore, so I cut him off and took off my shirt. At this point, the guy stopped talking nonsense. His face became bright and cheerful. Really, I understand him so well. Wow, that body figure is good. I used to have such a beautiful figure when I was young. By the way, remember to be careful. I took off my jacket, shirt, and pants and threw them all over for Big D to hold. He was behind my back, chattering non-stop. God, I don't understand why a calm person like Mr. Simmons has such a talkative younger brother. Stop talking. It's too much of a headache. I'll keep an eye on it. I'm coming down. I moved quickly towards the pool, then did a few warm-up movements while saying a few sentences to block Big D's mouth, then bent over and jumped into the water. I jumped down then, holding my breath, dived deep into the bottom of the pool. A chill rushed through me. I sensed that this wasn't because of the cold water but that there was something inside the lake. I scanned the lake a few lines, looked around but still couldn't see anything strange. After a while of fruitless searching, I couldn't hold my breath anymore, so I jumped up and quickly got out of the pool before the water hit my nose. What's up? Did you see anything? Still can't find anything. Big D saw me coming up and quickly asked. I swam back to the edge of the pool and talked to him. Strange? Didn't the police also not be able to investigate the culprit's traces? Still thinking that the perpetrator was not human? So why didn't we get any trace this time? When Big D heard me say he couldn't see anything dirty, he quickly asked. Do you know what time that girl and the cleaning worker drowned? It was discovered around 7 o'clock in the evening. The exact time I don't know. I asked Big D about the time frame of the other two victims. Normally, drowning people won't appear out of nowhere unless something special leads them out or close to where they're going at the exact hour they die. I said as I climbed out of the pool. We'll go back now. We'll come back on time the next day. This is going too slowly. I don't know when we will finish it. I just want to get that money quickly. I found a towel to dry myself, put on my clothes, and urged Big D to come back. Did you two find anything? When we came out of the pool area, we saw Lewis was waiting outside. Seeing us leaving, he immediately asked. There is a little bit. Tomorrow we will have to come and check again. Ah, Mr. Lewis, where did that card around your neck come from? I answered over the shoulder. But after a few steps, I remembered something and quickly turned around and asked the pool owner about the fire-patterned card he was wearing. Ah, this one. Here. This was given to me by a friend, said to be a peace charm. Is something wrong? Mr. Lewis seemed hesitant and took a few seconds to answer me. Ah, it's not like I think your business is related to water, but it's not good to wear something related to fire on your body. The two things will clash. We will come again tomorrow. You can rest assured, we will solve this case. I just basically left a few simple sentences and then said goodbye to him and left, but in my heart, I secretly guessed that he was wearing that to prevent something, like a water demon. The next day, we went back to the pool around the time the other two victims were in trouble. Lewis still avoids joining us in the pool. Hey Big D, is that you can't swim, so you don't want to get in the water? I was a bit bored in the water, so I teased Big D a bit. Don't joke. I won a swimming medal a few times in the past. I splashed some water on the shore where Big D was standing. He both dodged and refuted me. Then why don't you come down here with me? Am I alone down here boring to death? Well, we don't have to go out. There's something else in the water. Big D shook his head and refused to go into the water with me. He's such a useless piece of shit that he can even leave me in the water alone. Hey, hurry down here with me, it is cool down here. I said as I reached out to want to pull Big D into the water to play with me. I half wanted to tease him, and half wanted to confirm if he really knew how to swim, and if he couldn't, I would laugh at him. But Big D keeps trying to avoid me. I don't know if he's afraid of water or water demons, or both. Stop joking around. Get up here quickly. I was reaching out to try to pull Big D into the water when suddenly he made a serious face and told me to hurry up to the shore. I looked at Big D's face that didn't look like a lie and instinctively turned to look behind me. The bottom of the pool was now full of dark shadows. They gradually spread out, and then all turned towards me. By the time I saw the thing and was about to go ashore, the black thing wrapped tightly around my legs. The thing that made me and Big D panic just now was the hair. A lot of hair was wrapped around my legs, and it felt like they were trying to pull me under the water. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 8. I just discovered that pile of hair under the water, so I was quite surprised. Before I could react, the hair grabbed my legs. I pulled me down with a very strong force. I was dragged deep into the water, did not have time to prepare, so the pool water kept rushing into my mouth and nose, suffocating me. After a few seconds of being suddenly filled with water, I finally calmed down and tried to open my eyes wide to observe the underwater situation. A water ghost clutched my legs. The black hair that I saw earlier was her hair. Her face was twisted in a scary way. Just like the previous case of missing boys and girls, this time, when I touch the ghost and look at her, I also seem to be able to see her memories before she died, which is very beneficial to solve these strange cases. The ghost's memory gradually entered my mind. I saw her swimming in a private swimming pool. That must be Louis' swimming pool, so this is the memory of the day the murder happened. Hello, beauty. Have you been swimming for a while now? Suddenly, Louis, the owner of this swimming pool, appeared behind the girl. What a shame, beauty without a boyfriend. Why do you always come here alone? Or let me be your boyfriend for a day. Louis suddenly turned into a pervert, teasing the girl, which surprised me very much, and also made me seem to understand something. What are you doing here? Of course, to play with you, beauty. Why do you ask? Come on, let me be your boyfriend for a day, okay? Your resistance is futile. Right here is just me with you, and there are none nearby. Louis is getting closer and closer and wants to play tricks with the girl. What a dick. Of course, the girl couldn't accept this. She fought back with all her might, shouting at Louis to leave. But as expected, just like he said, even if the girl screams until her throat is hoarse, no one will ever come to help. Only the empty swimming pool echoes the girl's helpless screams. The strength of a man is much stronger than that of a girl, but the girl also fights back fiercely, so Louis still couldn't do anything to the girl. After a while, he angrily grabbed the girl's hair and then grabbed her head and pushed her deep into the water. After a long while, he released the girl and leisurely climbed ashore and went straight out. And the girl in the water had stopped breathing. Her dead body was floating on the surface of the water. I don't know what Louis did with the camera to get an alibi and prevent the police from seeing this footage, but from what I've seen so far, he's definitely a cold-blood murderer. The memory ended. In front of my eyes now is the image of a fierce ghost who wants to drown me. Although I sympathize with that girl, but the girl now turned into this vengeful ghost and wants to kill me, I can't help but protest. I quickly reached behind my back and searched the back of my pants. Before going into the pool, I hid a few coins in the back of my pants, and sure enough, it worked. I clasped the coin in my 2 fingers and chanted a spell. Then, while the ghost wasn't paying attention, I flipped the coin at her. Unfortunately, due to the pressure in the water, the momentum on the coin is greatly reduced. But fortunately, the force of the path was still effective. The coin hit the ghost's hand, causing her pain to force her to let go of my leg. The place hit by the coin also turned into a light black smoke. I took advantage of when the ghost was in pain and could not react to rise to the surface quickly. Big D. When I came to the surface, the ghost also recovered and continued to attack me. She manipulated the hair around my neck to wrap around my face in an attempt to pull me down again. How are you? The sword. Give me the sword. What did you say? Now what to do? I tried to scream vulture in a voice full of harsh interrupted with Big D. I wanted him to get me the blessed sword from his toolbox, but he didn't seem to have heard yet. Give me the fucking sword. That damn hair is getting broader and broader, and it's getting tighter and tighter. I'm going to be unable to resist. So I shouted at Big D with all my might. I heard Yah, blessed sword, blessed sword. Where is it? Please wait for me for a moment. Thank goodness the fat guy finally heard what I said. He quickly ran to the toolbox and looked for it. Finally, Big D found the blessed sword. He stood up and pulled it out of the case. Take this. Big D crouched down a bit and threw the blessed sword at me, but it was a bit off. He was planning to assassinate me or what? He aimed it right in the middle of my forehead and threw it. As the sword approached, I leaned slightly to avoid it and gripped the sword tightly in my hand. Ah, finally, there is a reliable weapon to fight that long-haired ghost. Let go of me, I shouted and waved the sword in my hand. I've got to cut off this disgusting strand of hair first. I almost suffocated. I spun around, waved my blessed sword a few times, finally getting rid of the obnoxious hair that had been entangled with me. Oh damn, women's hearts are indeed unpredictable, even when she's dead. The ghost saw that she could not win over me, so she started playing tricks. Under the water, long strands of hair were creeping from my feet to my thighs, up to my groin, then tightly wrapped around my sensitive spot. Damn it, what kind of cruel game is this? I'm still a virgin. I can't predict that the ghost still has this dirty trick. The pain below made me go pale, being in the freezing cold water, but I could feel the waves of sweat. I couldn't resist this move, so I was dragged under the water again by the ghost. Below, the ghost was still waiting for me with her twisted, fiercely face. Waves of long black hair weaving through the water, approaching me, waiting to attack me. It's hard to imagine how a beautiful girl would turn into such a scary ghost when she died. I gripped the blessed sword tightly, held it in front of me, and intended to recite a few spells. But before I could do anything, the ghost controlled the hair wrapped around my body. Maybe she knew that wrapping around my legs couldn't do anything to me, so this time she wrapped my whole face and body, wrapping me like an Egyptian mummy. In the moment of danger, Simmons's words suddenly resounded in my head. He once taught me that if you can't resist the ghosts that are too strong, bite your own tongue. The pain will keep you awake, and living humans' fresh blood will also make those ghosts suffer. I did as my master told me, biting my tongue. Then, when I felt the fresh blood in my mouth, I felt much more awake. The tangled hair no longer bothered me anymore. Once I had freed my consciousness from the bondage, I firmly grasped the blessed sword with both hands, held it in front of me, and recited an incantation in my mind. Then, waves of water in the pool suddenly erupted violently. Just like the ocean waves, water splashed everywhere. Oh, so strong, really has the style of my brother. I followed the rising water and jumped up high. That strand of hair was also struggling with the water. Big D is standing dumbfounded by what is happening. I relied on the force of the water to quickly jump to the shore. Ghost right there is quite clever. It's seeing that can't do anything to me. Then, it immediately changes the target. While none of us was paying attention, it controlled the hair wrapped around Big D's ankles. Ah, Gregory, save me. The ghost wants to drag me down. After wrapping a few loops around Big D's ankles, the hair tied up and then began to drag him into the water. Big D panicked and called for help. Get me the fucking trigram mirrors. When I saw that the situation was not right, I quickly reacted. I turned around, used the blessed sword to cut off the hair, then asked Big D to find the trigram mirror. The mirror of trigrams, the mirror of trigrams, where are they, where are they? While Big D was still searching for a mirror in his mess, I was trying my best to fight the ghost, or more accurately, fighting with that damn hair. The blessed sword in my hand is swinging wildly. Here's the mirror. While I was fighting, Big D suddenly threw mirrors at me. Oh my, indeed, I'm not afraid of opponents like a god. I'm just afraid of teammates like pigs. He threw the mirror at me for no reason. He should have thrown it in the water. Like he doesn't have any basic knowledge. I don't know how he is the disciple of my master's teacher. It's true that when you're confused, you're even more confused. Luckily my mind turned around. I quickly used my hands, feet, and head to push the pieces of the trigram mirror into the lake, surrounding the water ghost in a circle. Use your head to push that hard thing. It hurts to death. Accept your fate, ghost. I let out a shout, then aimed at the glass skylight and threw the blessed sword forcefully. The blessed sword was quickly sucked into the center of the skylight. Then, a few trigrams of mirrors shone down with a bright, hot golden light from above. So we have subdued the water ghost then? Big D asked. Yes, we have. Big D and I stood on the shore and watched what happened. Now I can breathe a sigh of relief. Next, a circle of trigrams above the water was formed. After we have created this, it was only a small matter to subdue the other ghost. As expected, the ghost and her hair only struggled for a while. Then the ghost screamed and turned into waves of black smoke that was sucked into the skylight. You can rest assured, I will claim justice for your death. I saw that the ghost was completely subdued. I looked up at the skylight and said, "It's done here, now I'm going to meet the murderer. It is time for the play to end. Big D, you don't need to follow me, first go and call the police to come." "Oh, you came here, so everything at that pool was solved, right?" "Oh, that's right." The murderer seemed delighted to see me coming. He probably thinks his crimes are buried forever. Ha, it's not that easy. That's great. You're really talented. I will definitely pay you a fair amount, I appreciate it. But this firecard pendant is not good for you at all. If you keep wearing it like this, your business will be in trouble even more. While the other guy was rambling on about my merits, I approached him, picked up the card, and said a few words aimed at his flame-shaped talisman. "First, take off that necklace, then light a scented incense. I will do a little magic to help you get rid of bad luck." My eyes flashed a sly light, then spoke to the murderer. "Young man, you are indeed my savior, you are so thoughtful. I will definitely reward you after this incident. Ha, you should light the incense first." I took out candy and put it in my mouth while waiting for a good show to happen. The show has begun. As soon as the incense was lit, the murderer felt something was wrong. At the feet of him began to have water, each wave rising, making his face pale. "What happened? Please help me." The water rose so fast that it soon engulfed him. When the water had flooded the room, the ghost suddenly appeared behind the murderer. "Help, please help me." Even though I subdued the ghost, I still kept some remnants of her soul so she could take revenge on her own. The murderer pees on his pants with trembling hands, constantly begging me. "You tell the truth about the death of that young girl in your swimming pool, and I will save you." I will tell all. I killed that girl. I made a deal with Lewis. Sure enough, for his life, he confessed all his evil deeds. Exactly what I saw in the ghost's memory, only adding the part of editing the camera. As for the death of the sanitation worker, it must have been caused by the ghost to satisfy her resentment. Thank you for helping police solve another difficult case. It's okay. It is his duty. The police who came to arrest the murderer this time turned out to be an acquaintance. The pretty policewoman smiled and thanked me. Before I could say anything, Big D had already said it instead. While Lewis confessed, the police were already ambushed outside and heard everything. I don't mean to help the police either. I just want to claim justice for the dead. I've been tired for a long time. I'm so sleepy. I have to go home to sleep. You two want to talk? Just stay and talk. I'll call a taxi. My work is done here. I don't want to say anything more. I just want to go back to sleep. I want to ask you to help me with another case. It seems the beautiful policewoman has fully acknowledged my abilities. Before I left, Officer Valentine called me back and said she needed my help. This case is also related to someone's life. I suspect it's not caused by humans. Well, I really don't want to get involved with the police here at all. I have a serious headache. I need to rest a bit. I have to go back to sleep today. Come and find me later. We'll talk about this. Although I don't want to have anything to do with the police, what Miss Valentine said makes me unable to ignore it. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 9. What exactly is the other case? I ask. I have confidential data here. I asked for instructions from my superiors and brought them here. You can check it out before we go to the scene. After a long sleep, I also pulled my energy back a bit. The next evening, I call Officer Valentine, saying that I wanted to have a little information before accepting to help investigate the case. Anyway, I hope you will help us solve this case. The consequences of the case are not small at all. Many people have died. When she gave me the documents, the policewoman spoke in a very serious voice. Hey, wait, we couldn't just standing here. At least find a decent place. I know there is a restaurant. The food there is quite good, come with us. Go there and then freely discuss. Before I could receive the case file, Big D quickly grabbed it first. He wants to play the flirting game again. Let's go, let's go. A hungry belly has no ears. After saying that, he put his arm around my shoulders and pulled me away. Seeing that the policewoman was still standing there and refused to go, he persuaded her all the way. She finally had to follow. Here, give me this, and this too. I glanced at the corner of my eyes. Over half of the items on the menu, and Big D will pay for it today. Big D, are you not afraid to eat too much at night and cannot sleep? Why do you order so much? How much money is it? I turned to whisper to him. Well, I'm worried about Big D's stomach and wallet at the same time. Today I treat, Miss Valentine, don't be shy, eat to your heart's content. This restaurant is such a famous place, and I only brought even Gregory here for the first time. Oh really? It looks like Big D has a lot of money, doesn't he? Why do I find it hard to breathe? One side is full of love, and the other side is full of gunpowder. Is the money coming from your exorcism work, or is it from smuggling antiques? It seems that this beautiful policewoman is quite annoyed with Big D's flirting, making fun of her every time. Thus, Big D's quest to win the woman's heart seems difficult. What is this smuggling? Joking like that will make me panic. I only do business. Oh yeah, you two people, please talk. I have to go to the bathroom. Even though Big D denied it, I see a thick layer of sweat on his forehead. So why he goes to the bathroom right now, isn't that kind of change the subject on her? After Big D left, Miss Valentine took the confidential file and pushed it towards me. I hesitated for a few seconds and finally opened it. When I first saw the pictures inside, I was shocked. All of the victims in the photo were completely burned, making it difficult to distinguish them. On the skull, there was almost a hint of panic and surprise. This is the case I told you about. There were a series of people burned to death. The police also investigated the scene carefully 2 or 3 times but still could not detect whether this was a suicide or attempted murder. There was no trace of it. So we began to wonder if this is man-made or not. When I finished reading, the fear also faded. The policewoman continued to talk about the previous investigation direction. When I look at these photos, I also get the feeling that these crimes are not entirely man-made. In the past, when I followed my master, I also encountered a few similar cases. That's why we need your help, and we still have to give the victim an answer anyway. Actually, I think all cases have deep roots related to someone behind the curtain, but mixed in there will be related to spirituality. The food is here. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. After all, Miss Valentine said goodbye to me and told me that she had work to do at the police station, so she left first. Just then, the waiter brought the food in. I tried to invite her to eat with us, but I couldn't, so I let her go. Unfortunately, it looks like Big D will be disappointed this time. I was alone, looking at a table full of food. The food looks great and smells delicious, but I don't know why I don't want to eat it. I just want to go home to study the files and take an extra nap before rushing into the case. Oh, is Miss Valentine gone? Why don't you keep her? She has an urgent business, so she refuses to stay. Oh, okay, then we eat. Where are you going? Stay and eat. Big D seems to want to stay longer to solve the hearty food table, but I did not. On the contrary, I firmly want to go. Hey, you haven't eaten yet. So why are you all leave? Ah yes. Can you pack it for me? Big D saw me leaving and hurriedly ran after me. The restaurant manager saw that we hadn't moved our chopsticks, but came back and called after us. Big D asked the restaurant to pack the food and bring it back with him. Seriously, even I've been here since forever, I've only been to that restaurant a few times. I did spend so much money today to invite my precious friends, but no one wants to eat. It's really frustrating. Big D brought along boxes of food from the restaurant, whining as he walked. I listened to him the whole way home, and my ears were ringing. That night I studied the case file and fell asleep at some point. Then, in the morning, I saw Big D sitting at the dining table. In his hand was a big lobster we brought home yesterday. It's still early in the morning, but why do you eat so many heavy foods? Are you not afraid of hurting your belly? I saw that he was so enthusiastic, so I got excited to tease him a bit. I have to go to the crime scene today. I said. Today? Wait for me, I want to go too. When Big D heard that I wanted to go to the crime scene, he quickly dropped the lobster in his hand and ran after me. Ah, hello, Miss Valentine. Good morning. That beautiful policewoman has been waiting for us. Surely this is not the first time you are investigating these extraordinary murder cases, are you? Are there any psychological obstacles? This is the first time I see a dead body, and I'm a little nervous. I still didn't say anything yet, but Big D already said it instead. This guy. We walked for about 20 minutes to get there. The first scene was a house in an old apartment complex. Strangely, the fire did not affect the old apartment in the slightest, and if saying this is normal, none shall ever believe that. Wait a minute. After the elevator reached the victim's floor, I saw the fat guy hurrying out and stopped him. Is something wrong? This is a house where there are murdered people, so beware of being haunted. I'm half joking, but I see Big D was a bit annoying. Is it true? Of course it's true. Why must I lie to you? So, do you see something? It's okay, I see nothing, and I don't have any strange feelings. Let's go. This fat guy is really a coward. I just want to tease him a bit, but it seems he is scared to death. We quickly found the apartment where the victim lived. Does the dirty thing follow us? I do not know. Don't be like that. Take down your glass and observe. Please. Big D followed closely behind me, trembling while walking. The front of the victim's apartment door was sealed. Miss Valentine opened the seal a little to let us in. It is here. Why do I feel so cold? I lowered my glasses to observe. After taking off my glasses, I looked around. Did you see anything? Surrounded by scorched pieces, there were traces of fire everywhere. The police also draw white chalk on the floor to signify. I looked around for a while when Big D asked to break the silence. Not yet. Or are the souls of the dead not here? From time to time, Big D comes up with some good ideas. Indeed, that I can collect no more information here. I went around looking a few more times, but it was okay. Not a single worthwhile find could be found here. Let's go to the bedroom and the rest. There's nothing here. Okay, let's go. It looks like the policewoman is also very impatient either. Still no findings? She asks. There are none. Strangely, I searched the house, but my eyes didn't detect anything. Hey, Gregory? Do you remember the previous cases? When you touched the soul of someone, you could see a part of their memories before they died. So, is it possible to do that when you touch their body? The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, then suddenly Big D gave a not-so-bad idea. I'm not sure, I've never tried it. If you haven't tried it, try it now, it's okay. If we don't succeed, we will find another way later. Big D said as he pushed Miss Valentine and me to the car. We went to the hospital where the first victim's body was stored. After arriving, the three of them went inside. Miss Valentine said something to the securities, and then a hospital employee led us to the morgue. The body was very badly burned. It was even scarier than in the pictures. You have to prepare yourself mentally. Mortuary staff carried out the removal of the body. Miss Valentine told me to prepare myself mentally. I'm a bit scared too. The morgue staff brought the body out after a while of struggling. Me and Big D approached together. Although I was warned when I saw the corpse's condition, Big D and I both turned pale. Our facial muscles constricted, showing our fear. The corpse was destroyed with almost only bones left, and even the bones were burned black. A stench hit our noses. I have to go to the bathroom for a while. Luckily I haven't eaten anything this morning, or else I would have vomited a bunch. But Big D is not so lucky. This morning he ate a lot. I saw him quickly cover his mouth and run out. I've let you see this embarrassing situation. I looked at Big D until he disappeared. Then looked at Miss Valentine again. Truly a professional police officer, her face was calm and without any color change. Hurry up and get to work. Oh, okay, let's begin. I was a little embarrassed, but Miss Valentine didn't seem to care much either. Instead, she urged me to touch the body quickly. I used one hand to cover my eyes. With another trembling hand, I touched the corpse. That's terrible. I don't want to touch it. But as soon as I touched the corpse, a strange feeling came. One by one, blurry images began to appear before my eyes, and then they gradually became clearer, which proved that we had succeeded. I saw a big fat man sitting watching TV at night. What the hell is that? He was watching a movie when suddenly a red flame appeared in the room. Surprised, he stands up to see what was happening. The fire was getting bigger and bigger, gradually gathering into a human form, causing the big fat man to run away, screaming while running. But he hadn't called out a few times when the other thing caught up with him, and it reached out its flaming hand towards him. Then, the other hand touched the big fat man, causing his whole body to burn. Despite crimson flames gradually burning him, the man can only remain silent. He cannot scream or move, only his twisted face shows the horror and pain of being burned alive. I seem to feel the same pain as the fat man. I feel so hot, so painful that I have to scream. At that moment, Miss Valentine grabbed my shoulder and called out to me. "Are you okay? What did you see?" I stood dumbfounded for a few minutes. Then Miss Valentine broke the silence. At this point, I also recovered. I saw a man fat was burned by a flame that has a human form. I began to recount what I had seen earlier. So we have a lead on this case. Let's get out of here first. Why are you two out here? How's it going? On the hospital corridor, we meet Big D walking from the toilet towards the morgue. Oh, yeah, it's burned to death. When I heard Big D ask, I hesitated for a moment and then said a somewhat meaningless sentence. I am still confused by what I have just seen and felt. Oh, I know it's burned to death, but who burns them? What did you see? Quickly tell me. Where are you two going? Big D saw us moving quickly and quickly ran after us, asking all sorts of questions while walking. But right now, we were both lost in our own thoughts, neither of us answering him. Miss Valentine took us to a restaurant near the hospital to talk, but neither of us spills out a word. She ordered us 2 portions of steak, 7 parts cooked. Normally we all love steak, but today looking at the half-roasted meat with a little bit of red made us want to vomit. Why don't you eat? I treat you too today. What are you worried about? Ah yes, we ate right away. Oh my gosh, it's the first time I've eaten such a hard meal. You two say something. What do you think about the other case? The people who were burned to death were employees of a black credit lending company. Most likely, the flame came to take revenge. Miss Valentine ate while analyzing the case with us. But we still don't know who the person that becomes the flame of vengeance is. This case is still very troublesome. Then why don't you try touching the remaining corpses? Maybe there's a new clue. Suddenly Big D said something that made the hairs on my neck shiver. Just so, you go to touch the remaining burned corpse to see what information we can get from them. It's the first time I've seen the two of them get along so well. This juxtaposition makes me shiver. After saying that, they both stared at me with sly faces. I'm scared. If I don't agree, it won't be done with them. This meal is really hard to eat. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 10. Under the combined pressure of the policewoman and Big D, I can only agree with them. I would have to directly touch the bodies burned to death to find out the truth. After receiving my consent, Miss Valentine quickly called the director to gather the bodies of people burned to death for me to have a look. After everything was done, she took us to the hospital, where the bodies were gathered. Hurry up, don't worry too much, don't you have experienced before? Seeing me hesitate a bit in front of the hospital gate, Big D grabbed my shoulder and pushed me in. His goddess seemed to like his modernity, but I didn't. Due to an accident, the corpses were mixed up. We tried to get rid of the corpses, but there are a few burned corpses that we cannot identify. You have to did it one by one. The one in charge this time is still the one who helped us move the first body out. Thank you. Come and have lunch with me when you have free time, said Miss Valentine. Okay, no problem. The medical officer handed over the morgue area to us and turned around. Are you mentally prepared thoroughly before use? Then let's go in. Big D seems to be even more excited than I am. He already opened the door for me. The scene that appeared when I entered the morgue this time, I probably won't be able to forget for the rest of my life. Inside were beds full of charred corpses that we could no longer identify, a stench that had been masked but still made people's noses prickle. What are you waiting for? Because I was too bewildered, I did not have time to react. I just stood blankly, looking ahead. While I was standing still, Big D suddenly pushed me towards a corpse. This damn fat guy. The push suddenly makes me almost slammed into the deck of charred bodies. This situation was awful. Where did you get this gas mask? Why don't you give me one? Even pushing me, my face almost touched the body, damn it. I scolded Big D, sorry I was a bit harsh. But I didn't mean it, but I only have one of these masks. Oh my gosh, what did I do to have to work with this damn fat guy? I try not to scold him again and go to touch the corpse first. The jumbled pieces of memory gradually surfaced in my mind. I saw a burning car. The first corpse was not the one I was looking for. I continued to touch others, but several times in a row still failed to reach the right person we were looking for. Hey, have you found it yet? Not yet. Why is it so difficult? The corpses have not been harvested yet? Big D said. Or should I impart this ability to you so that you can quickly find it for me? I heard him talk but got angry, so I yelled at him. Suddenly, while scolding Big D, my hand touched a corpse. This time I seemed to have sensed something. I quickly stopped talking and focused on feeling. I saw an image of a man running away. Behind him, 3 or 4 shadows were chasing. I had a very strong feeling that this man on the run was the fire ghost. Running for a long time, the man was starting to lose strength. He was forced to stop. The 4 shadows catch up to him. 4 tall men in black uniforms are indeed credit card companies. The man tried to drag a few more steps, but he was exhausted and could not go very far. The other 4 stepped closer. Please forgive me. I will pay back your money. I will pay. The man saw that there was no way to escape and quickly pleaded. We forgave you. Who forgave us? You owe a very long time. Begging the debt all over again. This time you poke my boss Angrius already. The first person who died on fire that I knew was the one who stood up to speak. His face when talking looked extremely fierce. I will definitely pay as soon as possible. Please spare me for a few days to collect the money. 3 days, in 3 days, I will pay you. The other man knelt, clasped his hands, and begged the other 4 debt collectors. How many bad days do you promise? Don't joke, okay? No fun in the slightest. Your wife and children have all left. How can you guarantee you won't run away? The other guy didn't sympathize with this but also angrily shouted at the debtor man's face. Don't say useless words. I have to teach you a lesson today so that you can hand it over to the boss. After saying that, he waved his hand to the person behind him carrying a can of gasoline to go forward. The guy with the gas can quickly step up, and then he poured the entire can on the man's body. Please don't. I beg you. After draining the gas can, the leader took out a lighter and turned it on. The man who was kneeling saw this and immediately panicked and begged repeatedly. Because of the panic, the debtor man jumped up to grab the lighter from the debt collector's hand. This action caught them all by surprise. During the struggle, the lighter unfortunately fell directly on the kneeling man. The fire met gasoline and immediately ignited strongly. This sudden situation was not the one the 4 debt collectors wanted. They stood there dumbfounded for a long time. The fire continued to burn and spread more and more fiercely. After standing for a moment in a daze, the debt collectors, seeing the fire burning more and more intense, panicked and quickly ran away, even though the young man was burned alive. How is it? Have you discovered anything? Are you okay? I felt the heat of the fire and screamed in pain. Big D and the policeman saw this and rushed over to me. Wait a minute. I want to go to the bathroom for a bit. I said. I feel like I can't take it anymore. I'm about to throw up. I rushed to the bathroom. After I vomited and vomited, I felt mentally stable a bit. After I finished vomiting, I went to the sink and flushed the faucet. I immediately scooped a few large handfuls of water on my face with my hand. I had to force my spirit to sober up. I look in the mirror and think. Anyway, I have to follow this case to the end. Did you discover something just now? Big D asked me. I stood in front of the mirror for a few more minutes and then went out. At this time, Big D and Miss Valentine also came out of the morgue. When Big D saw me coming, he quickly asked. I immediately stabilized my emotion, rearranged the words, and then described the scene that I see to them. So we were right. One party owes a debt, and the other party collects debt. The other person died so tragically that he turned into a ghost and returned to take revenge. The next target of that fire ghost must be the boss behind the black credit company. We have to act on it. Although those black credits are cruel, the devil can't be allowed to take life. After all, there are laws. So what are you waiting for? We must quickly come to the black credit company. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, stop the ghosts and bring justice to the wicked black credit company. After listening to it, Big D spoke in a firm voice and sounded very eloquent. The head of the black credit company was almost caught a few times, but he was able to avoid it and also caused our police to suffer a few times. The policewoman took our car and drove us to the lair of the black credits. He has an evil just cunning, is a formidable name. Our police tracked these busy but could not catch the tail of him. It seems that the root of the name of the leader of the black credits is quite certain. Well, sometimes I find the police useless. How many criminals roaming outlaw like that? Big D said. You think being a cop is easy? We have to rely on measuring anything that forced the clutter, which will also need proof. Valentine argued. It's the first time I've seen Big D disgruntled with his goddess. Or, that would have expressed his dissatisfaction with the law. We talked for a while. Then the car also drove to the destination. Miss Valentine parked the car in a hidden corner, and we got out. Looks like something happened. We just got off the car when I saw a faint red light in the distance. Big D slammed the car door and followed me closely. Damn it. What the hell is going on? I don't know any guy daring to set fire to our company. But the camera doesn't record anymore. We approached and saw 2 guys scowling, holding fire extinguishers, and cursing in their mouths. I think this is because the fire ghost has already taken action. I try to remove sunglasses down to probe the presence of the ghost train. The ghost isn't here. I can't feel anything. Unfortunately, I looked around a few times but didn't see anything. If we can't find it outside, let's go inside and find it. The policewoman heard me say that and immediately said something that startled me. Get inside? Are you kidding? Hey, who are you guys? What are you doing here? I saw her striding toward the door. Well, she's not joking. But before they reached the door, one of the 2 men with a fire extinguisher stopped Miss Valentine. She didn't answer but directly pushed the other guy's hand away. While both of them were surprised, we quickly went inside. Hey, stop. Who are you? The other 2 men returned to their senses and quickly chased after us. There were also a few other big bullies inside, all wanting to stop us. The policewoman saw this and did not say much. She directly broke the finger of a guy who reached out to block the road, causing him to scream in pain. Another guy saw such a situation and rushed to throw his fist at the policewoman. Indeed, that guy doesn't measure himself. The other guy didn't have time to touch the police officer when she punched him in the chest. Then he took another powerful kick. When Big D and I saw Valentine's strength, we both gasped in fear. If we hadn't known it in advance, we wouldn't have been able to associate the slim and pretty girl with those terrifying blows. The rest of the guys also rushed in, but they couldn't do anything to Miss Valentine. On the contrary, they all were beaten up. In just a moment, she filled the ground with big people screaming in pain, some even kneeling and begging for forgiveness. The scene looked very hilarious. However, one guy who didn't know his own strength rushed in and was blown away. After solving that guy, no one dared to step forward to stop her. Let's go. What are you doing standing there? Valentine said. Ah yes, we go now. When Big D and I were called in, we immediately answered in a trembling that didn't stop. Indeed, it would be best if you didn't offend minors and women. It's too scary. Oh, this one. Is this put here to block the other soul from entering? I went to the elevator with them and discovered an altar and a painting. There was a seal in front of the picture. I looked at the altar for a long time, several thoughts flashing in my mind. Why are you still standing there? Come in here. Big D called me. Okay. It looks like they didn't hear what I mumbled. I heard Big D call and quickly answered and followed into the elevator. Why did you loaded the gun? Inside the elevator, Miss Valentine took out a pistol and inserted a magazine. I saw this and asked in a panic. I dimly realized that I was about to face an unforeseeable danger. This is the second time I saw the gun in real life. My heart throbbed constantly. These guys are very dangerous, so be prepared. After reloading, she hid the pistol behind her back. At this time, the elevator door also opened. I was the first to step out of the elevator. Seeing the scene in front of me made the hairs on my neck stand up. There were several black muzzles all pointed at us. When we were completely out of the elevator, I discovered we were surrounded. There were more than a dozen people holding guns pointing directly at us. Big D and I started raising our arms in fear as a surrender gesture. Only Miss Valentine was able to maintain a calm face like she was used to scenes like this. Hello, long time no see. Suddenly a few people stood to one side. Then a deep voice rang out. A person walked over, and it seems that the person coming is the boss of this black credit company. What wind brought you here, beautiful officer? Forcibly breaking into my company, how do you explain it? The owner of the black credit company is a middleman that has a foxy-looking guy. He just walked out and repeatedly said some sharp sarcasm. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 11. What did you come here for this time? What do you want to investigate again? This time, it's going to be hard to get out of here. The leader didn't seem to be joking. If he found out that we already knew everything, maybe we'd take a few bullets to the head. Hey, what are we supposed to do? Shouldn't he just stand still and let us take the initiative? I asked. After a few minutes, he was not happy and ordered his subordinates to shoot us a few bullets, and we're done. You should calm down first. I found the situation where they pointed the gun at me a bit panic, but not to the extent like Big D. As for the policewoman, she was strangely calm. I don't know if it was because she found out about my plan or because her bravery was too strong. Hey, Gregory, why do you look so calm? Is it possible that you have taken any measures? Big D saw that Miss Valentine didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he turned to me. I also didn't want him to worry too much, so I told him I found a way to deal with these gangsters. Oh, that's great, but you didn't tell me sooner. Could you tell me something? Have you forgotten the fire ghost? Big D's bad habit is his forgetfulness, but I also patiently answer him. Oh, but didn't you see that fire ghost here? So how does it help us get out of this situation? When Big D heard my answer, he asked me a little loudly. Fortunately, he still knows how to keep his voice from letting the others hear. Stop talking, focus. We prepare to counterattack. I didn't answer Big D's question this time but slightly turned my eyes to the elevator door and asked him to focus more. Damn it. We need to be careful. It looks like our accomplices are coming. At this time, there is movement on the elevator side. The big brother thought we had more comrades to support us, so he was very vigilant. Some of the guys stopped pointing their guns at us and moved closer to the elevator doors, and they still aimed their guns at the front. Thanks to that, the encirclement where we were was relaxed. But they waited for a while, and the elevator door still didn't open. Of course, the noise wasn't made by our comrades. The thing inside the elevator wasn't human. They kept staring at the elevator. After a while, from the gap between the two doors, there was a fire coming out. gradually the fire grew bigger and gathered into a strange shape. Slowly, the flames finally gathered into a ferocious human form, the very fire ghost I've been waiting for all this time. Although the phenomenon in front of them was extremely bizarre, it was as expected that the reflexes of criminals were extremely good. They were only slightly bewildered for the first few seconds, then immediately pulled the trigger and fired at the fire ghost. We also took advantage of this time to take down the guys standing nearby. But how did they shoot the ghost? It's not human, it's just a vengeful spirit. The bullet shot and passed through the fire ghost. The fire ghost also began to attack the criminals. It launched a flame towards the man who had just fired the gun, instantly causing the gun to get hot and let go of his hand, causing him to lose the gun. Another guy saw this and fired a few more consecutive shots at the fire ghost, but obviously didn't affect it in the slightest. But the bullet successfully angered the fire ghost. It quickly extended its flaming hand towards the shooter. The hot fire hand pressed on the face of the criminal, causing him so much pain that he couldn't scream. His eyes were white, his face was white and blue, it looked very scary. These damn brat, daring to point a gun at me, you guys are disgusting, haven't seen the coffin yet shed tears. I just haven't fought in a long time, and I don't want to show off my skills, so I just stand there. Do you think I'm scared of you? In another corner, Big D is fighting very skillfully. Well, normally, I think he's a coward, can't do anything. Okay, stop it already. Another hit will kill you. We have other things to do. Even though it's been a while since I've vented my anger like that, I wouldn't say I liked watching him beat them to death, so I stepped forward to dissuade him. Watch out, don't look down on me. Okay, stop scowling. Those guys have been beaten to death by you, lost half their lives already. I have to work very hard to get this stubborn fat guy out there. I don't know what drug he's been hit with, but he's really strong. The boss of the black credit company saw the disadvantage and quickly ran into the office to hide, but the fire ghost couldn't let him escape. It destroys every person, and then the last person will be that guy. The whole room was surrounded by fire, and the big boss shivered when he saw this. No, don't come near me. He suddenly remembered something and put his hand in his chest. Then I saw him pull out a water-shaped card pendant. As soon as he held out the card in front of him, a barrier appeared in front of him. It turns out that the card has the ability to create a barrier that protects him from the attack of the fire ghost. The fire ghost couldn't break through the barrier. I wanted to teach him a lesson before he was caught, so I couldn't stand by and watch him stay safe forever. I took out a coin and threw it at him. My coin accurately hit the water-shaped card in his hand, shattering the glass card. That also means that the barrier protecting him disappears. At this moment, the big brother looked both surprised at being attacked and panicking when see that the barrier was broken. Before he could regain his composure, the fire ghost quickly reached out a hot, fiery hand to the big boss's face. His expression changed from surprise to panic. The boss was caused by the fire to scream in pain. Hey, take it, let's quickly put out the fire. It will be dangerous for a long time. Why do we have to save those guys? Of course, I also know that they are very cruel, but when I go on duty with the police, I should obey some laws, so I asked 2 people with fire extinguishers to save people. Fortunately, because this fire ghost is not too strong, its fire will not kill anyone if saved in time. So, do you want to see a lot of people die? Big D still scowled when I said it, but if his goddess said one word, he immediately followed. Oh, there's a difference between people and people. We took turns with fire extinguishers to put out the fire that surrounded the criminals, and the most damaged guy got a big burn on his face. The fire ghost also saw our actions. When he saw us doing that, he thought we were in the same group as the criminals because we saved the boss and ruined his plan. The flaming ghost was now enraged to attack us. I saw that it wanted to attack Miss Valentine, who was closest to it, so I quickly took out a coin and shot it at its flaming hand. The fire ghost that was attacked turned back and looked at me with a fierce face and hateful eyes. It seems to want to change its attack target to me, but this is also my intention. Big D, quickly give me the blessed sword. When I saw that the situation followed my plan, I tell Big D to quickly give me a weapon to deal with this fire ghost. Big D knew the emergency, so he threw the fire extinguisher in his hand and opened the toolbox he brought from under the car to get the sword, then threw it at me. I precisely grabbed the sword, then started slashing at the fire ghost. Wherever I slashed, small flames fell out and extinguished immediately. I even cut off the fire ghost's hand. The fire ghost seemed to be very angry now. It stopped attacking me and started dodging to buy time like it was thinking of countermeasures. Oh no, I can see the hand that was slashed into the air grow back. It turns out it stopped to give the body time to recover. Sooner or later, you will be captured by me, don't waste effort anymore. Quickly surrender. The moment it stopped, I stopped too, slung the blessed sword on my shoulder, and threatened the fire ghost. You're so stubborn. I told you sooner or later I'd subdue you. Unfortunately, the fire ghost didn't seem to understand what I said, but it continued to attack me after recovering. I am ready. While I was fighting the fire ghost, Big D found the clay pot and put it on the ground. This time, Big D worked really well with me. When I saw that everything was done, I picked up the momentum, took the blessed sword, and rushed towards the fire ghost. Oh raging resentment spirit, quickly surrender. But I don't stab the sword into the fire ghost anymore, but jump over it directly, then point the tip of the sword down and chant a spell. Oh raging resentment spirit, quickly surrender. I landed safely on the ground. The sword then stabbed right in the middle of the earthen pot that Big D had put down earlier, then repeated the sentence I just read. Do you remember when I followed Mr. Simmons before? I have subdued evil spirits this way. As soon as the pot broke, waves of lamentation sounded from hell, and black smoke spread around the earthen pot. The spirit of the fire ghost was sucked into the pot by a strong attraction. Done. The flaming ghost struggled and screamed but could not resist. Very quickly, it disappeared. The black smoke around the earthen pot and the horrible groans also disappeared. Good job, lad. I'm worried you won't be able to deal with the fire ghost. Because it's not as strong as you imagine. In the end, everything was resolved. Earlier, Miss Valentine had called her comrades to help. They quickly took the seriously injured people to the hospital. Those criminals did not lose their lives, but in the end, they had to pay a heavy price, and the big brother was imprisoned for life. It's over, so it's not our business here. Let's take a taxi back first. I said. Oh, sorry. I have to stay behind to deal with this, so I can't drive you two home. Thanks for the help again this time. Next time when you have free time, I will invite the two of you to have steak," said Valentine. "Oh, isn't it steak again?" Hearing this, we were both a little moody. We still remember the burning corpses, especially when I touched them with my own hands. "Oh, it turns out that you impacted the altar outside, so that how the fire ghost could get in. If I didn't quickly fix a few things on the altar, we might be smelling the earth from a few bullets. Hey, wait for me. Why are you going so fast?" We went out to wait for a taxi to go home. The fat man cannot walk fast, so he kept shouting. We waited about 5 minutes before we caught the car and got in. "Are you tired? Why doesn't your face look good?" The fat man got into the car and saw me thinking. He immediately asked, Although we did it for free this time, we helped the police solve two difficult problems. It will be easier to ask them for help later. Oh no, I'm not thinking about that. I'm just thinking about the 2 fire and water cards that can ward off resentment. Big D thinks I'm upset because I don't get paid, but I'm not that kind of person. The 2 cards seem to have been made by the same person, but in this area. But who else is capable of crafting that thing? I started my guess in a slightly tentative voice. And I wasn't surprised when Big D broke out a cold sweat from hearing what I just said. Did you hide something from me? Otherwise, why would you change your face and break out in a cold sweat when you heard me say that? I asked him, because I feel like peeing, and I have to stay there for so long. But do you think I have something to hide? It's obvious that you have a habit of being startled, but you dare to pretend to refute my words fiercely. I didn't do anything, don't think about it, don't think badly of me. The fat guy saw that he was angry at me and immediately lowered his voice, making me even more suspicious. Driver, hurry up, I want to go home to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to pee in my pant. As if he was afraid that I would ask again, he jumped up and urged the driver to drive faster. Oh my God, I'm so lucky to be back in time. As soon as he got home, Big D immediately ran to the bathroom. I planned to wait for him to come out and then ask again. Hello, is there anything you need? I faintly heard Big D talking on the phone with someone. Oh, it's Mr. Harris? Is that cabinet you want to sell? Big D seems to have heard something good. His voice is quite excited. Okay, I'll check it out right away. Probably in about 20 minutes. Big D comes out of the toilet. I heard him dating someone on the phone. Hey, young man, don't think about it anymore. Hurry up and make money with me. I need your help in checking something. Big D finished the timer, hung up the phone, and quickly happily told me. Where are you going? I just sat down for less than 5 minutes. Don't take the job first and then ask me for help like that. Come on, don't be angry, hurry up, or you'll be late. I don't want to go, but the fat guy keeps pulling me. I finally surrendered under his tongue. Big D successfully dragged me into the car. I want to ask you to use your yin-yang eyes to check something for me. That thing is a medieval artifact, owned by an old man named Harris. I lost half a sentence and heard half of it, and the fat man kept saying it. That thing is worth it, and whether he wants to sell it to us or just want us to check it, we get a good deal. I listened for a while and fell asleep. I'm so tired today. Hey Gregory, wake up. We've arrived. I slept for a while when I heard Big D loudly calling me to wake up. Is anybody at home? I followed Big D standing in front of Mr. Harris' house. Big D quickly knocked on the door and asked, "Oh, you guys are here already. Please come in." The house owner was an old man who looked quite sick and pale, and I observed that his house had quite a lot of medicine. When I see what I need to check, I know why I need to use my yin-yang eyes. That thing is a wooden cabinet, smells nice, and looks very nice, but a sealed charm on the cabinet looks really weird. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 12. What's inside that sealed cabinet? At first, I thought the thing to be checked was this cabinet, but now I guess it's not. That thing is sealed inside the cabinet. I don't know what's so scary that it's full of seal on it. That is the money, Big D said to me. Let me take it out for you to see, said Harris. In Big D's eyes, there is only money. This guy is really a money lover. Harris didn't keep us waiting for long. Just a few minutes after, he said he would take the contents out right away. After speaking, Mr. Harris walked over to the cabinet and opened the door, and I caught a glimpse of what was inside. Inside the cabinet is a beautifully carved wooden box. It seems so new compared to what Big D says about it. It's so new I don't think it's been kept since the Middle Ages until now. After taking out the box, Mr. Harris carefully carried the box to the next table, and I noticed that he carefully protected it. That's also true. This thing gives off an expensive smell. If something happens to it, it's only a shame to death. Here, I want to ask you to check this box, if you can buy it. I don't know how valuable it is. Mr. Harris carefully set the box down on the table, then turned to talk to us. I don't know his relationship with Big D, but he trusted Big D with a valuable item when he didn't know the value. Is he not afraid of being deceived? Oh, this box is really beautiful. After all these years it still looks like new. Rest assured, I will definitely give you a good result and a great price. I saw Big D staring at the box, his eyes shining. I even thought I saw a mountain of money in those eyes. This box, its condition is amazing. After saying that, Big D picked up the box, carefully turned it around to look at it. He even uttered several exclamations about the quality of the box, enough to see that he would definitely buy it at any cost. Okay, this box is really good. I appreciate its quality very much. You can give me a price, and I'll consider. After watching for a long time, Big D was satisfied. He immediately began to negotiate the price, but his eyes still couldn't leave the box. I trust you. You can price it yourself. Okay, I guess you would say that too. Wait for me a minute to consider. Oh, is there really such an easygoing customer? If you haven't eaten pork, can you still see the pig running? Could it be that he didn't think to take this opportunity to pay a little higher price? I couldn't understand it. I was even a bit confused and a little bit disbelieving what I just heard. I have some money with me. You should take it first. Well, I have a feeling that Big D already knows how much the transaction will spend today, while before that, he didn't even know if the transaction was this box or that cabinet. That is the true genius of a capitalist. Oh yes, actually, I also really like this box. I feel close to it. It has been with my family for a long time, so even though I don't care too much about antiques, I have no intention of selling it to anyone. But unfortunately, at this time, my illness is getting worse. I need some money to take care of my life. As it turned out, how could he be so lenient? I guess they are acquaintances too. Mr. Harris was afraid to sell to others and be cheated, so he invited to Big D, but if the price were too high, he would not agree to buy it, so it was up to him. After the transaction was completed, we said goodbye to Mr. Harris. Big D happily carried the box out of the car, and I looked into the house with a little wistfulness. Big D, do you think that Harris is sick that he needs money so urgently? It doesn't matter. We can make a lot of money selling that ancient box. This guy is only money and money. I really can't see how he takes advantage of people's difficult times to make money. By the way, I know this is precious, but how much can it sell for you to look so happy? I was silent for a while. After thinking for a while, I couldn't help but ask. A very good price. I'm only revealing so much in advance. How much is a bargain? Why are you so open-minded? When I asked him, he replied while smiling mysteriously, how much money can't be said directly but must be vague like that. What's the hurry? Get some sleep, wake up, and you'll know it right away. Big D saw me scowling, then he joked, this damn fat guy, getting more and more obnoxious. What are you making? Why are you suddenly interested in cooking today? After returning home, we rested a bit. In the evening, Big D suddenly said that he wanted to cook some delicious food, which surprised me. I didn't even know he could cook after living together for so long. I stood outside, gnawing at an apple while asking, I'm in a good mood today, and I want to make you a treat. You just need to be in charge of eating. Well, why do you care so much? When I heard that, I silently continued to nibble on the apple. However, the food he makes looks pretty good and smells good. I wonder if he learned how to cook somewhere before. Well, it looks like restaurant food. Where did you learn to cook from? I have a natural talent. Well, I better not talk to him anymore. I should just worry about eating and drinking. There are many dishes on the table, and each dish is fragrant and beautifully decorated. That combination made my stomach growl. I didn't say much but moved my hands and feet to eat. I already made delicious food for you to eat. Can you help me stay here for the night? Now I know the feeling that no meal is free. It turns out he had a purpose. I felt that the delicious meal just now was like the last meal made for prisoners before the execution day in the movies. I also ate someone else's food, so I should accept his asking in return. I can't throw up the food and return it. After taking out the blanket and leaving me a favor like that, Big D happily went to his room to sleep. I wasn't sleepy yet, so I took off my glasses and lay down on my phone for a while. I texted Mr. Simmons, told him about what had happened, about the strangeness of the 2 fire and water cards that could ward off demons that had appeared before. I said that I think the person making those things wants to compete with me, or pretend to be an acquaintance who wants to make a profit. But strangely enough, my master told me not to worry about it anymore. This attitude is the same as Big D's attitude the other day. It's really confusing. I doubt it but can't think of anything. I lay on the phone for a while and then fell asleep without realizing it. It looks like I slept for a while. Around the middle of the night, there were some noises in my ears, so I woke up dimly. I was a bit dizzy at first, but then I saw a man in sight, so I got up and rubbed my eyes. At first, I thought the thief broke the lock and went in to steal things. But when I raised my hand to rub my eyes briefly, I realized that I was not wearing glasses. The person I saw was most likely not a living person. I saw him stop at the antiques and hold a piece of furniture. This looks quite real, but it appears to be fake. Isn't it true? No, fake. I watched from afar. The man had his back to me, but I could faintly hear him muttering something in his mouth. Fake. Definitely fake. Then I suddenly heard him scream and hurl the thing in his hand to the ground, causing it to burst. This thing, this vase, it's fake too. After that, he continued to pick up a box and mumbled again. It's fake. This is fake. This one is fake. That one is fake too. He kept throwing things over and over. It looks like he wants to get rid of all the things he considers antiques. Oh man, why did you let him destroy all my things? Suddenly, Big D heard movement or something and panicked and ran out and looked at me complaining. These things are worth it even if they are fake. How can you say that throwing them away means throwing them away? If ghosts do it, who will pay me? This is the ghost in the ancient box. You need to capture it. Big D had prepared the clay pot and the blessed sword. He gave it to me and urged me to subdue the ghost quickly. It seemed like he knew in advance that the ghost would appear or something and prepared himself. Why don't you talk to me about this? I instinctively questioned Big D before agreeing with him to subdue the other ghost. Just now when I got home, Harris called to tell me, I think with what I've seen at his house, and I told you to guard here, you've come up with something. But stop talking too much. It's about to destroy all of my stuff. Hurry up, I'm almost dead tired, and I don't have a brain to reason. Urging what I do not know, I am angry. Eat a meal and do a lot of work. We are a symbiotic relationship of mutual benefit. Don't say that, hurry and hurry. This fake. While we struggled to answer, the other ghost continued to pick up each item to look at and smash it. I really couldn't stand Big D's tongue. so after being urged a few times, I took the blessed sword in my hand, and the earthen pot gave it to Big D to choose the location. "O evil spirit, listen to my orders and quickly stop. Let go of attachment. Hurry to reincarnate. I think that man's soul is very attached to fake antiques, and for some reason, he resides in the ancient box, so I chose a suitable spell to subdue him." After reciting the 2 incantations, I did the same thing as before, hurling my sword towards the earthen pot. The sword stuck in the middle of the pot created a hole in the door of hell, but this time before he could hear the groan of the evil spirit and the thick black smoke, the man's soul was sucked by a strong force. "Goodbye, go get reincarnated, man. Let's just say I'll give you some of those things." This time, the process of recovering evil spirits is incredibly fast. Big D looks relieved and excited. "I must be very grateful to you. You have helped me a lot. I'll give you a kiss as my thanks." Big D happily turned to thank me. Suddenly, he kissed my left cheek lightly. It made the hairs on the back of my neck sweat. So much fun, finally making money. "That fat guy, you're perverted. After that damn fat man did that disgusting act, he threw me into the room, leaving me with an indescribable disgust. I went to sleep, hugging my hatred filled with disgust. The next morning, I woke up and forgot about it for a bit. I prepared carefully, then put on my glasses. When I finished, I sat down at the table to eat. The food was prepared, but Big D was nowhere to be seen. He left me a note saying he was going down to the tea shop downstairs to meet a customer. The food and drinks are still hot, so Big D must have just left not long ago. I finished breakfast, gathered a little, washed the dishes, then put on my coat and went down to the tea house downstairs. Big D chose a very conspicuous sitting position, so as soon as I went down, I saw him as well as heard the cheerful voice convincing the opposite customer to buy that old box. It seems that the other customer is also extremely satisfied. I walked over to the pitcher of filtered water and poured some water. While collecting the water, I looked over to where Big D was looking. I saw the rich-looking guest take out a suitcase. "I have prepared all the money in here. Big D, please count carefully." When the rich guest opened the suitcase, I almost lost my eyes. Inside the suitcase was full of neatly arranged piles of dollars. At first, I just looked at it and calmly drank the water, but after looking closely, I was scared to spit all the water out of my mouth. Is that box worth that much money? You say it's superfluous. It's obvious. I quickly covered my mouth with my hand, stammering to ask Big D. He looked at me with disdain. "Oh, I just got a good deal today. I'll invite you to dinner." "All right, see you soon." I saw Big D happily greeting the other guests, and then he immediately called someone to make an appointment to eat. It looks like peach blossoms are flying everywhere. I thought he only had his goddess, the beautiful policewoman. Who would have thought this would be the case? Then we went home. Big D kept the money carefully in his safe box. He fidgeted for a long time. "I've got to go, so I'll ask you to give it to Harris for me." Next, Big D handed me a sealed bag and asked me to bring it to Mr. Harris, who sold us the ancient box. Remember to be careful. When he finished the assignment, he began to prepare. He groomed his clothes to look shiny. "I don't think you should go out today. It is said that one day there will be a lucky thing, there will also be an unlucky one. Besides, I think your seal is a bit black. Don't talk nonsense. If you wear dark glasses, you can indeed see black. Did you take off your glasses and see?" I actually saw his black seal, and I wasn't joking with him at all, and yet he thought I was joking. Never mind that fat guy. After he left, I also hailed a taxi to go past Mr. Harris. "Drink some water. And why are you coming to my house? Big D asked me to give you this." I took the glass of water and handed the bag over. Oh, he gave me more money. That box sold for so much money. It was normal to give Harris a little extra. I thought while drinking water. Oh my God, what's up? I saw when Mr. Harris took a close look at the bag I give him and immediately exclaimed in surprise, so I curiously poked my head inside. This time, I was as surprised as he was. Inside there was quite a bit of money, almost half of the sale of that box. I didn't expect Big D to be so dedicated to helping me. Although he used to do a lot of bad things when he was young, he must have changed a lot now. Mr. Harris froze for a moment, then continued to say exclamations, his face full of joy. What did Big D do before? It looks like I just got the point. I quickly asked. Oh, it's nothing. I'm old too. I've forgotten a lot of things. I just remember that. By the way, can I ask you to help me with something? Oh, just say it. Harris didn't seem to want to talk, so I didn't force him either. Suddenly he turned to me for help with something. I have a wife who died a long time ago, but I still feel she is still with me. Can you help me see her soul? Oh, this request is not strange. I haven't done this before, but I might give it a try. Oh, that's good then. No gain or loss, this little request, I think I can help. So what do I need to prepare now? Waiting for me to write the list. Harris heard that I could help and was very enthusiastic. It's done. Are you ready? Then, you can perform the ritual? I asked Mr. Harris for the material, and he was quickly placed all of them on the table. It was obvious how much he expected this. I lit a talisman on fire. Then I took out a small knife, took Harris' fingertip, and then made a small cut to draw blood. I took his hand and pointed it at a basin of water on the table, blood dripping inside. I continued to hold his hand, dip it lightly on my face, and twirled my fingers a few times. O soul with many attachments, now there is a loved one who wants to meet. Please meet once to let go of attachments and reincarnate. I did a series of actions and then started muttering a spell. Then point to the water surface. The water surface is a little fluctuating. The blood was completely dissolved into the water, and a woman's face gradually appeared on the surface of the water. Oh my wife, is that you? Harris saw the face clearly and immediately rejoiced. His eyes began to water. Darling, I'm coming to you soon, so be patient. Soon, you won't be lonely anymore. I've been diagnosed with terminal cancer. I'll come down with you soon. I went out to make space for Harris. I faintly heard him say in a choked voice. It turned out to be terminal cancer. I stood with my back against the wall for a moment. Thanks to you, I got to see you again. I'm really grateful. It's okay, just helping out. Because the other talisman burns very quickly, when the incense runs out, the soul also disappears. About 10 minutes later, I saw Mr. Harris came out, and he thanked me. I'll be back. Please take care of your health, and get enough rest. When I saw that everything was over, I decided to leave. Hey, wait, do you have a way to help a person live longer? At this point, Harris suddenly called me back and asked a question that made me a little silly. Does he need to prolong his life? But didn't I just hear he wanted a quick death? The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 13. Sorry, I don't know how I can help a person prolong his life. It's against the law of nature. I can only help people avoid the bad things. Indeed, my master didn't teach me occult arts such as prolonging my life, and even if I did, I wouldn't want to do those things. It's not in my power to help. After saying those words to Mr. Harris, I got out of there and took a taxi home. On the way back, I thought a lot. Each thought kept going back and forth in my head, but I couldn't grasp any specific thoughts in the end. When I got home, as soon as I opened the door, I heard the water running inside the bathroom. "Hey Big D, why did you leave so early today? Don't you have a date with a beauty today? I thought I had to go all day?" I saw that the person inside the bathroom was Big D, so I immediately criticized him and asked my questions. Normally, it would be easy to come back so early if he had such a good time. Or do something to make the beauty displeased and leave in the middle of. I got into the house, took off my coat, but still haven't heard from Big D. I walked over to the kitchen faucet, poured myself a glass of water to rinse my mouth, and said another sentence. I had just swallowed the first mouthwash, and before I could grasp it at all, Big D walked out of the toilet. As soon as I saw his face, I bothered to spit the water out of my mouth. "What are you doing to make your face look so horrible? Where did you fall? What's wrong? I got hit there. Who knew that girl who had a boyfriend would agree to date me?" Big D's face is swollen, his eyes are black. It turned out that the girl's boyfriend beat him until his face was swollen. I said before that I saw his black seal today, but he doesn't believe it. Now he deserves it. "What are you laughing at? Are you happy to see me beaten like that? Or do you want to be beaten like me?" As soon as I heard the reason he was beaten, I burst out laughing. When Big D saw me gloating like that, he glared at me. "Oh, where? I can't. I'll go buy medicine and then go beat the person who beat you. It's okay. There's no need to avenge me, just buy some medicine for me." After I said that, I quickly ran away. Big D heard me asking for revenge and stopped me. Just kidding him, but who knows who hit him for revenge. I ran downstairs, went to a nearby pharmacy and bought some medicine, then held the oil in one hand and put the other in my pocket, and slowly walked home. "This brat, dare not listen to us? We want you to kneel." I went back by a different route from before. Halfway there, I saw many kids. They were dressed in dusty clothes, and they were bullying a boy who looked quite meek. "Kid, get on your knees and learn the sound of a dog barking. We'll spare you if you do it a few times." The closer I got, the more I heard the rude demands of the delinquents who were bullying the poor boy. "We're soft, but you don't listen. Come on, brat, hurry up and bark at the dog." I saw the bullied kid react vehemently, but then he got kicked in the knee by a ruffian and forced him to his knees. "Hurry up." They kept making terrible demands and forcing him to do it, even kicking him with his feet many times, but he didn't want to, and he just cried, tears filling his face. "Okay, if you don't bark, then we'll play another game. If you don't drink, you want to drink fine wine, right? If you don't bark, let your brother water you with some water." While saying that, the delinquent boy reached out to unfasten his belt and buckle his pants. I think I know what he's going to do next to humiliate him. "Hey, guys, bullied the weak is not good. Please stop." At this point, of course, I can't ignore him being humiliated. I immediately approached and shouted, "What? Fuck off. Don't stick your nose everywhere, dog. It looks like these kids aren't normal spoiled brats." I was just about to dissuade one sentence, but one of them quickly took out a sharp knife. Then, the delinquent boy did not have time to fasten his belt, and before he could unzip his pants, he took a knife and stabbed me. I stood still and smiled. As soon as I saw the knife was close to me, I immediately dodged to the side, then quickly put my foot on the leg of the brat that was pretending to be a delinquent. I kicked the kid who hadn't unzipped his pants, and then he fell to the ground. His pants fell down almost halfway, this scene looking very hilarious. His accomplices saw that I had just defeated his comrade rushed to attack me. I also made a similar move on him. In the end, all three boys and girls, both male and female, fell to the ground. Not only did they fall, but they also fell in a very rude and hilarious position. It was really worth it. They all have a taste of their own medicine. You wait, don't get excited. Watch out for us. After a few minutes, the gangsters helped each other to stand up. Each one of them was a teenager, but they even raised their voices to warn me. What? Do you want to fight me again? When I heard the threats, I threw the massage oil bottle in my hand, then asked with a fierce face if they wanted to be beaten again. My face was tense at that time. Those brats were, of course, scared by my actions. They've just been humiliated and beaten by me. How dare they fight me anymore? They're just good at speaking. After I chased away those scoundrels, I looked around, but I didn't see the bullied boy anywhere. Well, this kid is so clueless, not even a word of thanks. Although I did complain a little on the outside, but actually, I didn't ask for my random good deeds to definitely receive a thank you. The other boy must have been scared, so he hurriedly left. It's true that there are kids everywhere trying to be delinquents. Back in the day when I was in the country, I also met a few cases, rebellious age. I just went and tossed the bottle of massage oil in my hand, thinking so hard that I almost dropped it. After the part where I almost dropped the bottle of massage oil, of course, I held it properly for the rest of the way. Then I got home and gave it to Big D, and then I took a short lunch break. Hey Gregory, there's good news. There is a new business. It was around 3 o'clock when I woke up. While I was getting dressed, I hadn't even finished dressing properly when Big D pushed the door of my room and ran in without knocking. Fat, don't you know the minimum courtesy is knocking in and out of someone's room? I'm extremely annoyed with Big D's behavior. I know even though this is his house, you can't just break into someone's room. He's a pig. Come on, don't get angry. I just received a new business that is your specialty. Seeing that I looked angry, Big D immediately laughed to make peace. Again? Are you not going to let me rest? I'm pretty much dressed up now, my tie is almost done, but I'm still pissed. Come on, if you can make money, you have to earn a little more. What a greedy guy. He always loves money. I don't understand why Master let this guy torment my body like that. I walked for a while, and then I was so angry that I had to turn around and glare at him to vent my anger. Don't be angry anymore. This case sounds right to your expertise. Nothing will make it difficult for you and we will earn good money. Listen to me already. Big D kept using sweet words to convince me. It's not that he persuades me, but I'm bothered by being talked about, so I have to listen to him. There is an old business friend of mine who has a problem to ask for help, which has to do with his son. But wait, you put on your coat first. I'll tell you more clearly when you get out of the car. Big D seems to be afraid that I won't take the case, so he looks as considerate as possible. I don't have to deal with it anymore. Grab a sandwich and follow Big D to the car. Why? Now tell me the specific situation. Here's the thing. My old business deal was a furniture store owner named Young. He has only one son. But I don't understand why recently the other boy keeps encountering strange phenomena. Some supernatural force keeps forcing him to strangle himself. When I heard this, I understood a little bit. Maybe Big D heard about the other person's situation and brought me to advertise. Who? He? I know the whole thing. I wear clogs in his belly. As we walked and talked, we soon arrived. Oh hello, Mr. King has come. We parked the car in a hidden corner, and then I followed Big D to the front of Mr. Young. Big D rang the bell. A few seconds later, a man opened the door and greeted us. Mr. Young hastily invited us into the house. Big D seems to be quite close with this person named Young. He put his arm around Mr. Young and quickly said some flattering words to me. As for me, I seem to meet an acquaintance here. It's you, it's you. The acquaintance here is the scoundrel with a knife who tried to stab me before. When we saw each other, our eyes were filled with fire. I'm back, and I probably won't accept this case. The kid and I glared at each other for a while. Then I left a sentence with Big D and turned my back to leave. Hey, Mr. King, what's wrong with him? Why did you leave all of a sudden? Hey Gregory, didn't you agree with me to help solve this case? Why did you leave at the last minute? Both Young and Big D were surprised by my reaction. Big D seems to be quite angry, and he don't understand why my attitude is like that. Mr. King, I beg you, please advise him to help my son. I'm afraid that if I wait too long, something bad will happen. Mr. Young saw that I didn't react, so he grabbed the fat man's shoulders and begged him to convince me. Okay, Mr. Young, don't worry, I'll go talk to him right now. Hey Gregory, why did you suddenly turn around at the last minute? Aren't these both your job and your responsibility? I was almost out the door at this point, but Big D chased me over and over again and convinced me. I don't want to help the other man's son. That brat even attacked me with a knife. I was quite upset and reacted quite harshly to this. Even though it's my responsibility to use my yin-yang eyes to help others, shouldn't everyone deserve help? Didn't you have nothing to do in the end? With your personality, you've probably already given him a fight. Don't compare it with that kid. No, don't compare it with money, young man. Actually, now I'm not angry anymore. I'm just a little unwilling to help. Okay, hurry up and follow me to see what's going on. Don't compare yourself to a kid. You're an adult, right? This fat guy, to say the least. What's the point of manipulating me? Also, how childish is that big-headed brat? At most, this time, I will give you a lot more. I'm not greedy for money. It's just that I don't know if it's because I'm soft-hearted or because Big D's persuasion is good, but I listen to him every time. Invite you two for tea. Mr. Gregory, my son is young and immature. He is old, but he is not wise. If he does something wrong, please generously forgive him. I apologize on his behalf. When I saw Big D pulling me back, Mr. Young seemed very happy. He quickly invited us to sit, make tea and apologize profusely. He must have heard his son talking about him and me while I was talking with Big D. Okay, it's okay. You quickly report everything to us, so we can help you solve it. Big D saw that the atmosphere was still tense and quickly broke up, but both I and the other brat stared at each other without saying a word. Waited a while but did not see his son say a word, so Mr. Young quickly replaced his son to tell the story. Son, open the door, I'll bring you coffee. As usual, every afternoon, Harris brought a cup of coffee up to his son's room. Boy, but knocking and shouting loudly for a long time, but Harris still did not see his son open the door, did not see the boy react, and the door was not locked, so Harris opened the door. When he saw what was going on inside, Harris dropped his coffee cup in panic. Save me. Inside the room, by the window, his son Harris was hanging by the curtain. When he saw this, he quickly ran back in panic. What stupid game are you playing? Harris struggled to remove the curtain from his son's neck. Then, due to the misunderstanding that the boy had hanged himself, he angrily shouted, "You're not crazy to do that yourself." But when he heard that the boy heard his father yelling like that, he immediately objected. He immediately told his father that just now, he was lying on his homework when he suddenly heard a rustle on the curtains. Then he sat up, the curtain moving harder and harder. As he approached, suddenly, the curtains seemed to be under the influence of some force, pulling him back and strangling him. It doesn't just stop there. Father, let me tell you. At this point, the brat finally opened his mouth, no longer pretending to be mute. He told me that 2 nights ago when he was listening to music with headphones on, he fell asleep at some point. While sleeping, he heard a tickle in his neck and soon felt his neck being squeezed. What strangled him was the headset he was wearing. Something squeezed him to the point of almost suffocation. The boy had to use all his strength to be able to rip the rope, making it no longer able to strangle him. I don't think this is an act my son could do stupidly. These things are really strange. When this brat finished talking, I saw that his face was all pale. He must have been scared, no joking. His father told me he couldn't do it. I don't think the brat, ah no, Mr. Junior Young here can't do anything to harm himself. Stop talking nonsense, open your glasses and have a look. By the way, I made a sarcastic remark. Big D, sitting next to me, urged me to open my glasses to see what happened. I didn't feel any fun at all, so I went back to my duties. I quickly stood up and took my glasses off my face. As soon as I took off my dark glasses, I seemed to see something. I took a closer look and discovered that, right behind the delinquent boy, there was a ghost standing, the ghost of a boy, and besides, this ghost looks so familiar to my eyes, I feel like I've seen it somewhere. The boy's ghost looked at the delinquent's back with indignant eyes. I couldn't see very well, so I went closer to see where I saw this boy's ghost. What's up? Is there something behind me? The delinquent kid can't see ghosts, but I think he must have felt a bit of cold on his back. This brat saw me getting closer little by little, then he was startled, panicked and asked me, then looked around. When I moved closer to the ghost, I knew where I had seen it. This is the spirit of the bullied boy I helped before. His soul seems to have died unjustly, so it turned into a resentful spirit. There's even a rope hanging from his neck, probably dead by suicide or something like that. I decided to move a little closer and try touching his soul to see if I could see anything. As in previous times, as soon as I touched the soul, a series of images immediately appeared in front of my eyes, which is probably the real experience of this resentful spirit. Last time, you were lucky, so there was that pig to help you. This time let me see if anyone else can come and rescue you. If not, let us make you famous. No, don't, please spare me. I saw the boy being bullied again, in which the kid was Mr. Young. This time he was accompanied by 2 other delinquents, who were even more humiliating to the poor boy than last time. This time, they held the boy tightly, then tried to pull down his pants. The oligarch took his phone to take a picture to post it online, even though the poor boy kept crying and begging. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 14. Come on. Obediently take off all your clothes quickly, or we will beat you up. I saw the other kids violently tormenting mentally and physically the unfortunate boy, led by Young. He laughed and threatened the other boy. Apart from the damn blonde guy who was holding the phone and pointing the camera at the naked boy on the ground, the damn kids following him were doing the same thing. The poor boy only knew how to cover his sensitive parts with his hands. He looked like he was crying and humiliated to the point of guilt. But I also couldn't appear at that moment to solve it for him. Wow, if this is posted online, a lot of people will see it. And maybe we'll become hot according to this video. Those damn scoundrels were holding the camera while laughing and joking around. It's a sin for the poor boy to cry. What are you crying about? Didn't I let you get dressed? When they finished filming, they continued to torture the boy. I looked at this scene and felt my blood boil. Are they still human, or are the animal parts taking over the human parts? If you don't, you'll know what's going to happen tomorrow. and we'll make you famous with this clip." After threatening a few more sentences, the other animals also left, leaving the poor boy on the ground. The boy sat down for a while, then got up and staggered back, crying non-stop while walking. I saw that I hated myself for not being there at that time to beat up those scums. The poor boy was walking when a leaf fell in the wind in front of him. The boy looked up with a tear-filled face. Above the boy's head, 2 ropes were dangling from the branches of an old tree. The boy grabbed one, looked at it blankly for a long time, then the poor boy really thought about it. Oh my God! The next morning, 2 early gymnasts ran across the old tree and saw a horrifying scene. The boy hanged himself. The first 2 people who found out about the boy's suicide by hanging were shocked for a while, and then they rushed to report it to the police. When the police arrived, there were many people around, including the little scum boy Young Jr. At first, when he first saw the scene in front of him, he was a bit shocked and scared, but then he quickly changed from a worried state to a mocking expression, lower than an animal. He even did something more outrageous. The other animal also took out his phone, raised it high, pointed the camera at the poor boy hanged, and pressed continuous shooting. The scene I saw here ended. I was so angry that my blood boiled, my eyes wanted to explode, and my hands couldn't help but tremble and wanted to hit people. This guy is not as good as an animal. What's the matter? What did you see that made you so angry? I didn't get angry, and I couldn't help but rush in front of that damn guy about to hit him. Lucky for him, Big D stopped me, or else I'd have to beat him to death. Hey, guys, what happened? Can you calmly tell me or not? The answer is inside your son's phone. Just tell him to show it, and we all will understand. I could die of anger, but I had to endure it. Until now, Mr. Young still doesn't know what his son did. He really doesn't know how to teach his son. I guess this bastard still had some pictures and clips on his phone, so I told him to go and see for himself. Hurry up and unlock your phone. Don't stand there and look at me. Mr. Young heard me say that and immediately went in front of his son to ask for the phone. Hurry up. The bastard hesitated for a long time without unlocking his phone, until Mr. Young was so angry that he shouted that it would open. Both Big D and Mr. Young, after looking at the other things in this scum's phone, they all froze in horror. Mr. Young couldn't imagine how his son could do something like that. This brute, it's really not as good as an animal. Mr. Young couldn't watch everything and was so angry that he couldn't stand it. He threw the phone and turned around to slap his goddamn son so hard that his mouth was full of blood. Big D was also angry and scolded and turned red all over his face. Do you think that son of a bitch is even worth helping? I approached Big D and told him I don't want to do this anymore. That guy is too damn dead. No need to help him. This bastard should indeed die 1,000 times and can't even make amends for what he did. But you have to say it again and again. Can you just watch the unfortunate resentful spirit kill people? Not just this damn guy, but the others as well. Save those lives. Big D's face is red, even though his eyes are red, but he still wants to advise me to accept this case. Death to the scum. It will help more than to let them go to society to harm people. Nothing more. There is nothing to worry about. I won't take this case. Those bastards are so horrible. Why should I save them? I didn't want to argue with Big D anymore, so I turned around and left. But the resentful spirit that kills too many people will have a hard time reincarnating. If your master were here, do you think he would leave like you want to? When I heard these words, I stopped. Thinking about it carefully, what Big D said really shook me a bit. If the master were here, he probably wouldn't have done the same thing as me. Ah, son, what's wrong with you? Gregory, look. I didn't have time to think carefully before something happened. The quiet living room suddenly resounded with the screams of the son of a bitch. I instinctively glanced back and saw that it was as if someone was strangling its neck. I suddenly fell into contemplation. I stood still for a moment. Behind me is Big D, who is constantly urging me to control the situation. He said that if I don't attack, he afraid the spirit of the ill-fated boy will strangle the scum to death. I thought for a moment, then raised my hand to take off my glasses. Then I took out a coin that I usually carried around and hid it from my belt, and I clamped it between 2 fingers. Then I made a strong flip of a coin towards a struggling monstrosity. The coin followed the strength of my hand and flew towards the resentful spirit, and then indeed hit the resentful spirit. At this moment, it seems that the resentment spirit has relaxed its hand. On the neck of Scum, there are some black handprints. "Son, are you okay?" Seconds later, the son of a bitch fell to the ground, causing a rather heavy reverberation. He was crying while rubbing his neck. It turned out that he was also afraid, even peeing his pants. The whole room was filled with an unpleasant smell, but no one seemed in the mood to notice. "Those evil bastards will be punished, but you're not the one who can do that." I quickly saw the bad boy's soul. After a few seconds of silence, I opened my mouth to advise the resentful spirit, but it seemed that he was very angry, using his hateful eyes to stand opposite me. As if my advice could not shake the vengeful spirit, he began to attack me. I felt the tie around my neck move. The tie slowly tightened around my neck, making me feel like I couldn't breathe. The boy's spirit must have seen me helping the bad guy and started to turn around to deal with me. "Don't worry. I'm here. I'm here to help you." Just when I felt like I couldn't breathe anymore, I thought I was about to die when I felt my necktie loosen. Then I heard Big D. He took a blessed sword and rushed to relieve the siege. For me, he doesn't have his usual cowardice anymore, and he looks so enthusiastic. "Now, you take these 2 things, then go and defeat the evil spirit quickly. It's too late to let it run." After successfully freeing me from the siege, Big D took the blessed sword and the earthen pot, 2 items that I usually use to subdue the evil spirit, and gave them to me and urged me to subdue the vengeful spirit quickly. I stood opposite and looked directly at the poor boy's soul for a long time. The psychological struggle in my head was extremely intense. That spirit was no longer in its normal state just now. Now all around was filled with his resentment. The resentment was so strong that it was overwhelming. I stood watching for a while longer. I knew I couldn't help but act, so I extended my right arm towards Big D, telling him to give me the tool to subdue the evil spirit. "Oh, wait. Before I defeat that boy's soul, I have to make this bastard suffer for a while." As soon as Big D gave me the tool to subdue evil spirits, my mind turned around once. I'll definitely help the scum get out, but I want the bastard to taste some bitterness. I put a finger to my mouth to bite until it bled. I recited a spell and flicked some blood at the bastard. My blood hit him right in the middle of his forehead. He suddenly didn't have time to react. After a while, the angry bastard was about to raise his hand to wipe away the blood, but before he could finish wiping his eyes were dilated, and he had seen what I wanted to show him. The soul of the bad boy was possessed by the son of a bitch. Mr. Young, forced to commit suicide, now appeared in front of him, a twisted pale face full of death and resentment, a rope around his neck, all clearly visible in front of his eyes. The resentful spirit quickly rushed to wait to pounce on him. "No!" the scared bastard shouted in panic. A thin, bony, and dark purple hand stretched out in front of the bastard. After that, the resentful spirit used both hands to squeeze the neck of the scum. That bastard was strangled so hard he couldn't breathe. Tears flowed down his face. His face was full of misery. His screams seemed to be stuck in his throat and couldn't come out. Opposite him was a resentful spirit with a face full of hatred and hatred. "Hey, you want to do something? If you don't take action, he will really die. Haven't you decided to get involved in this case?" I was watching the scene before me with satisfaction when I heard Big D's urging. If I was to be honest, I wanted to let the poor boy's soul strangle that bastard to death, but this is contrary to common sense. I can't just stand by and watch. Poor soul full of hatred, obey my orders, hurry to where you belong, don't stay here to commit crimes. I listened to Big D, picked up the dug wooden sword, did some familiar movements while chanting a few spells. The clay pot was placed neatly in front of me by Big D. After finishing a series of chants, I used all my strength to stab the sword into the pot, causing a large hole in the center of the pot. On the opposite side of me, the resentful spirit is still strangling the bastard for revenge. As soon as I pulled the sword out of the clay pot, the miserable soul was sucked into the gap between the clay pot, this time so quickly that the black smoke and the groans of hell had not yet risen, perhaps because this soul is new and didn't kill anyone yet. On the opposite side, Mr. Young is constantly helping his damn son to breathe. I'm so annoyed with that scene. That bastard has a rich life and has someone who loves him like that. I will help me get the address and date of birth of that scum. At this time, a bad smell hit my nose again. The bastard must be afraid to pee his pants again. I didn't feel it before, but now I can feel it fully. I put my hand over my nose and turned to talk to Big D. "What do you need those things for? Don't ask too much, just get it for me later. Whatever you do, you'll know soon enough." I'm not stupid enough to say outright my intention to listen to Big D right now. If I tell him the truth, he won't help me get that information. I wanted to give all the bad guys a taste of suffering to comfort the bad boy a bit. Quickly write down their name, address, date of birth for me. Now it's no longer my business. I'm tired. I'll go home first. The matter here, you continue to stay and solve it. I've already solved all of my problems. Big D didn't know what I needed the information for, but he still asked for it. Mr. Young urged his damn son to write it down and give it to me. After I got what I needed, I didn't want to stay there any longer. I took a taxi to go back. Big D stayed. By the time Big D returned, it was already dark. "Hello, I'm back. This time has been successful. Mr. Young paid us 3 times the amount originally negotiated." What a great bargain. As soon as he walked through the door, the fat guy rambled on, "But I don't care how much money I make this time." "What the hell are you doing?" Big D talked for a while until he didn't hear me answer, then he silently looked at what I was doing. Seeing the scene I presented in front of his eyes, Big D asked seriously, "Why don't you see it and ask?" "I'm doing something to comfort the poor boy's soul." I didn't change my face to answer Big D obviously. He must understand that question is so redundant. "You can't do that. Give me back my stuff." "What are you doing?" Big D froze for a few seconds, then stepped forward and grabbed the dolls on the table, preventing me from casting spells. I was angry with him for a while. What if you do this kind of nonsense if my brother knows? Are you applying what you learned from your master to these evil tricks? Seeing that I was too aggressive and refused to yield at all, Big D thought of a way to deal with me. He threatened me with my master. I've already dealt with this. Look, after he mentioned my master, I really calmed down a lot. The fat guy saw that I was silent and knew that my attitude was much more conciliatory. He immediately took out his phone, opened the news that was delivered tonight, and showed it to me. "You sell the news to the journalists?" I silently looked at the phone screen and saw that many media had reported on this incident. It happened so quickly because Big D took the opportunity to sell information to the media. There are many ways to solve a problem, and you have to know how to choose the smartest way. But are you thinking about making money right now? I can hardly accept Big D's way of dealing with money. Why is he always thinking about money and making money by any means? Money, of course, has to be earned, but this is only a side effect. The main part is that when the media reports it, it will arouse public outrage. You know, their families are all rich and powerful. If they don't make a big deal, how can they make them suffer without harming their lives? It's not unreasonable for this fat guy to say it, but I still have a hard time accepting this self-serving personality of his. Don't be so angry. If you kill those people or make them suffer with magic spells, it's against the heavens' law. You will get bad consequences. It's not as good as doing like me. Public opinion was so powerful, no matter how powerful the other family is, won't they drown in the saliva of people? I've done it both ways, don't think too much. It's still a fat guy with a powerful mouth, and I've almost been brainwashed to say a little bit. Come to think of it, he didn't say anything wrong. I know you've worked hard. Just lie down and get some sleep. Big D rambled on for a while until he pushed me down on the bed and told me to sleep. Do something. Indeed, I was very tired today. I immediately laid down and closed my eyes. But a few seconds later, I opened my eyes and looked to the side and shouted, "Do you want to go back to your room? What are you doing here? What's wrong?" Big D lying next to me on his arm makes me feel uncomfortable, and I can't sleep. Isn't it okay to watch you sleep here for a while? Damn it, this crazy man, get out of here. When I heard what he said, I got goosebumps and chased him away. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. I slept straight until morning. I didn't sleep very well, my sleep was restless, and I even had strange dreams that I couldn't remember clearly. Gregory. Yes. What's wrong? I was still dreaming and could not sit up when I heard Big D's loud scream. I was startled and quickly got up. Didn't you say you won't do anything else? Why do things turn out like this? Big D raised something while angrily shouting at me. Wait, it looks like he's opening a newspaper. What happened? What? At first, I didn't understand anything. I looked closely at the tablet and then saw terrible news. They are all dead. Why? Inside the tablet was the news of multiple tragic deaths occurring on the same day. The dead are the ones who did the evil thing that humiliated the poor soul that was defeated by me yesterday. They died in extremely strange postures and costumes. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 15. Didn't you tell me you would pull your hand back and do no harm to them, so what is this? I hastily snatched the tablet from Big D's hand to take a closer look, and he was still standing beside me and scolding me. I've told you that this is not allowed. It will be very harmful to yourself, but who knows that you still do it behind my back? It really pisses me off. I have to call my brother to talk about this. You really are out of control. Big D keeps getting angry on the one hand, and takes out his phone and rushes to call my master, this damn hasty hothead. I saw that he was about to call my master. I quickly straightened my right leg and kicked Big D's hand, causing the phone in his hand to fly away. The phone crashed to the ground and shattered the screen. Big D looked at the phone and gritted his teeth. What the hell are you doing? You did something so blatantly wrong and now even dare to break my phone. Are you tired of living? Big D angrily pointed at my face and scolded, even more fiercely than before. Yesterday I said I wouldn't touch those kids. How long have you been living with me, and you still doubt my dignity? You don't do it? If not you, then who? After staring at the news on the screen for a while, I finally raised my head and opened my mouth to say a few words to the person who was constantly scolding me. After listening to me, he seemed a little more conciliatory, looked at me with a doubtful expression, and asked, "I don't know who did it, but I have a feeling they lost their souls." I made a serious face and told Big D my guess. He also listened very attentively to me. "Someone takes their soul. That's right. Just now when I used my yin-yang eyes to look at this news, I suddenly felt that way. The person who killed these kids had the purpose of taking their souls away." When Big D heard me say that, he was very surprised and stammered to confirm it with me. "What's the matter? Can you clarify a bit? Do you know who that person is?" Big D, at this point, has lost the anger on his face, and his curiosity begins to emerge. He sat down next to me and kept asking my opinion on this matter. "First, you have to tell me, is there another powerful exorcist in Chinatown?" "Of course not. Don't you remember I talked about this once in my brother's presence too?" Big D quickly denied my thoughts, causing me to continue to sink into contemplation. It is very clear that someone has been following us. We just finished solving the other case when someone hastened to kill people to collect souls, and you say if there is such a coincidence. I thought for a moment and then told Big D my judgment. "Who is that person to be so powerful? Is it possible to kill so many people without disturbing a single one?" Big D and I were talking when suddenly we heard quite a lot of car horns blaring below. "What is it? Why does it sound like a police siren?" Big D hurriedly climbed out of bed and ran to the window to see what was happening below. I quickly followed behind. We found out that there are actually a lot of police cars parked below. Damn. We stood looking at the warning cars honking below, but shivering in our hearts. We didn't know if they had investigated what I had just done and then came here to arrest me. While I was afraid, I saw Miss Valentine, the policewoman who had cooperated with us to solve some recent cases. "Hey Big D, look over there. It's Miss Valentine." This time she led the team to solve the case. We'll have a chance to explain everything clearly to her. I turned to Big D and said with a relieved voice, "What are you thinking? How close are we to her? Who knows what it will be like this time? She's still a cop anyway. We have to get out of here first. Follow me to the back door." Big D turns around to refute my words. It looks like he wants to hide. "Wait. Don't be in such a hurry, okay? Where are we going now?" Although I didn't think it was as bad as Big D, I didn't mind too much and quickly followed behind him. "Follow me. I have a safe place for us to hide." "Where is it? Why do we have to hide? Obviously we didn't do anything." This time, the situation seems to be reversed. The one talking is me, and Big D is only silent. We're doing it like this, it's as if we're unmistakably afraid of running away, but I still think Miss Valentine will hear our explanation. I walked behind and kept explaining to Big D, but he didn't seem to waver. On the opposite side of us, a person was walking by. While I'm talking, the other person stopped in front of us. It was a young man. He was wearing a hoodie and a hat to hide his face. I saw Big D suddenly stop, then stopped silently and looked ahead, and I saw that young man. The scary thing is that I also see him holding two sharp knives in his hand. Without giving me time to panic or think too much, he began to move the two knives in his hand. Then he took advantage of the time we were still stunned, took the sharp knife, and rushed forward. "Damn it, get out of the way." Luckily, when he approached, I was able to react. I quickly shouted and reached out to push Big D, standing in front of me, then quickly dodging a knife from the other guy. Seeing that I dodged one of his knives, he continued to stab me in the hip but was also quickly dodged by me. I don't have a weapon, I can only swing my fist to counter the attack, but the guy also dodges one of my punches. After dodging my punch, he continued to attack me with a knife. This time he swung the knife down to attack my lower body. It's so dangerous. If I don't react quickly, my life is over. I continued to counterattack with my fists, but it didn't seem to have much effect on this guy at all. He saw me punching and smiling, without fear, easily dodged. Then the knife in his hand changed direction and stabbed me in the face. I tilted my head to dodge. The knife grazed my neck, but fortunately, I was not injured. I angrily raised my kicking foot to a rock. This kick is quite strong, and I used all my strength to kick, so the man dodged a bit harder. "Gregory, don't worry. We were in the middle of a fierce battle when suddenly I heard Big D's voice. I am here to help you. That damn fat guy that had disappeared all of a sudden has suddenly reappeared, appearing as stupid as that. If people sneak attack, keep quiet, but he shouts to let people know that. Stupid pig." The stupid fat man couldn't even touch the man's body before being beaten back by him. He used the hilt of the knife to smack the fat man in the face. Then the fat man was slashed by the thug with a knife, but he was also quick to react and knew how to dodge another knife. Blood splattered from his nose in all directions. I took advantage of the man's busy attack on Big D and quickly gave him a strong kick. "Hey, you're okay?" Then I quickly ran over to see how Big D was. That bloody face. If he weren't so stupid, he wouldn't be. That's hurt. While looking at Big D, I couldn't help but observe the guy who was trying to attack us on the other side. He was grinning at us, knife still in his hand, intending to continue fighting. "You must avenge me." I saw that Big D was okay, so I left him screaming behind and walked towards the other man. We could clearly see his face now. I didn't have a weapon in my hand, so I used my fist as a weapon. I took off my tie with my hand to protect my gloves from getting hurt in a fight. After that, the other guy and I didn't say a word. We both rushed to attack each other. I am at a disadvantage, the opponent has a weapon, and I have nothing. I punched him in the face, and he also grazed his face with a knife. My glasses fell off my face. There was a bleeding wound on my cheek caused by the knife in the other man's hand. Once my glasses fell off, my celestial eye opened, and a scene appeared in front of me that made me extremely dizzy. Behind that aggressive man holding a knife are countless ghosts, old, young, big, small, any kind. But the strange thing is that those souls were all standing a certain distance away from that guy. They all died from knife wounds, and I guess that guy killed all of them. Seeing so many souls distracts me. I bend down to try to pick up my dark glasses to cover my yin-yang eyes. Suddenly, I saw policewoman Valentine in the background. "Quickly put down your weapons and surrender." Seeing the situation in front of her, Miss Valentine immediately drew her gun and aimed it at the knife-wielding man opposite me. He reacts very quickly. The policewoman had just finished speaking when he turned back and threw a knife at her. Fortunately, she was quite good, dodging it. That guy saw the knife missed and quickly threw the other knife in his hand. At this moment I thought of something and put my hand in my pocket. Just as the knife was about to hit the policewoman's throat, I took out a coin and flicked it at the knife. The coin accurately knocked the knife out, saving Miss Valentine right away. The other man saw that the attack was unsuccessful and immediately took advantage of our carelessness to jump up the wall to escape. I quickly chased after him, but he was too fast, so I let him escape. Suddenly, I heard a chill on the back of my neck. It turned out that Miss Valentine was holding a gun to my back. "Oh, beautiful policewoman, have you got a wrong target?" I felt a bit cold when she pointed at me with a gun. I really shouldn't tease women, and it's too scary. You are suspected of killing 3 people, and you must quickly follow me to the station. What's with killing people? I can't do it. When I heard that, I instinctively objected immediately. Big D is right. They really wanted to arrest me. Hey, wait a minute, you have to listen to our explanation. Do you think he is like that? We were chased and nearly killed. Maybe the killer is that guy. Big D saw the tense situation and rushed to talk. I was beaten until my nose was bleeding. We've cooperated for so long, you don't even know our dignity. Someone accused the 2 of you of blackmail too. Who did you 2 offend? Miss Valentine finally put her gun away and talked to us. She relieved us. What is blackmail for murder? What do I get when I do that? We are quite surprised by this information, killing people and then blackmailing. Who is the villain spreading rumors? Someone quoted us a camera footage of 2 people arrived at his house and the 2 of them blackmailing him last night. Damn it, what? We're obviously not pretending to be a ghost or anything, but we're very surprised after hearing that. Could it be that guy? Revenge is indeed revenge, I said earlier. I immediately thought of a guy named Young and his son. Come on, it's the other guy. He probably hates me for selling information to the media and getting his children and other families involved. I almost forced my mouth to talk about the dolls. Luckily Big D stopped me in time. Miss Valentine. We were still standing talking when suddenly we heard someone call the policewoman, probably her colleague. There's my colleague who's running away. Miss Valentine hadn't finished her sentence before she could see no sign of the 2 of us. She feels we are very fast. Did you find anyone? Not yet, they escaped. The people who came were 2 colleagues of the beautiful policewoman. They planned to ambush at Big D's antique store next. I don't see them either. Miss Valentine covered for us. After saying a few more words, her colleague left. They're gone. You can come out. Miss Valentine could not determine where we were hiding, so she cleared her throat and called out. You know where to hide. When she saw the 2 of us come out of the trash can, she looked quite shocked, probably couldn't imagine we would hide in there. The young man who assassinated us just now was probably collecting souls for something. I see a lot of souls following him. Maybe he is also the murderer. I spoke seriously. So what are you going to do? For the time being, there is no way to determine it. I also don't know where to start. So what to do? 2 people can't hide forever. Gregory can touch the corpses to see if he can see something. While we were at an impasse, Big D came up with a pretty good idea. But now you 2 are wanted criminals. We cannot go to the morgue unnoticed. But if we can't touch the corpses, we'll be caught sooner or later. Normally we could follow Miss Valentine to the morgue on the main road, but now it isn't easy. Hello. I need a body truck and 2 body bags. That's the right address. What is she doing? What do you need those things for? We heard the pretty cop calling someone and asking for something that left us bewildered. Why are we so miserable? It turned out she wanted us to disguise ourselves as the dead to enter the morgue. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 16. You 2 have a little patience. This is the only way you can go with me to the morgue. Look, we've been miserable like this, and the beautiful policewoman even smiled and turned to tease us. Hey Gregory, don't you think we look a lot like those corpses now? We're acting pretty well, aren't we? That fat guy, speak as his brain got stuck in the water. I slightly doubt that someone has taken over Big D. Normally, he doesn't always have a good face in these cases, but he was in a joking mood today. You 2 obediently shut up for a bit. We'll be there soon, don't let it be revealed. I'm trying to find out if there are any clues about the white-haired guys that attacked you two earlier." We were arguing again, causing Miss Valentine to speak up. Maybe we've adapted to the situation so quickly, so tragic that we had to fake our death. But we were in the mood to argue about trivial things. In the archives of the police department, there are many strange criminals. Maybe it is possible to find clues about that name. The beautiful policewoman was scrolling through documents while talking to us, but she was halfway through when she suddenly stopped. "Why are you silent while talking, beauty? He's dead, and we're corpses. How can we say anything?" I just kept silent about what Big D said. "He's crazy. It seems that Miss Valentine has found out. There's information about him." After a moment of silence, Miss Valentine finally spoke up to break the silence, indeed finding news of the other guy. "Where? Who is he? Is it some kind of god of crime? How dare you come and kill us?" As soon as Big D heard Miss Valentine's words, he immediately jumped up, making both the policewoman and the young man driving the car shocked. I'm on my knees too, but of course, I'm much lighter than him. Even though I'm covered up like Big D, I can imagine Big D's reaction and appearance seem intimidating. "The person who attacked you two today is a foreigner, specifically a Thai people. He was arrested for a failed murder 7 years ago, but finally, someone bailed him out. It's been 7 years, but this person seems to be the same, still a teenager." After a few seconds of regaining her composure, Miss Valentine began to report the information she had found to us. "What? Thailand? I haven't even been there. Big D, did you cause any harm?" "I don't know anything about it, with it being obvious that the main target of that guy's attack is you, Gregory." After listening to the policewoman, Big D and I lay down to continue arguing. "But you've never been to Thailand, have you? It's fun to play there, and you're young. You have to earn a lot of money, go to many places." All of a sudden, Big D is saying things that are out of line with the story we're interested in. Could it be that that silver-haired guy was hired by a guy named Young to get revenge on us? Sometimes he thinks we've harmed his son. Suddenly Big D sat up and came to a conclusion. It was a bit reasonable. "Hey, stop messing around, lie down there. It's almost there. Oh my gosh, policewoman, can you be a little more lenient?" Big D gets a warning push by Miss Valentine. He still doesn't know how to stop and scream in pain, this stupid annoying name. Finally, under the anger of the policewoman, Big D obediently shut up. I lay there, feeling the car stop moving, then someone came to carry us away. We have arrived safely. Really suffocating. We finally made it to the morgue. I almost suffocated. Hurry, hurry, we don't have much time. Big D and I are both wanted criminals, and the police are actively looking for us. The policewoman saw that we still had time to sit and edit our poses, so she hurriedly urged, "Thank you so much this time, Tony. Thanks for your help with such a big thing, and you must have a meal with me another day, thank you." The young policeman who helped us infiltrate the morgue was called Tony, and Miss Valentine thanked him and invited him to dinner. Then I saw him politely say a few words and then happily left the morgue. Looking at that happy face, I can 100% guarantee that he likes Miss Valentine. You better get started. While I was thinking about the other guy's business, Miss Valentine interrupted my thoughts, and then I'll go back to my professional focus. People's love affairs are not what I need to care about, and Valentine is Big D's goddess, so he's the one to worry about. I approached the corpse of the black boy first, because it looked rather strange. Obviously, he is a male, but he was dressed in a female swimming suit when he died. What are you doing looking at this body? Do you want to get out? I'm observing a little strange. Besides, I sensed that these people weren't dead when they were attacked but died by someone has sucking their souls out. I broke the urge of the two next to me, and I needed some time to think about my feelings and the strangeness of this corpse. Draining souls to death? What is this? Miss Valentine seems to have caught the point, so she hastily asked me. This story has many explanations. In short, this is witchcraft. The exorcist often uses it to revive the dead. There must be someone who wants to take advantage of collecting the souls of many people to put into the body of the death, bringing that person back to life. But it's so hard and cruel. It's been a long time since anyone has done it. Big D waved his arms and legs while telling Valentine his knowledge. But this is also strange. The one using this kind of magic on a person must erase all traces. Why does he leave behind little clues? I wonder if there is a trap or set to wait for us to walk in. I analyzed it carefully. I don't know if I'm too skeptical or if there's really something wrong here. Come on, it's useless to think too much now. Wouldn't it be a good idea to take a look at their memories before they died? I found Big D's words quite true, so I reached out and touched the victim's body. Although I have done this many times, I immediately felt the cold when my hands touched the body. This cold also came from my own fear of the unknown that waited for me. But the chills did not overwhelm me for long, as the images gradually became clear before my eyes. Who's there? I saw a bunch of delinquents playing around in a lavish mansion. Suddenly, the doorbell rang non-stop. The blonde guy, who is also the son of the guy named Young we met before, angrily yelled at his subordinates to quickly open the door. One of them scowled as he got up and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a figure quickly rushed to punch the man who went out to open the door with a strong blow, causing him to fall down and lie on the floor. Then the man who had just done the act of hurting the other person appeared in front of my eyes. He was the white-haired Thai guy who attacked me and Big D. Damn. This guy dares to enter our house to beat people. The other two men in the villa were a black man and young son. Seeing his accomplices knocked down, they quickly grabbed the weapon, angry and wanted to fight back. The girl was scared to hide on the sofa. The guy named Young saw the silver-haired guy didn't say anything and took the initiative to grab a baseball bat and rush in to hit him, who knew he could easily avoid that hit. Then, he counterattacked, hitting a hard blow to the back of the neck of the guy named Young, causing it to scream in pain. The black man saw that his two comrades were defeated. He trembled in fear, clutching the dumbbell he wanted to use to hit the silver-haired guy, but before he could take action, he was kicked for a huge fall. The entire large mansion is now only a small blue-haired girl who is constantly shaking, holding a fruit knife in her hand and pointing at the silver-haired guy in self-defense. But the other guy clearly didn't feel sorry for the girl at all. He raised his fist and punched the blue-haired girl in the face so hard that she splashed on the sofa. It's all over. Come on in. After beating all the kids in the mansion, the silver-haired man turned to the door and shouted. Then I saw a man dressed in black with a wooden box come in. Except for this blonde guy, the rest of them are all hung up for me. Ah, change this nigger for a woman's swimsuit. The guy who just walked in had long black hair. He has a very strange appearance. He looked around for a bit and spoke up to the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man did, replacing the black man with a female bathing suit, then hung up all three of the people who were lying motionless, except for the guy named Young. Then, I saw him cast a spell to drain the souls of 3 people who were suspended. When it was all over, the long-haired man locked the souls in the wooden box he carried. After that, the 2 of them left, one in front of the other, and when I got there, I couldn't see anything anymore. What's up? What have you seen? Big D and the policewoman saw me move and quickly went over to ask what I could see when I touched the cold corpse. I saw the white-haired guy that attacked us, and also saw a long-haired exorcist. They attacked the scoundrels and carried out their soul-sucking magic. Exorcist? Can you draw the appearance of that exorcist? I narrated everything I saw to Big D and the policewoman. Big D seemed quite surprised when he heard about the exorcist, and Miss Valentine asked me, that can I roughly draw the shape of the exorcist for easy investigation? I'm not sure how good my drawing skills are, but I can definitely give it a try. Miss Valentine, hearing that I wanted to try, quickly passed the phone and an electronic pen over to me. Let me recall. That exorcist has long black hair, is tall and rather thin, about 30 or 40 years old, looks Asian. I took my phone and paintbrush, reimagined the exorcist's appearance, and started drawing again. Here, like this. This is how he looks. I draw very well with my hands, also very confident, but I seem to feel the two people next to me taking a few breaths of cold air, and the corner of my eye catches a glimpse of them frowning at my work. Oh, how come? Although I was a bit confused, I quickly finished the drawing. Here, I'm done. I painted for a while and finished, then happily showed them my work. Yeah, but Big D and the policeman's reaction was a bit weird. It seems that they are not very satisfied with my work. The look on their faces when looking at my picture is very unsightly. What a dummy painter. Well, it might be better if you let me draw. After scowling for a while, Miss Valentine angrily stepped forward, yelled at me, and snatched up her phone and pencil. She asked me to describe the drawing of the exorcist so that she could draw it herself. Miss Valentine said she couldn't trust my skill anymore. I don't get it. Obviously, I feel like I'm drawing very well. Here, you just stand next to me. Where I draw, you describe next. If it's not good, just tell me so I can correct it. This place is a little sharper, his hair is a little longer, his eyes are smaller here. I just stood there describing the appearance of the exorcist while saying inappropriate points for Miss Valentine to correct. I carefully examined every inch of it, not daring to mess around one bit. As I watched the drawing in the hand of the beautiful policeman gradually complete, I finally understood why she and Big D were looking at me with unsightly expressions just now. It's really, really bad. That's right, it's this appearance. Miss Valentine is such a talented painter. With my enthusiasm, Miss Valentine finally drew a portrait exactly like the one I saw The Exorcist. I didn't stop whining. Big D standing next to me looked a bit surprised. Let me look in the database of the police department to see if there is any information about that exorcist, is it? After being confirmed by me that the painting was almost 90% similar to the real person, Miss Valentine began to search for information about the exorcist. I watched her searching for information but also thrilled. As soon as an image flashed by, Miss Valentine quickly stopped, and I quickly asked her how it was. As soon as I looked at the screen and read the information carefully, both the policewoman and I froze in surprise. We saw a file about 10 years ago where the exorcist was arrested for inflicting a fatal wound on another person. There's a person we know who was arrested with him. That's Big D. Hey, Big D. Where are you going? Quickly stop and talk clearly. While we were lost in thought, the corner of my eye caught a glimpse of Big D sneaking out of here. I hastily yelled at him to come back and explain everything. How did he get involved with the exorcist who used sorcery? If you don't say it out loud, don't try to escape. I saw that Big D had no intention of stopping, so I quickly turned around and grabbed his shoulder, then shouted, "What is your relationship with that exorcist? Why was he arrested with him? This damn fat guy, he even knows the exorcist that uses sorcery." Miss Valentine and I loudly told the fat man to make sense of this. Okay, a little bit of a childhood story. He was also my teacher's colleague before, and his name is Wang. Colleague. Big D was forced to the corner of the wall. There was no way to escape, and he had to sit down and speak slowly. Then why do you want to hide without telling us clearly when you see the face of that exorcist Wang? It's all hard to talk about. Big D says it's an old story that sticks to his mind in his youth. Back in the day, when Wang and I first came to this place, we embraced the dream of getting rich in a strange land. Big D slowly recounted the old story with a look on his face that he didn't want to remember this old story. Don't bully people too much. By means of you want to fight him. Big D said that, at that time, he and his fellow student named Wang had offended a man named Feng, who was a very powerful person in Chinatown at that time. I'll give you a lesson, so you know the consequences of doing business against me. The other Feng is also an exorcist. He saw Big D and his friend Wang doing very well, and he couldn't hold his business, so he dragged people to cause trouble. At that time, Big D and the other fellow were young. How could they endure? Of course, they tried their best to resist. The two men fought with their bare hands with the thugs led by Feng, and in the beginning, they were quite equal in their abilities. But the others had weapons in their hands, so after a while, Big D and his friend had eaten a lot of pain. But they were not weak, and when they were beaten, they were angry and put all their strength into fighting back against the thugs. Have something to say slowly. We have nothing to say to you. After a fierce fight, Big D and Wang finally defeated all the thugs, then beat Feng, causing him to tremble and beg for forgiveness. Okay, let's go. Wait a minute. After solving everything, Wang was about to leave, but Big D said to wait a little longer. It looks like the fat guy was still angry. He went over and hit Feng a few more times, torturing him a bit more before he let go. As long as we unite, there will be no difficulties that we cannot overcome. Damn it, but I got hit so bad. At that time, that fellow named Wang was a great person in Big D's eyes. See, isn't it beautiful? Big D hit that Feng and didn't forget to remove his golden tooth. Wang saw him put the other tooth in his mouth and was disgusted. It looks horrible. Are you jealous of the golden tooth I stole? All the while, the two talked happily. After that, Big D and Wang gradually became famous pairs in Chinatown. They specialize in solving spiritual problems around to help people. They collect money from the rich and help the poor for free. A few years later, they opened a small shop that sold more antiques, exorcisms, and lived a good and stable life. Sometime later, when he had some capital, the exorcist Wang took his sister to his place. When they go to help others with spiritual matters, the younger sister can look after the shop. One day, when they returned from going out, they found the store smashed into a mess, and Wang's sister also disappeared. The two went to look around and saw a letter. Someone arrested Wang's sister and asked them to go to an address, not to report to the police. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 17. Damned. Those bastards. The others wanted Big D alone to go to an abandoned warehouse nearby to pick up the girl. After reading the note left by the bad guys, Wang was extremely angry. He angrily crumpled the paper and threw it on the ground to crush it, but still couldn't calm him down. It won't do you any good even if you crush that piece of paper. What we need to do now is quickly think of a way to save your sister. Although Big D has offended many people in recent years, as soon as he saw those lines, Big D dimly guessed that the mastermind this time was most likely a guy named Feng. Big D made him lost a lot of business, so Big D guess he wants revenge. I'm sure it's that swindler named Feng and no one else. Big D, we must hurry to save her. Wait, you have to think twice. If he dared to do this, he would have dug a hole for us to crawl in. If we just go there empty-handed, he'll kill us anyway. Wang also thought the same as Big D, but he was too hasty to save his sister without thinking carefully. Big D had to intervene. Waiting for you to come up with a way, they might have killed my sister. But it seems Wang did not listen to Big D's words. Listening to Big D normally, the shaman Wang is a very calm person, but it is rare for anyone to be able to when it comes to matters related to his sister. Keep your heart steady. If you're afraid, just stay there. I'll go there to face them myself. Don't follow me. Hey, who said I don't want to go, but you have to wait for me to prepare a little. We can't just go there empty-handed. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Big D saw his friend leaving and quickly ran away. He said at that time he wanted to borrow a gun from an acquaintance to carry for self-defense. Hey, hurry to get down. Lend me your motorbike temporarily. I have an urgent matter related to human life. But as soon as Big D came back to borrow a gun, Wang was also gone. He had to go bold to borrow his friend's motorbike, who lent the gun earlier to chase. After successfully sitting on the motorbike, Big D quickly drove to the rendezvous point in the paper, despite the poor guy who was robbed of both the motorbike and the gun in the back by you, constantly cursing. Oh my God, I hope I make it in time, don't let anything happen. Why do I feel so uneasy? Big D just hit the car at full throttle and hurried away while silently praying in his heart. He said that along the way, his heart kept pounding. He finally got where he needed to be. But when he stopped the motorbike in front of the warehouse door, the door was closed. No one was guarding outside, which made Big D feel extremely scared. Oh my God, I hope nothing happens. Big D got off the motorbike, took out his gun, and got ready. It took him a few seconds to mentally prepare himself, trying to brace himself while reassuring himself that nothing would happen. He had to fight with his brothers. There's nothing to be afraid of. Brothers and sisters must live and die together. I'm here to help you, Wang. As soon as he finished his ideological work, Big D immediately kicked the door and rushed inside. It looked like he was in good shape, not kidding. But when he rushed in and saw the scene inside, Big D immediately froze. Things were even more terrible than he had anticipated. Inside the warehouse is a bunch of people lying on the ground. Some people look like they've been knocked out, but some people are covered in blood, don't know how to live or die. It's pathetic. After a few minutes of standing still in panic, Big D finally regained some of his soul. He looked around and discovered that his friend, the magician Wang, was trying to grab a person on the ground and keep punching him. The whole body of Wang was also covered with blood and piled up wounds. Someone was hit so hard that a part of his head was concave, looking very scary. Big D was sweating profusely. Big D had to take a few deep breaths over and over to gather some courage before he dared to step inside, past a pile of bloody and wounded people, across a chaotic battlefield where weapons were scattered everywhere. Big D is approaching Wang. Hey Wang, are you okay? Did you hear me? Did you save the girl? Big D walked over to Wang and called out softly, but he still didn't seem to hear, trying to punch the person who fainted in front of him with all his might. While calling, Big D suddenly froze, looking at a corner of the warehouse. There was a bathtub full of blood over there. As soon as Big D saw that bathtub, his heart beat several times faster than before. A sudden panic surged up beside the blood-filled bathtub. There was a set of clothes, which looked a lot like what Wang's sister wore before being taken away. Big D wants to go there, but his heart is very scared. Wang, where is our sister? Big D shivered and turned to ask his friend. But Wang didn't answer him and continued to punch the seemingly exhausted person in front of him without stopping. Not receiving an answer from his friend, Big D became more and more insecure. He then suppressed his fear and walked slowly to the bathtub, every step like he was walking on the fire, extremely scared. When he came to the bathtub side and looked inside, Big D widened his eyes in fear. His eyes gradually became full of blood, mixed with many emotions inside. There was anger, there was fear, there was wonder, despair. His friend's sister, the gentle girl who always smiled at him, was dead. Damn, this lowly monster. I have to kill you. I have to avenge her. Did she do you any harm? If you're good, find us. When did Big D see that the name being beaten by Wang was a guy named Feng? He quickly approached, pointed his gun at his head. His eyes were wide and streaked, angrily scolding. That guy named Feng now looks so miserable. He is barely alive. It seems that he just needs to wait for a shot of Big D to free him. Big D held a gun and aimed at his head for a long time but still couldn't get it to work, although he was very angry, but he never killed a person. The last bit of reason prevented him. Why don't you shoot, kill him? The magician Wang saw that Big D was hesitant to take action and turned to urge him. But we can't kill people, but they killed her. Big D shivered and turned to talk to Wang, but now he seemed to be out of his mind. He angrily shouted at Big D. After that, Wang single-handedly broke the neck of a Feng, finishing him off right in front of Big D. Big D first saw the murder scene and immediately froze. If you can't do it, let me do. This is my sister. After all, I won't make you suffer along with me. I suddenly realized that being a good person doesn't have any benefits. They just see us as sheep, trampling us everywhere at will. After killing Feng, he went to his sister, where he did not know where he found a white cloth, wrapped her whole body covered in blood, and picked her up. We may not be able to be together in the future. I don't want to be a good person anymore. I want to be a powerful person. Wang held his sister's body carefully in his arms, still crying and shaking, words hissing through his teeth. Don't go. Big D knows things will probably fall apart. The police are probably ambushing outside. He doesn't want his friends just to go out, get arrested, and become a bad guy, ruining his own life. No need to meddle in my business. It would be best if you went back to your hometown. Life here doesn't seem to be for the weak like you. Sorcerer Wang stiffened, said one last sentence to Big D, then turned around and walked out. Hey Wang. Big D knows that they have no way to hide now, and there is no turning back. Wang's sister has already been killed. He has turned into a different person. This has happened. Although it is devastating and cruel, but it's all real. As expected, as soon as they went out, the police were waiting there with guns. Both Shaman Wang and Big D were arrested and taken to the police station. After investigation, Wang took all the guilt. Big D was found innocent and released. Since then, the two have walked on two different paths. Big D did not return to the country but still stayed in Chinatown. Later he heard some news of his friend, apparently released. I heard that he helped an influential person do a few things, then the murder charge turned into a serious beating, and soon he was released. I rarely heard from him since then, until, after reminiscing and telling the story, Big D immediately became sad. Seeing him no longer hovering around as usual, but suddenly became a person who had experienced many ups and downs. So do you know where the exorcist is now? The exact whereabouts are unknown, but since it's close to his sister's death anniversary, He'll definitely visit her grave often. After listening to it, I was quiet for a bit, but the main thing still couldn't be ignored. After a while of silence, I asked Big D for some information. Then why don't you take us there? Although the story that Big D just told is really tragic, someone who has solved many cases like Miss Valentine sure has a heart of stone, hearing that the exorcist can be found. She immediately grabbed Big D by the collar and asked him to lead them to the burial place of the unfortunate girl. A young man named Tony helped us clear the obstacle at the back door, so Miss Valentine went to get the car and picked us up at the back gate of the hospital, then followed Big D's instructions to the cemetery. After walking for a few dozen minutes, we finally arrived. Along the way, we did stop for Big D to buy a bouquet of flowers. We got out of the car and went straight inside. It seems that just now, remembering many bad things from the past, Big D's mood dropped a bit. He didn't say a word all the way into the cemetery. The atmosphere was silent. This also makes me a little uncomfortable. We walked a few more steps until we reached the grave of the other girl. Big D immediately squatted down, put the flower bouquet he bought earlier in front of the grave, and sat down to talk to the dead girl. "Sister, although your brother does a lot of bad things, he loves you very much. Don't worry too much, rest in peace." Big D talked while reaching out his hand to stroke the small photo on the tombstone. "Are you sure you will meet the person you want to meet? Or is it possible that the exorcist guessed that we were here and didn't show up?" The policewoman looked worried and asked. "No, we will definitely meet him here. In Wang's eyes, we are sheep. He doesn't have to hide." Miss Valentine had not finished speaking when Big D spoke up. He seemed to be still very knowledgeable about this friend he hadn't seen in many years. "As expected, you are my best friend. You still know what kind of person I am." Big D just finished confirming. A voice behind us sounded, "Miss Valentine," and I turned around simultaneously. The person we were looking for was slowly appearing in front of our eyes. Besides the exorcist, I also saw another acquaintance. That's that white-haired foreigner, the guy that missed me last time with Big D. Damn, he even made fun of us. "The police are here. Quickly follow me to the investigation cooperation station. Do not be impulsive." While I was still frozen, Miss Valentine quickly took out her gun and aimed at the front, shouting. At that moment, I saw the exorcist wave his hand once, and I still didn't understand what he wanted to do. Then I heard Miss Valentine scream, the gun in her hand flying. I hurriedly stood in front of her, but the exorcist didn't throw anything out as I had expected. Oh, being a student of Simmons, I thought he didn't accept disciples. Who knows? "Why don't you call me uncle?" I approached the exorcist. He recognized me as soon as he saw me. I don't know how he realized that, but it all seemed to have ceased to matter. More importantly, right now, I just want to take him down quickly. I didn't think much, didn't answer him, directly swung my fist, and charged towards him. The white-haired guy saw my action and was about to rush out, but the exorcist raised his hand to stop him. My fist was already in front of the exorcist, but the exorcist seemed to be very calm, showing no signs of being worried about my actions. Just when I thought I was about to hit the exorcist in the face, I saw a gust of wind before my eyes. The exorcist raised a hand as if to block my punch. Oh no, I was mistaken. He didn't want to block my punch but hit me hard on the neck with his hand, making me painfully open my mouth and stick my tongue out. That's useless. He only used a simple hand strike that made me fall to the ground and cough non-stop. My neck hurts to death. Fucking. I was so annoyed that drool came out of my mouth. Behind me, Miss Valentine was also on one knee trying to pick up the gun, but she couldn't seem to pick it up. After that, I saw the exorcist reaching out a hand. His face was extremely fierce, as if he wanted to kill me with one shot. Wang, you want to stand in front of her grave doing this cruel thing? Just when I thought I was dead, the person who had always been silent, Big D, suddenly shouted. As soon as Big D finished his words, the exorcist also let go of his hand. It can be seen that he loved his sister very much, so my life is also saved. Okay, considering you're lucky, I'll spare you this time. The exorcist looked at me and said a few words in a warning voice, and I was still coughing non-stop. After he finished speaking, I fell to the ground, and behind me, Miss Valentine did the same. The exorcist stretched out his hand behind his back, motioned to the white-haired man to give him a bouquet of flowers, then approached his sister's grave, just in time to face a friend he hadn't seen in many years. You should stop already. Stop doing bad things. As soon as the exorcist took a step past Big D, I faintly heard his words. Oh, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I stop? I'm just doing what I enjoy. The exorcist walked up to his sister's gravestone, then bent down, stroking his sister's photo while answering Big D. It seems that Big D's words just now didn't catch his ears at all. I don't think you should care about me. What you need to worry about now is your friend, especially that woman. What did you do to her? What do you think I will do? And also, on behalf of an old friend, I advise you to take good care of your antique shop. Stop sticking your nose in my business. The exorcist just stopped in front of the grave for a moment, then got up, said a few words to Big D, and left with the white-haired guy. Hey, stop, Miss Valentine. Big D hastily shook the policewoman while shouting to call the exorcist. Don't do anything wrong. God, it's so heavy. He called, but the other two did not wake up, so Big D decided to pick us up and go to the hospital. I feel like I slept for a long time. Then I woke up dimly and saw Big D standing in front of me, looking at him with a worried look. When I woke up, Big D helped me sit up. How's Miss Valentine? Her condition doesn't seem to be very good. When I asked about Miss Valentine's condition, Big D's face clearly deteriorated, and after listening to his words, I felt that everything was not right. Let me go see her for a bit. I felt nothing was wrong with my body, so as soon as I heard that, I got out of bed, put on my coat, and told Big D that I wanted to go to Miss Valentine to have a look. I stood in front of the glass door and looked in. The doctor was there. Indeed, the policewoman did not look good at all. Inside the hospital room, Miss Valentine was screaming and struggling, looking extremely painful. Her hands and feet were tied to the hospital bed. When I took a closer look, I was terrified by what I saw. Miss Valentine's arm turned purple and black, from the biceps to the hands covered with veins. It looked very scary. Her coworker is here. Let's get out of here. We can't discuss this at the police station. Just when I was about to go inside to have a better look, Big D immediately pulled me away. Someone from the police station came to see Miss Valentine's situation. What's wrong with Miss Valentine? Why are you so upset? We evaded the police, so we had to leave by the back door. After leaving, I immediately asked Big D why Miss Valentine was like this. I don't know why either, but looks like that bastard poisoned Valentine. We have to find out what he did before we can save her. When I asked about this, it seemed that Big D was very angry. He kept scolding his other friend. This is very suspicious. Maybe it's not the exorcist who wants to take the soul to save his sister, but someone who wants to sustain his life with someone else's soul. I thought about it for a while and came up with a bunch of things. Speaking of which, I'm reminded of old Harris last time. After we did some research, we learned that it was possible that Harris, who had dealt with us before, had something to do with these matters, so we quickly went to his house. But as soon as we got there, we saw something unusual. The door did not close tightly but opened a space. We could see faintly below the ground in the house. Some sort of liquid was flowing. It looked like blood. Big D and I hurried inside and found Mr. Harris lying motionless on the floor. He seems to have died, a very tragic death. His whole body is covered in blood. He even has holes in his body. God, what happened? Maybe someone was a step ahead of us, or else he hired people to do bad things and was backfired by evil. We looked at the scene before our eyes and panicked, not expecting that he would die at such a critical time. Suddenly, we saw from the holes in his body that some white souls came out, a very scary appearance. Alas, how can you go against fate? Life and death have all the numbers. Big D can't understand why a person who is always cheerful and gentle like Harris would do this evil thing. While we were still gawking, suddenly Harris' white eyes opened wide, and a hand reached out and grabbed Big D's leg. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 18. Too surprised when Harris' hand grabbed his leg, Big D screamed in fear. We both thought that Harris was dead. Unexpectedly, he wasn't dead yet. Harris is still alive but barely alive. He mutters a few words in his mouth. Big D listens attentively and says that he seems to be saying something related to the underworld. Hearing this, I am really sad for Harris, only because of too much use of witchcraft to have the results like today. I bent down near Harris, wanting to say the last few words to him. I told him that he has filled with evil spirits himself, because he secretly practiced unholy spells. After entering the body, it was a drop of water that overflowed the cup, leading to being attacked by his own unholy magic. Harris whispered that only because he was too afraid to die, he did so, because he himself knew the crimes he had committed. When he died, he would be banished to hell to suffer, because of that fear of death. But he did everything he could to learn about the art of immortality. His whole life, he and my master cultivated the righteous path, but when he got old, he went against that principle and secretly carried out the evil way, the purpose of which was to redeem himself. The result of today has been warned by my master long ago, but he just listened and ignored it. At this moment, Harris only has one last wish, that I can save him so that he can die more peacefully. More than anyone, Big D was the one who showed the most anger, because over the years, Harris had betrayed his trust in him. Besides my teacher, Harris was someone Big D respected very much. Before Big D's reproaches, Harris didn't know what to say, only shed tears of regret. As if unable to hold back, Big D continued to scold Harris. It turns out that I was the one who helped you do wrong. The documents you asked me to search for you turned out not to be. It is scripture, but a book that teaches unholy ways. I was next to see Big D so angry. I spoke up to remind him to calm down. The important thing is to ask Harris about the whereabouts of the exorcist Wong and the silver-haired assassin. After listening to me, Big D immediately regained his composure and asked Harris about the exorcist's whereabouts. At this point, Harris could only whisper that he was also through a middleman named Mabu, who was a transnational timber trafficker who connected him with the exorcist Wong and hired him. They might be back in Thailand by now. Suddenly Harris reached out to me as if to say something else, but he had stopped breathing. Big D immediately asked me if I could perform the ritual for him, but I couldn't do it. I explained that there were too many demons surrounding him right now, and there was no effect. Gregory, this time we have to go to Thailand, but we have to find the middleman named Mabu. After hearing the information from Harris, Big D immediately decided to go to Thailand to find the exorcist Wong, but to know the exact location, he had to find Mabu first. The two quickly took a taxi to the headquarters of the boss Mabu. I'm so blind. I've known Mabu and Harris for so many years, but I don't know anything about their shady activities. They're trying to hide it from you. I say that to comfort Big D, but in my opinion, in terms of people, Big D is still very pathetic. It's just that I'm too naive and trusting. After listening to my consolation, looking at my posture, Big D also guessed my thoughts. He got angry, and I only sighed, didn't say anything more. When I arrived at the headquarters of Mabu, I only saw a big guy standing guard at the door. Big D told me to wait for him outside, and he will go in to check the situation, and then he would come out shortly after. It seems that the big guy has met Big D many times, so when he saw him approaching, he didn't take any precautions. Only saw that Big D had just come in less than 5 minutes and came back. His clothes were messed up. The guard and I were surprised, not understanding what happened. As soon as I got out, Big D immediately approached me and whispered. I saw some blood on his hand. Hey Gregory, are you running fast? I was suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with the situation at hand, so I froze. Before I could understand what was going on, I saw a group of people behind Big D. I leaned over to see clearly. Only seeing that it was the boss Mabu and his gang members, blood was still seeping from his neck. As soon as he appeared, he shouted to arrest Big D immediately. If you want to live, run fast. As soon as I finished speaking, I saw Big D running away. I dimly understood. This damn fat guy must have beat up the boss when he entered the building. When I saw the big guys behind the boss, I didn't understand anything, but I didn't dare to stay. Even though I started to run after Big D, I ran faster than him. I ran across Big D while asking that he got the information yet. He tells me he already get the information of the exorcist Wong, but because he wanted to teach that Mabu guy lesson for daring to deceive him over the years. Both of us ran for our lives. Behind us were dozens of thugs chasing close. Now I want to stop and punch this damn fat guy, but I don't dare to do it. It's okay to ask about the whereabouts of the exorcist Wong, but what's the point of poking fun at the boss to make us suffer like this? We chased after our ears, but in the end, the Mabu's gang lost track. Now they are very bewildered and angry, not understanding where we have disappeared. Even though they couldn't see us, they definitely wouldn't spare us, and they continued to chase the path we had just run. I should have planned to hide a little longer to be safe, but it was really unbearable. Originally the smell of garbage I could stand. I just can't stand that the damn fat guy farted at this moment. Hiding here is really unbearable. Right now, I just want to punch him a few times to relieve my anger. After getting rid of those people, I suggested to Big D that before going to Thailand, I should stop by the hospital to see how Miss Valentine's is. Hearing that, Big D immediately asked me, "Didn't you already have it? Are you in love with that beautiful policeman?" Somehow this fat guy's question smelled of gunpowder. Don't talk nonsense. I just see her as a friend. Isn't she in this mess to help us? I don't know why I'm embarrassed now, even blushing. Seeing my attitude, Big D immediately guessed that I had feelings for Valentine. He warned me not to flirt with his goddess. At this point I didn't even hold back anymore. I also told Big D that if he mentioned Valentine again, we were no longer brother. At the hospital at this time, Ms. Valentine's condition is still not improving. Outside many policemen were guarding, and for a while, Big D and I didn't know how to get inside. At this moment, Big D immediately thought of a way. When the two policemen were sitting and yawning, two female nurses came over. They said that they needed to go inside to check on the situation of the policewoman lying inside. When they saw the two female nurses coming, the two police officers were startled. Seeing that, Big D immediately said, "Does anyone want to take me out tonight?" Looking at their faces now, I think of the faces of people who have just seen ghosts for the first time. It turns out that this is the game that Big D plays. For my part, when I pretend to be a girl, it's not beautiful, but it's not too bad, and Big D is really a disaster. But just now, the two policemen were like seeing the devil. Inside the hospital room, Valentine was still in a coma. It seemed that the poison caused by the magical worm had not subsided, despite the doctor's efforts. At this point, I can clearly see the insect's movements. Looking at Valentine's arm at this time is extremely scary. I need some time to process this. You go out and keep an eye on me. Hearing that, Big D immediately went to the door to guard me while I was doing my job. But unfortunately, as soon as they got to the door, Big D encountered two policemen. Perhaps they saw that the two nurses had problems, so they went to check. They didn't expect us to be discovered so quickly. Now two policemen are trying to enter the room. They are worried for a reason, because we are two wanted people. After biting the tip of my finger, I used my blood to draw a charm on Miss Valentine's arm. At this moment, I only see Big D using his bulky body to block the door, and his mouth is constantly urging me to hurry. After I finished the spell, the blood charm in the female policewoman's hand took effect. Miss Valentine's arm is no longer purple and black, but this only works to slow the release of the toxin. It doesn't cure it, but this is the best I can do for the time being. Run out the window quickly. I can't keep them anymore. I turned around and saw Big D running in panic. As soon as we left, Miss Valentine regained consciousness and wished us a safe trip. While I was doing my thing, I was probably whispering that I would go to Thailand to find medicine to rescue her. At that time, the beauty woke up and heard. Seeing that, I was very happy. I said that I would definitely bring the antidote. Big D could only raise his hand to greet his goddess, and then the two quickly rushed towards the window. Or you can jump alone, let them catch me. This height is sure to jump to death. I didn't expect this fat guy to be afraid of heights. I must also admit that telling them to jump from here is like telling them to commit suicide for people afraid of heights. But now the two policemen were very close. It seemed that just reaching out to catch us. There was no other way to run. I had to push Big D down first while I rushed after. There was a small eave below, so we both took advantage of it to reduce the force of falling. Only suffering for Big D. Because his body was too big, his action was a bit less flexible, so the result was not as good. Finally, the two of us got out safely from the hospital. Ahead of us now is a journey to distant Thailand. After much deliberation, the two of us decided to go to Thailand by ship, and of course, with two wanted people like us, we could only go smuggled. In life, I really can't say anything. Just a few days ago, I had a warm blanket and a soft mattress, eating and drinking, but now I have this problem. When it was up, Big D couldn't help but exclaim and complain. For two wanted people like us right now, this trip is very important. If it doesn't get the desired results, I don't know what bad things will happen. Seeing Big D like that, I could only speak up to comfort him. Suddenly, the person sitting next to Big D, for some reason, screamed out loud. Looking over there, we saw a very horrible scene. Out of nowhere appeared a lot of cockroaches, and even more strange, they were attacking the people present. Big D immediately stepped on the cockroaches that were constantly crawling towards us, but doing so only makes the situation worse. The cockroaches crawled out more and even took off to fly away. Big D and I realized that this was a manifestation of witchcraft. There must be evil spirits hiding in this deck. Looking in the cockroach's movement direction, I saw a woman lying in front of us. The cockroaches came from the woman lying on the floor. That woman has signs of being possessed by a demon. Not only that, but this demon is also very strong. Can you solve it? At first glance, I discovered the cause. Big D, stand next to me, worriedly asked if I could do anything at this time. Cockroaches deliberately attacked the people around. Everyone panicked and didn't know how to handle it, only jumping on wooden crates in the deck to avoid them. Gregory, take this. When he saw the situation in front of him, Big D immediately gave me what he said was an exorcism treasure made by him. I looked closely and saw that there was a pen containing cinnabar or mercury sulfide. Immediately I took the pen in Big D's hand and drew a circle of protection for those around me. As I expected, the cockroaches are created by the devil. When the circle is drawn, the cockroaches stay away, because demons are very afraid of cinnabar. At the intersection of the circle, I carefully draw a spell to increase the protection. Suddenly Big D tapped me on the shoulder and said that there was also an exorcist on the other side of the deck. I turned to look in the direction Big D was pointing and saw a guy using salt to form a circle to protect everyone. This is also quite effective. Looking at the way he did it, I realized that this is the Western way of exorcism. Suddenly everyone heard a growl, the sound coming from the woman I was talking about earlier. At the same time, she also squirmed to sit up. A demon has possessed this woman. Her eyes widen, looking extremely scary. Her neck is twisted to look at everyone, accompanied by a monstrous growl. But that is not the end. Her whole body now seems to be lifted off the ground, looking extremely scary. Both I and Big D frowned. A demon must have possessed this woman. Based on her extremely scary appearance at this time, we can confirm that the demon is not controlling her very strongly. She jumped to her feet, accompanied by the sound of her joints creaking. With a continuous growl from her mouth, lightning fast, she rushed towards where I was standing. Just as Big D was about to tell me to step up to subdue the rioting demon, we both heard a strange sound, and curiously we turned to see what it was. When I looked over, I saw a foreign man holding a cross in front of him, holding a Bible in his hand, and began to mutter exorcism verses. Seeing that, we both froze because we had never seen this kind of exorcism before. It turns out this man exorcises Western style. It is effective indeed. The demon controlling the other woman showed great pain and was quickly knocked out of the woman. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 19. The demon must have been in excruciating pain. For now, it couldn't stop screaming, but it still wouldn't give up. Big D witnessed such an exorcism for the first time, so he was very surprised but also had to admit that the other priest's method of exorcism was very effective, very different from the Oriental method of using spells to exorcise evil. But before he could praise, Big D sighed again, somewhat disappointed, because the demon was chased out of the woman's body and soon re-entered her. It seems that this priest's magic power is still not strong enough to suppress this demon. After re-entering the woman's body, the demon was extremely aggressive. It continuously howled and rushed towards the priest as if it wanted to vent because of the pain it had to endure. Seeing this, the priest was still very calm, not panicking. His hand held the chain with the cross towards the demon, and his mouth continuously recited prayers to neutralize the demon. Because I was worried that the priest was not strong enough to deal with the demon, I reached into my shirt and took out 2 coins, immediately rushing towards the demon. The demon rushed to the priest when 2 coins hit him in the head. Otherwise, I don't know what would happen to the other priest. Only to see the demon now extremely painful and frightened by the power that has just suppressed it. This is the devil, not the pious lamb. Are you going to baptize him or something? The priest immediately thanked me for helping him out of the dangerous situation just now, and I rushed out, ready to subdue the demon. The other priest was a bit embarrassed. Are you also an exorcist? That's right, for these Oriental demons, using your method won't work. In this respect, I am extremely confident. It is time for me to show my ability. As soon as I finished speaking, I turned back to deal with the demon in front of me. Immediately I pulled out a few yellow talismans, continuously recited incantations, then directed the talismans towards it. After reciting the incantation, I threw the talisman straight at the evil spirit with the fastest speed possible. The talisman immediately hit the demon. It immediately let out a scream and was knocked out of the woman's body. But this demon is really stubborn. As soon as he was kicked out of the woman's body, it quickly rushed towards others to enter. The other young man saw that. He was extremely scared, and stepped backward out of the salt protection circle created by the priest to protect him. The other people shouted to stop him, but it was too late. He fell out of the salt circle. The demon managed to get into the young man's mouth. Immediately after entering in the new body, the demon let out a savage howl. At this time, the young man's appearance became extremely scary. His eyes were bulging, white, in which only blood veins were visible. When it screamed, it raised its sharp teeth and especially drew out its extremely long tongue. Taking advantage of the time when the demon continuously bared its fangs to scare everyone, I quickly threw a few more charms at it, but somehow, it quickly dodged all the charms I threw. It seemed that after entering the young man's body, using the body's strength it possessed, it became faster and stronger than before. Immediately, after avoiding my traps, it continued to rush towards the people around to attack. Almost everyone was so scared that they forgot they were standing in the protective circle of the priest and me. Everyone jumped out, creating chaos. Faced with that situation, the priest immediately threw some holy water at the demon. This is pure water blessed by the power of the Holy God. It has an extremely scary effect on people who are possessed by demons. Sure enough, the demon couldn't stand the magic water on his body, so he was knocked out of the young man's body. To ensure his safety, I quickly rushed over, stuck a talisman on the young man's forehead, avoid him being disturbed by the demon's return. Immediately the demon was surrounded by the priest and me. It seems that today is the bad day for it to come haunting people. I immediately took out a coin and shot it at it. At the same time, the priest also used holy water to throw it at it. 2 people attacked the demon simultaneously, and it was extremely scared. Instinctively it raised its hand. Indeed, this holy water is very effective in purifying and burning evil spirits. As soon as it touches it, it pierces many holes in the devil's hands, followed by black smoke continuously escaping. At this time, it turned its eyes to an old man and a girl standing behind it, still refusing to give up the intention to enter another person's body. Big D, quickly bring the talismans. We must stick to everyone quickly, don't let it do its magic. In this situation, I think that's the only way to prevent this demon from entering the bodies of the people on board. But when I was looking back, I felt like I was about to fall. It turned out that while I was fighting to the death with the other devil, this damn fat guy had all the charms plastered all over his body. It's really hard to find anyone more afraid of death than the fat guy. Meanwhile, the demon also rushed towards the 2 people near it. It immediately entered the granddaughter's body, from a beautiful girl instantly turning into an extremely ugly, somewhat scary face. I thought that after entering the new body, it would continue to attack everyone, but no, the demon rushed towards the stairs leading up. The demon climbed quickly, and it knew that it could not fight against the priest and me, so it was the best way to escape. I immediately took out 2 coins and threw them at the demon, preventing it from escaping because once it escaped onto the deck, it would definitely jump into the sea to hide so that it would drown the host body. The coin was extremely accurate. The demon immediately fell back, and at the same time, did not dare to approach the ladder to climb again. It jumped up and clung to the wall of the hold. At this point, the priest and I must work together to defeat this demon. I asked the priest to join forces to destroy the demon. The priest immediately agreed, immediately took a bottle of holy water, and held it in his hand. This demon is so stubborn. It looks like the 2 of us have to work together to deal with it. You can rest assured that I'm here. It won't escape. Looking at Big D, I really can't stand it anymore. While I'm struggling to deal with the demon, this damn fat guy sits on the floor, shaking his thighs like he's going to the theater, even pulls out all the charms and sticks them on his body again. I immediately rushed over and snatched all those charms out. The amulets now need to be used by everyone around. Big D was stripped of all the charms and was very confused. Hey, you took it all away. What if the demon possessed me? You're really evil. I immediately went around, applying protective charms to everyone so that I can completely deal with this demon. Rather than chasing it from one person to another, I'm tired. And just as I guessed before, after everyone was taped, only Big D was left. The demon immediately took that opportunity to attack Big D. Now the demon is rushing fast to his side, and for his part, Big D was still shocked as if he couldn't believe that the demon rushed at him so quickly. Just a second later, Big D had a strange expression, and his whole body was involuntarily shaking. Then the transformation begins. His tongue is now extremely long and disgusting. Seeing Big D like that is a bit pitiful, but he deserved it, the selfish fat guy. After Big D's transformation, I pulled out a coin chain. This is the Devil's Key chain, a very powerful weapon that I like the most. The demon in the form of Big D rushed towards me. His mouth kept screaming, although Big D's body was quite bulky, but the movement speed of this demon did not decrease. I swerved to the side, then threw the coin at the demon, throwing one end at it, and the other I grasped tightly. This rope was not like normal ropes. As soon as it touched the demon, it stretched and wrapped tightly around its arm, and I quickly slipped behind. After moving behind the demon, I pulled on the rope. Big D's arm was pulled back, and his whole body fell to the ground. I quickly rushed over, used a few precise movements, quickly tied the demon. It couldn't get out, and it couldn't scream anymore because I locked its mouth. After the coins weakened the demon, I quickly untied the coins, leaving only the rope, continuing to bind Big D. The priest says to leave the rest to him. He will pray to suppress the demon's aggression, which will also avoid hurting Big D. After saying this, the priest held the cross to the demon and began to pray. The demon began to howl and deliberately fought back. It certainly did not give up its aggression. Seeing that, I immediately reached out my hand to stop the priest. I want to check the root cause of this soul's resentment, and then it will be easier to convince it. Let me try to see why in the past this demon was unjustly killed and turned into such an angry demon. Hearing that the priest was also surprised by my ability, I could see the surprise on his face. Just by touching a soul, I can know its past, specifically the moment before its death. I approached Big D, then put my hand on his face. The demon still resides inside Big D and has no intention of escaping. I gradually felt the images, a dark and resentful memory of this demon. The scene of a ship appeared in front of my eyes, surrounded by the sea. At a glance, you can tell that this is the type of ship we are on, a ship illegally carrying people across the border. When he discovered that something was wrong after hearing the noises of the people in the hold, the captain went to open the hatch to check. It turned out that a woman was seriously ill, so she fainted, fearing that she had an infectious disease, so the captain mercilessly told his men to throw her into the sea, even though she was still alive at this time. These people are so used to dealing with illegal immigrants like this that they choose to throw them into the sea when something happens. And then that woman, after her sudden death, was eaten by fish, and she lay forever on the cold ocean floor. Seeing my sad expression, the priest was curious to know what I saw. I told the priest what I had seen. This woman's angry spirit has been in this sea for a long time. What she wants is to be able to reach land. That is a woman's wish before she dies. But to do that, she must have a body for her to enter to be able to fulfill this wish. While not knowing how to solve the problem, because Big D could not be left in this state until we reached the mainland, at this moment, an idea flashed in my mind. I immediately took up a cockroach crawling on the ground. Then I brought the cockroach in front of Big D and mumbled a few incantations. After listening to the chant, the spirit left Big D and immediately entered the cockroach. After putting the cockroach in a glass jar, Big D also fainted from exhaustion. But I suddenly realized that something was wrong. A healthy person like Big D could not have fainted when the demon had just entered for such a moment. This fat guy must have played a trick. Thinking so, I raised my hand. And immediately, I gave Big D a big punch in the face. The purpose was to want him to wake up, and this hit seemed quite strong. Big D's saliva and snot were splashed out. Big D woke up in a panic and hurriedly raised his hand to stop me, afraid that I would punch him again, but his mouth kept asking where the demon was. How could the fake sleep trick pass through my eyes? Stop pretending to be clueless. That angry soul has already been put into this cockroach by me. When we get to the mainland, I will help it rest in peace. At this time, Big D was really surprised, because when the demon's soul escaped, Big D did not know it. You know this, when the last wish is fulfilled, any soul can rest peacefully. The priest who had been standing next to me listened to everything I said. He was very interested in the knowledge I knew, and at the same time, he also praised me as a skilled exorcist. Hearing such praise, I was a little embarrassed. I immediately introduced myself, and the priest also introduced himself that his name was Lucas. He also said that he admires my kind heart, because according to him, if he meets a demon, he must destroy it nonetheless. Lucas complimented me for a while, and then I couldn't stop laughing. Now I can only scratch my head and say that everything I know is because of my master's teaching. So after this incident, all three of us sat together, sipped our newly earned beer, and made friends. I have heard my master talk about Western exorcists before, most of them priests, but it seems that I am more fortunate than them because I can get married and have children. Lucas said that he wants to learn about Oriental culture, and this trip is also to learn about the magic of Oriental exorcists. About this, Big D and I are always ready to share our knowledge. So the three of us sat down and talked about the tools we carried. They all had a lot in common. For example, the Bible worked like talismans, and coins and swords were similar, corresponds to the chain or the cross. The cinnabar corresponds to the holy water. The rest, using them successfully or not, depends on the exorcist using them. While we were talking, there was a call from above and the hatch lid opened, and I turned around to see what happened. It turned out that we had finally arrived in Thailand. The sailor poked his head down and urged us to hurry up. We are now arrived at our destination, not knowing what would await us ahead. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 20. We finally made it to Thailand safely. After a few days in the cramped and humid ship hull, now I can breathe the fresh air again. It feels so refreshing. Big D was extremely excited. He had only heard about his friends who had traveled to Thailand before but had never been able to go, so I took out my phone and took a picture as a souvenir. It's just like we are going on a trip. Hey, you guys are crossing the border illegally, not traveling. When you get there, disappear quickly so we can work. When we were still excited, someone spoke up, looking back. It was the ship's owner, and it was he who ordered his subordinates to throw the poor girl into the sea. I used the most casual attitude possible, went up to him, and asked him, "Do you want to taste the seawater right now, you bastard?" Before the shipowner had time to react, I used a glass bottle containing the female demon's soul to smack him in the face with all my might. It was so sudden that he didn't have time to dodge. The blow was so strong that the shipowner fell into the water. After seeing him fall into the water, I said to him, "Stay there and think about what you've done. Let's just say I've demanded some justice for the poor girl's soul." Seeing that the big brother was thrown into the water, the two men of the shipowner rushed at me, but it was not so easy. I immediately launched a series of kicks at them. Don't teach these guys a lesson. I don't feel at ease. The shipowner at this time had emerged from the water. Due to being beaten so suddenly, he was shocked. When he fell, he drank a belly of seawater, and when him come up, he cursed. Big D now came to my side and accused me. "What are you doing? We are in Thailand now, you do that. Later when we want to return, we know where to find the ship." After reprimanding me for a few sentences, Big D turned to the owner of the ship and apologized to him. As for me, I don't care about that. Once I have enough evidence to prove my innocence, I can just buy a plane ticket and come back. I don't need to take this ship anymore. After that, we went over to say goodbye to the priest and did not forget to ask for each other's social media accounts for future communication. At this time, Big D was extremely impatient and wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. He said that the ship's owner seemed to be very angry. He would not give us up easily. Sure enough, Big D guessed right. At this moment the shipowner had a gun in his hand. His mouth was constantly shouting. He rushed towards us. Behind him were two juniors. They were holding two long, sharp knives. At first, I thought he was just taking out a fake gun to scare us, but when he fired, I froze. Now I confirm that this guy doesn't want to scare us but really wants us dead. I did not expect them to have a gun. You see, I'm not wrong. Why are you teasing him when he's resting peacefully? It's hard for Big D, who has come to Thailand and is still being chased for his life. Who knew they'd have guns, or I'd have taught them a lesson for life. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Someone will come to pick us up. It turned out that before leaving, Big D had made an appointment with an acquaintance to pick us up when we arrived. It wasn't long before we saw someone waving to us. This person was Steven, Big D's nephew. The young man was somewhat surprised when he saw that his uncle didn't even say hello, just ran away. At this moment he jumped in panic when he saw bullets shooting towards him. "Steven, where's the car? Hurry up, or we'll all die. The car is parked in front. What the hell is going on?" Seeing that the situation was not noisy, he immediately ran after us. "Hey, boy, it seems that you are preparing to greet me very well." Big D was extremely excited because his nephew Steven had prepared a cool car to pick him up. but when I saw Steven run past the car without stopping, I felt something was wrong. It turns out, what Steven brought to pick us up was a three-wheeler parked next to it. At this point, we can both be picky. We both quickly jumped into the vehicle. Immediately Steven sped away, quickly leaving the owner and his juniors behind, knowing that they could not keep up. He immediately raised his gun to the sky and fired a few times to get his anger out. Before leaving, Big D also came back to provoke them. For my part, I just waved my hand as if to say goodbye to them. Steven then took us to the fake document office to make us 2 fake passports, and once we had the documents, we could leisurely go to the hotel to rent a room. Sitting in the tricycle, we kept turning back and forth to see the surrounding scenery. The atmosphere here was really noisy. Personally, right now, I just want to go to the hotel to bathe and rest quickly. I've been floating on the sea for a long time without taking a bath. Right now, I feel very uncomfortable and tired. For the rest of the way, we didn't say a word to each other. We both looked at the scenery and thought, not knowing if everything would go smoothly or not. Steven said that he had prepared a room for us at the Royal Hotel. Hearing the word Royal, Big D sounded very pleased and proud of this nephew. He even promised that after we finished the matter, he would reward Steven handsomely. By the way, has it come to fruition that I asked you to check information for me? Steven is a native here. After all, it would be much easier for him to help. Steven told us that he took care of everything. Our job now is to go back to the hotel to rest first. Everything will be for later. After walking for a while, we arrived. This is a small but quite crowded neighborhood. In the west, there are mainly Chinese people. Big D got out of the car, and as soon as he got off, he asked his nephew why is the Royal Hotel located on this corner. Calm down. This is the Royal Hotel. If you don't believe me, just look up. We reflexively looked up. By now, I understood Steven's so-called Royal Hotel. It turns out that the name of the Royal Hotel was coined by Steven, not a high-class hotel for the giants. Looking at Big D's face right now, I can't help but laugh. But it's better than nothing. Having a place to stay is good. At this moment, a beautiful girl walked past. Big D was amazed at her beautiful appearance. Don't look anymore. It's just a flower girl in the red light district, and it's not difficult to meet girls like that here. This fat guy is indeed somewhat womanizer. Steven manages this hotel, so the two of us are somewhat reassured. As Big D advised in advance, Steven investigated the whereabouts of the exorcist Wong for us. However, he lives in a villa on an isolated island, surrounded by extreme security, so it isn't easy to investigate. Steven can only take pictures from a distance. Looking at the picture, I guess that there are many hammocks arranged around the house to prevent intruders around this villa. He was very clever in choosing such a dangerous place. Big D also added that the exorcist Wong is also a very difficult guy to deal with. His talent is also better than mine. If you go straight in, you will definitely encounter the guards on the island, so that it will be very difficult. If you want to enter without anyone knowing, the only way to enter is from the sea. This comment of Big D is completely correct. But this way is also extremely dangerous. Because this side is a cliff. With the personality of Exorcist Wong, Big D assumes that he will use many voodoo spells to create an extremely strong protective barrier around him. Hearing that, I also agree with Big D's opinion, and I am a bit worried. When he heard about witchcraft, Steven immediately asked about Vajra. He said that recently in the social of Muay Thai fighters, they discussed a lot about this magic. Big D immediately explained to his nephew. It is a kind of witchcraft to increase the agility and strength of people. That magic will help martial artists to use their full abilities. It can push their body speed and power to the limit. Typically, the exorcist Wong used that witchcraft to make the silver-haired assassin stronger. That magic made the hair of the assassin's body become white. People who meet him for the first time will think he is albino. When I was with my master, I heard about this kind of magic, and if you want to increase your strength in the future, I can help you. When I heard that, I knew Big D was just joking because there's no such thing as witchcraft that won't make the user trade off. Sometimes the cost of that trade-off is huge. By this time, it was also dark. Big D and Steven went out to discuss some more things, but I knew that this fat guy just wanted to go out to look for some girls. As for myself, right now, I just want to rest. I suddenly think that coming here is also my predestination, and this journey will help me open up many things. The next morning, after resting and recuperating, around noon, Steven came to find us. Then Steven used a boat to bring us close to the mansion of the exorcist Wong and his associates. After discussing, we will decide to infiltrate the island through this cliff. When I arrived, I was a bit scared. I did not expect this cliff to be so high and dangerous. What's wrong with you? Where's the courage in the hotel? A person who is afraid of heights like me is not afraid. What are you afraid of? Who said I am afraid? How can that tiny cliff make it difficult for me? I don't know what this fat guy has eaten today, but he is so confident, and he even wears tight protective gear, looking very professional. As soon as we had the opportunity, we jumped on the rock near the cliff and started to break in. After a while of convincing, Big D also took off his entangled protective suit. Seeing that we were approaching the cliff, Steven immediately steered the boat back to shore, avoiding attention. Knowing this morning, I should eat a little more. As soon as we climbed a section, Big D began to complain. Although the cliff was quite steep, it was not too difficult to climb, so we did not have too many difficulties. As I was climbing up, I suddenly tripped and immediately looked down. I did not expect that we had climbed so high. The two climbed the cliff carefully. At this height, if we fell, we would surely lose our lives. I finally climbed up to the place. My arms are now tired. Not every day I practice, I soon can't stand. This time I really have to commend Big D, who is both afraid of heights and has to spare his bulky body to climb such a high cliff. He still doesn't believe he can climb it to get to the place until he climbs. After all, he was a disciple of the same teacher with my master, so what Big D learned was not a small amount. He just told me that the mounds of soil were raised without grass growing, most likely where the exorcist Wong set up traps to prevent an intruder. Big D had just finished speaking when from beneath the pile of dirt, he had just seen a handful of claws emerged. Not long after that mound emerged a crocodile, rather a crocodile zombie. It was extremely large and aggressive. This is the army that protects the mansion of exorcist Wong. He used evil magic to create these zombie monsters. What a scary person. This crocodile is extremely aggressive, and it's a zombie, so it's very difficult to destroy. It's best to ignore it, run fast, maybe we can escape it. Hearing me say that, Big D immediately agreed. I will run over to the crocodile to lure it. You take the opportunity to run first, and I will follow you. As soon as I finished my sentence, the crocodile screamed, opened its mouth wide, and rushed towards us. Not letting the crocodile come near, I immediately jumped up and rushed towards it. Seeing that the crocodile began to focus on me. As fast as I could, I jumped on the crocodile's head. Taking advantage of its resistance, I jumped back behind the giant crocodile. I thought that after attracting the crocodile's attention, it would come back to chase me as soon as I landed. However, surprisingly, it must have been seen that Big D was just standing still. So he was easier to eat than me, so it rushed towards Big D. Big D now only knows how to run for his life, running while cursing loudly. Now I look around to see if there is anything that can attack the crocodile from a distance, but I really don't want to get close to it at all. Looking for a while, I found some stones. In the meantime, this is the most reasonable. Immediately, I picked up the stones and continuously threw them at the crocodile to attract its attention. This certainly worked. The crocodile immediately aimed at me because there was premeditated. As soon as it charged, I quickly climbed up the tree. Looking to the side, Big D has already climbed a tall tree as fast as he can. I also have to admire him. I didn't expect him to climb the tree so quickly. I did not forget to remind Big D to be careful. This crocodile is a zombie, but it is extremely smart. It can't climb the tree to chase us, so it immediately uses its strong teeth to bite into the tree trunk. With just one bite, the huge tree immediately crumbled in front of the crocodile's strong teeth, confirming that this crocodile is not ordinary at all. Since I had prepared in advance, I immediately jumped to another tree. When I was able to cling to the tree, I turned my head to look back and saw that the crocodile was now rushing over the tree where Big D was hiding. I immediately shouted for Big D to jump to another tree. But before I finished my words, I saw Big D running through another tree at lightning speed. Even though I was in a dangerous situation, I couldn't help but laugh because Big D's posture is exactly the gorilla passing between trees scenes. Normally they are slow and sluggish, but when they are in danger, they are quick and agile. The position I was standing in could clearly see the mansion of the exorcist Wong, and I immediately called Big D to inform him of the location. Careful, behind. As soon as I heard Big D scream, I immediately turned my head, and it was a zombie monkey. It was fiercely rushing towards me. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 21. Immediately, the zombie monkey rushed to attack me. Fortunately, Big D warned me early to avoid it. This monkey is a zombie, but they are even more agile and stronger when alive. After dodging the monkey's sudden blow, I immediately swung myself to the nearby branches to get rid of this annoying monkey, but it was also not average. Determined not to let go of me, it kept switching branches to chase me like a shadow to the body. After swinging onto a fairly large and sturdy branch, I stopped, taking out my only weapon at the moment, which was coins. I smiled as I looked at the approaching monkey, then pinched the coin in 2 fingers and flicked it. The coin rushes very fast and strong, straight into the monkey's eyes, making it scream in pain. Dealing with this type of zombie controlled by witchcraft like this, the special coin of me is an extremely powerful weapon. The monkey showed great pain and fell from above. Below, a crocodile was waiting to hunt. As soon as the monkey fell, it opened its mouth wide to wait. After the strong bite, the monkey was neatly placed in the crocodile's mouth. It is true that these zombies only know how to kill. I couldn't imagine before that if I hadn't been able to dodge the monkey's blow. Now, it's not the monkey but myself lying in the crocodile's mouth. At this moment, I suddenly remembered Big D, and I was about to turn to remind him to be careful. But it seems that I don't need to mention it anymore because, at this point, Big D has quickly passed the branch in a very skillful way, looking even more skillful than the monkeys here. I have to admit that Big D is very good at avoiding danger. Big D immediately ran without looking back because before we came here, we discussed that Big D would go first to scout the enemy after entering the villa. Suddenly I heard a strange noise behind me, so I turned around to see what was wrong. When I turned my head to look back, I couldn't help but be startled. Behind me this time, there were a lot of zombie monkeys. They were rushing towards me. While rushing, they kept emitting strange sounds. At first, they were still small, but gradually they became louder and louder. I suddenly understood that they were being controlled by someone, which proved that they had discovered our movements. I shot the coins towards the monkeys. Getting them close would be extremely dangerous. I could only use the fastest speed possible to attack them from a distance. The zombie monkeys, after being hit by my exorcism coin, wouldn't stop screaming in pain, then they kept falling. Below me now, I don't know since when have appeared dozens of zombie crocodiles. They are just waiting for the monkeys to fall and then open their mouths to bite. The scene below is very scary at this time. Everywhere you can see blood. Even though these monkeys were just zombies, I couldn't help but feel a chill running down my spine. Witnessing the slimy meat below is not a pleasant experience. Suddenly, while I wasn't paying attention, a zombie monkey took the opportunity to jump towards me from behind. Immediately it scratched my back. Fortunately, I was wearing a backpack at the moment, so I was not injured. But was attacked by surprise, so I was startled. Just a little carelessness would have to pay the price. I was so surprised that I lost my momentum and fell from the branch I was standing on. I fell from above, right in the middle of the crocodiles, who were now opening their mouths to greet me. The situation at this moment is 1,000 pounds of hair hanging. I quickly act. I spread my feet wide and stepped on the noses of 2 crocodiles near me, and my hands were on the noses of 2 other crocodiles. Using my agile speed, I do somersaults on top of the crocodiles. As fast as I can, I jump on their backs, from one to the other, not giving them a chance to attack me. The crocodiles are both fast and strong, but they have the disadvantage that they cannot turn suddenly due to their short neck. Taking advantage of this, I immediately regained the initiative for myself, continuously jumping from one to the other. The scene was extremely scary but also hilarious. I was running, and the crocodiles were angry chasing. They must be thinking I was joking with them. I quickly got out of the forest full of crocodiles. These crocodiles are extremely aggressive, but it doesn't seem difficult to deal with. But the strange thing is that the crocodiles only chased me to the edge of the forest. There they stopped and did not dare to go any deeper. But I did not care about them anymore. Now my goal is to infiltrate the mansion of the exorcist Wong and his henchmen. I slowly probed the surrounding situation. The surrounding space was extremely quiet. It seems that this exorcist Wong has too much faith in the zombies, so there is no guard inside the mansion. Standing near the door, I heard a call, knew I had been detected, so I pushed open the door and went in. As I expected, they discovered us as soon as Big D broke in, so someone is here waiting for me. The person who welcomed me was none other than the silver-haired assassin. As soon as he saw me, he praised me for being able to pass through the zombie forest alive. After all, he was the one who was controlled the zombies. At this time, the assassin said that his master was cultivating upstairs. If I wanted to meet his master, I had to accept the challenge and step over his corpse. And of course, this match is a free fight. Life or death is up to each person's ability only. I also don't want to say much to this guy because it's useless to say anything. This match I've been looking forward to for a long time. I quietly put down my backpack to get my gear to prepare to fight him. Before coming here, I had planned to face this assassin, so what I took out right now was a string strung with exorcism coins. I knew that the source of this man's power was the Vahira spell that the exorcist Wong cast on him. So using these coins as weapons to fight him is the most reasonable. I'm done. What are you waiting for, or you're scared? After taking out the rope, I slowly wrapped the coins tightly into my hand. By my words, he was not angry but seemed excited. Perhaps I was the first opponent who did not tremble when standing in front of him. You can rest assured. I will not hold back with a person with his hands covered with the blood of innocent people like you. Even death will not be enough for you. I always look forward to this battle because I want to punish him on behalf of the innocents who died at his hands. Even though I said that loudly on the outside, I was still a little nervous because this was my first time fighting like this, and the last time we met, he still hadn't reached his full potential to fight me. This seems to be the most intense duel I've encountered since I become my master's disciple. The silver-headed assassin began to show off his Muay Thai moves without any fancy, immediately throwing a kick at me. Immediately I raised my elbow to intercept. The power of this man's kick was terrific, and in addition, his master used magic to strengthen his body, so his strength was doubled. Fortunately, I had foreseen and prepared the coins to deal with him. Determined not to stand still and take the blow, I immediately threw my fist towards the assassin as soon as I had the opportunity to counterattack. He also quickly raised his hand to block it. Because he applied magic to his body, so when he was hit by coins hit, he felt his hands go numb. I immediately threw another punch, but this time the assassin did not directly block the attack but leaned over to dodge. Both of us were no longer probing each other, really hit with all our strength. Muay Thai's strength comes from powerful elbows, and these attacks are extremely deadly. If they hit the weak spots on my body, I will definitely be defeated by this assassin. Of course, before coming here, I researched the opponent and devised a countermeasure against this powerful attack. So in the immediate future, do not fall into a disadvantaged position. The assassin hit me very quickly and continuously. At this time, he threw a powerful kick towards me. I quickly raised my hand to block, hit him while saying provocative sentences to distract him. After making a pose as if I wanted to throw a kick, I took the opportunity when the assassin, who was paying attention to my feet, rushed in front of him. Fast as a cheetah, I threw a full-fledged punch in the middle of his obnoxious face, somewhat surprised that he didn't have time to dodge, receiving my punch, causing him to fall backward. "You're like a woman. Fighting like that isn't enough to scratch my itch. You're disappointing me." He provokes me, but the pride didn't last long. Blood began to flow from the assassin's nose. Seeing that he was extremely surprised, he did not expect such an ordinary punch to make him bleed, and perhaps this is the first time he was punched to bleed. That's why he looked like that. "You know what, you bastard, my fist is your nemesis. Meeting me today is considered unlucky. What's wrong? You're scared, don't make me laugh. Come here, you bastard." At this point, the silver-haired assassin had to reconsider. He no longer looked at me with disdainful eyes like before. So the two rushed at each other without hesitation. At this point, there was no longer any defense. One punch for one punch, one kick for one kick. See who can't stand it and fall first. The more the two sides fight, the more passionate we are, determined to use hard to fight hard. The match is now more fierce than ever. After fighting for a while, both of us were exhausted. Both bodies were full of injuries. It was a match of equal ability, but also full of excitement, not in vain for both me and him. You know, I haven't felt this excited in a long time. You're a worthy opponent, and you don't let me down. At this point, one of the assassin's eyes has been punched so he can't open it, but he's still very excited. I shouted and rushed at him like a storm, confirmed that this guy has a mental problem. No one can be so excited after being beaten up like he is right now. At this point, I didn't think about it anymore. I continuously hit the assassin, perhaps reaching his limit, so he could only stand still and take the blow without any resistance. Knowing the time had come, I delivered the decisive blow to knock him down. After making sandbags for me to punch and kick nonstop, the assassin finally collapsed on the floor. I am really tired at this point, but the feeling of excitement as to defeat such a stubborn opponent. It's really new to me. You don't rush to be proud. In the end, you will have to die at the hands of my master. Thank you for your concern. You don't have to worry about me. Just obediently lie there. After I was beaten to the ground by me, the assassin who still had the strength to speak to me with a few threatening words, I did not hesitate to give him a huge blow. The match is over here. After finishing the assassin, I jumped out of the ring. Now it's time to find Exorcist Wong and finish the job. This match was a very valuable real battle experience for me. It was the first time I was able to unleash my full power. I walked towards the elevator to go upstairs. In my mind at this moment, I couldn't help but wonder, that assassin was so hard to deal with. I don't know how strong his master is, but then I decided, now it's not time to think about it. I decisively pressed the elevator button. The elevator from going up took me to the Exorcist Wong. As soon as the elevator opened, I appeared with a face full of confidence. Now I am sure that I can face Wong, an extremely powerful man who just waved his hand that could have knocked Valentine and me down just a few days ago. When I just walked in, a voice said, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have the courage to come here. You surprised me a little, past the zombie forest, and even defeated my disciples, but don't be happy. To me, you are just a brat who doesn't know how high heavens and how thick the earth is. I don't care. My purpose here is to find an antidote to magic worms, quickly deliver the antidote." After hearing the purpose of my coming here, the Exorcist Wong burst into laughter. "You went through all of this to come here just for one woman, so stupid. Stupid, who do you think you're? Infiltrate my house without permission, shouting loudly, asking me to hand over the antidote. Stop daydreaming. You make me laugh so hard that I can't breathe. The antidote is in my hand. Do you want to get the antidote? Unless you step over my body, otherwise dream." Suddenly, I discovered that many snakes and poisonous insects were crawling towards me. I don't know where they came from, but I am sure they all contain venom. Just one bite is enough to lose my life. You've looked down on me again. Do you think you can take my life with these stupid poison worms? Having said that, I immediately took out an antidote and put it in my mouth. This was an antidote prepared by my master according to an esoteric method, and he told me to always carry it with me in case I needed it. As soon as I felt that the antidote had worked, I rushed at the Exorcist Wong because I knew that, for an opponent like this Exorcist Wong, the sooner I act, the sooner I can take advantage. But just like what Big D told me before, Wong is only better than me. As soon as I rushed in, his blow hit me. He acted very quickly and accurately. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 22. The blow was so strong that I was pushed back, and at this time, a wound appeared on my face. Following the momentum of my body, I turned upside down and landed safely. I can say that I am no match for this Wong. He was too strong. I suddenly thought with such strength that only my master could deal with him. I paused for a few seconds to think how. Face-to-face duel with this Wong was impossible. Just by distracting him and slowly finding an opening. So I quickly moved to my side. Wong, for a moment, didn't know what I was going to do and just stood there watching. Right now, I have a few coins in my hand. With it, I can attack from a distance easily. I quickly shot the coins at Wong. Of course, avoiding these coins was just a simple matter for him. Just shaking his head slightly, he has avoided my attack. I just waited for that action of him. I quickly shot the coins continuously in many different directions so that Wong could not dodge them. A vase was hit by a coin and broke, inside containing a poisonous insect. It seems that Wong used this to cultivate magic worms. You're very good. Each vase here is a separate type of magic worm, but the magic worm that I gave to your beautiful policewoman only has one. If you like it, you can come and get it, but I tell you, if you want to get it, step over my body first. Saying so, Wong laughed like crazy and rushed in front of the jar containing the magic worms that he just said. This has been in my speculation before. I can confirm, this vase is useless. It is not an important thing to him. But in the blink of an eye, he moved behind me, and I didn't expect his speed to be so fast. It's really not easy fighting this Wong. He threw his fist towards me. I immediately raised my hand to block it, but that was just a bad move. The real blow was this one of his kicks, and I couldn't immediately pull back my hand to block it, so the kick hit me. The blow was quite strong, causing me to fall backward. The wooden table I hit immediately shattered. Before I came here, I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult. My whole body ached from the strong impact. Wong jumped from above, intending to finish me, but fortunately, I reacted in time, dodging to the side to avoid a dangerous blow from him. Is that all your strength is? You've only learned so little from your master, and you've let me down. You are so incompetent. Hearing him say that, I was extremely angry. If my master were here, this Wong would not dare to speak so loudly, but regardless of what he said, I must be very calm now, pretend, but listening to him, I slowly put my hand in my pocket. After grasping a few coins in the palm of my hand, I rushed towards Wong. Quickly, I threw the coins in my hand towards Wong at such a close distance to see how well he dodged. As expected, he raised his hand to catch the oncoming coins, and I could see the flicker of surprise on his face. He didn't think I could come up with this trick. But what surprised him the most was my actions after that. Now he realized the coins are just my way of distracting him. My main purpose is the punch towards him. This Wong is also not a novice. Even though he was so surprised, he still leaned over to avoid my punch. But my real purpose is not him. It's all just a show that I put on to cover the eyes of Wong. My main purpose is the pot of magic worms in the back. I immediately shot the coin to break the vase. But unfortunately, this bottle is not the bottle containing the magic worms that infect Miss Valentine. The magic worms on Miss Valentine's body are bloodworms, much scarier than this. Although I didn't succeed, I was also a little gloating. In addition to destroying the vase behind Wong, I also grabbed a handful of hair on his head without him knowing. At this time, Wong was extremely angry. He did not expect that after so many years had passed, someone could touch his hair for the first time, and even broke 2 of his precious magic worm vases. It all combined to make him go crazy. He immediately took the initiative to attack, rushing towards me like lightning. He continuously launched deadly moves with dizzying speed, and I could only dodge now. After the battle with the silver-haired assassin, I still haven't fully recovered, and now I have to fight this Wong, so my speed is somewhat reduced. I can't counterattack but can only hold my hands up to block the fierce blows of Wong. The continuous defense will definitely reveal a loophole. Wong immediately seized the opportunity. He threw a blow to my neck. The blow was so strong that I was thrown backward and hit a wine rack. With the current situation, I don't feel good at all. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Now I wonder where Big D is right now. I don't know who the important person he said he wants to find is, found or not. Although Big D is a bit clumsy and inflexible, I need even the smallest help. And even though Big D can't duel with Wong, he is still a great help with his knowledge. He understands Wong very well, and this will help me a lot. It turned out that Big D was now in Wang's private room. It looks like he's looking for something. It turned out that Big D was looking for me, and in the end, he couldn't find the person he was looking for. Big D wants to find this person because as soon as he got out of the zombie forest, Big D heard a sound that he thought was coming from the person he wanted to find. Big D had a very strange premonition. That sound was both familiar and foreign, so he decided to find it. "Hey, Gregory, where are you?" But in response to his whispers, it was just a quiet space around. There was no one around here. At this moment, Big D discovered a girl's voice in the back calling to him. Big D's whole body trembled. He immediately recognized this voice. How could he forget? He didn't seem to believe his ears anymore. Big D quickly turned his head, and he was really surprised. The girl who just called him brother is none other than Wen, the sister of Wang, whom he has often visited the grave for many years, is also the sister that Big D always regrets whenever he remembers. Big D now couldn't hold back the tears that were about to fall. "Is that Wen? Is it really you? It's me. Don't you remember this little sister? It was I who called you here," said the girl. "Do you know that over the years, I miss you so much? I'm always in this villa with my brother, and I always hope to see you again one day." Facing Wen at this moment, Big D couldn't hold back his tears anymore. 2 lines of tears rolled down his cheeks. He was really shocked. He didn't know if it was real or a dream in front of him. Tears kept rolling down. For Big D, Wen is his biggest regret. Her death has always haunted him for many years. At this time, Big D was too emotional without knowing that the small hand of Wen was slowly touching his neck. Before Big D had time to ask Wen, he immediately discovered something was wrong. At this moment he suddenly felt short of breath. As soon as he looked down, Wen's hand had been squeezing his neck ever since. Big D simply thought that she did it because she hated him, so he didn't react. But then Wen's face gradually changed. At this time, her skin became pale, her white eyes looked straight at Big D, and then smiled a ghostly smile. Wen suddenly shouted angrily, "Go to hell, there is no place for you here. This place can only be entered but cannot come out." At this point, Wen's face had completely turned into a devil's face and continued to strangle Big D harder. At this point, Big D has to accept the truth. Wen is dead, and this is just her resentful shadow. Because he had a gun loaded with magic bullets capable of exorcism, Big D slowly raised his gun and fired a few bullets at the ghost. The ghost being pushed back, Big D immediately pointed the gun at it, not allowing it to come near to attack him. Wen's ghost immediately split into dozens of figures, continuously screaming and surrounding Big D in the middle. These images make Big D dizzy, wondering which is the real ghost. The number of magic bullets in the gun is limited, but the figures are too many, and Big D doesn't know what to do for a while. "I'm really too naive, Wen. I guess it's because I love you so much that when I first met you, I didn't notice anything anymore, not even this simple trick." After that, Big D ignored the ghosts in front of him and pointed his gun at the wall corner, where lies a lantern that created these ghosts. Big D's judgment is not wrong. This lantern is what creates the ghosts surrounding Big D. He immediately shot at the lantern. Sure enough, as soon as the lantern fell, the ghosts disappeared. Right from the moment Big D felt something was wrong, and what just happened proved his speculations. It turned out that it was the light of the moonlight that revealed the lantern of Wang, and Big D also knew too well who he was, so it was difficult to trick Big D into a trap. Big D quickly approached the elevator to go to the upper floor. As soon as he arrived, the scene in front of him made him extremely surprised. At this time, I was badly beaten by Wang. My body was beaten and bruised, and my face was covered with blood, so pathetic. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 23. As soon as he entered, he saw me lying on the ground. Big D immediately rushed over to help me up, now looking at me very miserable. Even opening my mouth to speak is also difficult. I can only whisper a few sentences. Big D, it seems I can't make it, I can only go with you here. Gregory, don't talk nonsense, don't scare me. I'll see you in the next life, you fat bastard. After saying that, I let my hands drop to the floor, despite Big D's screams. But then Big D realized something wasn't right. Damn bastard, how dare you fool me? Why is your heart still beating like a drum when you're dead? So I was discovered by this fat guy. After helping me sit up, Big D continued, why don't you come here to find me, harm me? I searched everywhere but couldn't find it. At this time, Wang said, stop it, this is not the place for you to talk. Big D, have you met my sister? Does she recognize you? You look down on me so much. Who can fool that childish play? I'm more and more disappointed in you. You know, not being able to save Wen was one thing that I regretted for the rest of my life. But there is one more thing that I can't help but blame myself for. It's because I want to revive my sister that I used the lantern's cage to capture Wen's soul. But unfortunately, in an accident, the lanterns were lost, only the one you just saw left. Wang, I really don't have anything more to say to you. Do you know that because of your childish play? So I broke the other lantern. And you are just a cruel, selfish guy. If you didn't do that, wouldn't Wen be reincarnated, happily living a new life, not just a homeless ghost wandering around? Okay, remember the old days. After all, you have overcome many tribulations together. I will help you find the lanterns containing Wen's soul, but you also have to deliver the antidote to the ancient worms used on that policewoman. You are so naive, Big D. She has to die. Those policemen have to die for me to be satisfied. Remember well. Everyone who stands in my way will die, including you, brother. Big D thought that a little old brotherhood could convince Wang, but he was wrong. He has sunk too deeply into the pit of hatred. You can't harm an innocent person like that. She's a good person, she doesn't deserve it, and if you still refuse to repent, I will find a way for you to stop. Even if I have to beat you, I'll do it. I thought it was only that bastard who came here for a woman. I didn't expect you to be as stupid as him. Saving that policewoman is just part of the reason I came here. What am I here for? You still don't understand. Wang, stop it. Stop it before it's too late. Go back to being good Wang, kind and gentle that I have ever known. Hearing Big D's words, Wang couldn't help but think a little. He suddenly remembered the past. It's been a long time since he wanted to remember his former self. After the death of his sister, he wants to become stronger. He wants to be strong by all means, so he always lives in hatred. Only hatred can help him have the energy to live on. Hey kid, you're going to do something. Gentleman doesn't do something sneaky. Wang is really powerful. I thought that after talking with Big D and Deep Thought, he would not pay attention to his surroundings. Taking that opportunity, I planned to go back to the ancient worm jars, but I was discovered by him. After I was discovered, I didn't hesitate any longer, prepared to shoot the coins at the jars containing the ancient worm. Seeing that, Wang rushed towards me to stop it, but he suddenly discovered that Big D was also rushing towards him. Big D kept shouting loudly for courage. Never seen Big D determined to do something like this time. With his huge body, Big D rushed and grabbed Wang immediately. Wang was now angry. he immediately elbowed Big D in the face. The blow was so strong that Big D immediately fell to the floor. Take advantage of the precious time that Big D just had to sacrifice himself to have. I immediately shot coins at the jars, hoping to find the right one that contained the ancient worm. The jars were broken one by one, from which came out snakes, centipedes, lizards, and other insects, which looked extremely scary. These extremely poisonous animals are soaked in jars and cultivated by Wang. They are now many times more poisonous than usual. They also have no spirit energy left. Wang regretted his ancient worm jars, but he was also a little gloating because I still hadn't found the jar containing the bloodworms. Seeing that, he immediately rushed towards me, not letting me continue to destroy the ancient worm jars. But Big D can't stay still. His face is still aching, but he still decides to rush in to obstruct Wang. Wang got past Big D, then he rushed towards me, furiously attacking. It must be said that after becoming angry, the mage Wang was stronger than ever. I had a hard time resisting his attacks. Despite Big D's help, it doesn't seem that the situation is much better. After struggling for a while, I finally got a powerful punch on my chin. My head was dizzy. Wang grabbed my collar to prepare to deliver the finishing blow. Seeing that, Big D from behind rushed at Wang from behind. Wang, stop it. This kid has done nothing wrong. Don't kill more innocent people. I beg of you, come to your senses. Ignoring Big D's words, Wang did not hesitate to throw another elbow into Big D's face. Immediately Big D fell to the floor. As soon as I escaped from Big D, Wang rushed in and grabbed my head. I see you've gone through so much trouble to come here for that cop, so I'll help you guys meet in heaven. After that, Wang repeatedly punched me in the face. At this time, I did not have the strength to resist anymore. I could only lie down and take the blow. Big D looked at the scene in front of him. He suddenly remembered the old battle. If I don't think of a way, I will die at the hands of Wang is certain. At this time, it is useless to use words to persuade. Big D is extremely confused, not knowing what to do. Suddenly he saw his gun. He reached out trembling hands to reach for the gun. Now he had to make a decision, the most difficult decision in his life. Wang, stop it. Don't force me to shoot. Respect for years of brotherhood, you should stop. Wang paused for a moment. But then Big D changed the target. He continuously shot down the remaining worm jars. He hoped that when he found the jar of bloodworms and destroyed it, so Wang would stop. Finally, Big D hit the jar containing the bloodworms. As soon as the jar broke, the bloodworms could be seen now having formed and crawling out. Wang, stop it. The bloodworms have been destroyed by me. You haven't stopped yet. You think destroying that jar will make me stop? You are wrong. It's all too late. I have no way back now. Want me to stop? Unless you kill me. At this moment, Wang is holding my head with one hand. My whole body is limp and helpless. My life is now completely in the hands of Wang. Kid, you're good, but I'm sorry. After finishing his words, Wang put all his strength into this finishing blow. In the end, he did not spare me. Right at that life and death moment, I heard the sound of gunshots. It turned out that Big D had shot directly at Wang. This moment for Big D is the hardest decision of his life until now. Personally ending the person who was once a close brother to him really is not an easy decision. The most surprising person was Wang. He originally thought that Big D wouldn't dare shoot him, but it was too late now. His face was extremely painful, and he slowly fell to his knees. You've woken up. I have cooked porridge for you. Hurry up and eat. It turned out that I had been in a coma for a day. When I woke up, I found everything very blurry. I was lying in a strange room. Was everything really over? Where is this? What's wrong with the bloodworms? Have you got the antidote? You just woke up. You don't have to worry about the bloodworms. The bloodworms have been destroyed by me. The antidote is also taken. Ms. Valentine will be saved. You don't worry anymore. You have to eat hot porridge. It's not good to let it cool. Then, Big D pushed the bowl of porridge towards me. After giving me a bowl of porridge, Big D continued. We are still in Thailand. Both of our arrest warrants have not been removed. Wait until you are well, and then we will return together, bringing proof of wrongdoing for both. After that, I asked about the situation of Wong, only seeing Big D sat without saying anything, just quietly reaching for the ashtray in front of him, his expression now very contemplative, contrary to his bright expression smile that I often see. Wong is dead. That's the price he has to pay for what he did. Looking at the number of cigarette butts, I can tell that Big D had to think a lot. Those who dare to harm the people I love will not have a good ending. No matter how powerful he is, I will defeat him. You don't know, when you were knocked unconscious by Wong, I beat him by myself. He kept begging me to forgive him, but I finished him off with one blow. Then we arranged to leave Thailand. Ahead of us was the way back home. We couldn't book a plane ticket. So, in the end, we have to become stowaways. I put on my shirt and walked away. For me, taking the train is more comfortable than going by plane. Standing on the dock and waiting for the train to arrive, enjoying the sea breeze and feeling refreshed after having everything settled, I feel more comfortable than ever. After getting on the boat, Big D put his arm around my shoulder and said that he specially rented this boat. This time, we can stay comfortably in the upper room. We don't need to hide in the bottom of the boat like rats. Suddenly, there was a voice from behind. We immediately turned around. We realized the owner of the ship and the two juniors that I beat before. It was really bad luck. They were already waiting here, just waiting for us to get on the train to show up. At this time, they came to us with knives in hand, determined to arrest us. Why did you say you hired another ship? Why are we here? Who knows? I'm sure they know each other. Unexpectedly, it was still difficult until the last minute. It seems that the way back home is not easy. No time to think anymore. I immediately rushed into the sea. Seeing that Big D also rushed after me immediately. Now this is the only way to escape. Very well, just leisurely swim back to America. Oh, I forgot to remind you, there are a lot of sharks around here. Just enjoy it slowly. After saying that, the ship owner and his juniors burst into laughter. After saying that, they sailed away, leaving our two unlucky guys alone in the middle of the sea. Both of us are now very confused when looking around. Only water is water. The only thing the two of us can hold onto right now is a board that we both found by accident. But that doesn't get any better, because in front of us is the scorching sun, and then hunger and thirst will slowly kill us. While the two were desperate and gave up everything, Big D faintly heard the sound of a boat engine. A boat seemed to be running towards us. What a boat it is, and it's coming towards us. We're both thrilled now. When the boat approached, we really believed it wasn't an illusion, and this time we were saved. On the boat at this moment appeared a figure. This person was taking us towards us. No matter how rich our imaginations were, neither of us could have imagined that we would meet this person here again. For the two of us who were about to drown, the outstretched hand was like the hand of God. We both cried with joy, finally alive. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 24. The person who came to save us was no stranger. It was the beautiful policewoman Valentine. It turned out that right after the jar of bloodworms was destroyed, The witchcraft on her arm disappeared. Now the doctors were able to control the poison. Right after she recovered, she went to Thailand to find us. Thanks to the cooperation of the police of both countries, she finally found and saved the two of us who drowned. As soon as I got on the boat, I asked about Miss Valentine's arm. She said her arm has gradually recovered. Her health has also recovered extremely quickly. She also said that she is very grateful that we did not mind the danger and came all the way here to save her. Don't be subjective. The poison of the blood plasma is extremely dangerous, can't be underestimated. When I return to the US, I will bring you the body of the blood plasma and burn them up. After that, the remaining toxins in the body are completely eliminated. Hearing what Big D just said, Miss Valentine was not only not afraid but also laughed. Don't scare me. Maybe the remaining poison in my body will make me stronger, such as having more superpowers. At this time, Nak Han also did not forget to inform us of extremely important news. The case was thoroughly investigated. We were declared innocent in that case. Solving this case also helped her receive a lot of praise from her superiors. She also said that she put her trust in the right person. After taking the earliest flight to the US, we met at a restaurant to celebrate. Everyone is happy and excited because they have overcome the storm. All distance now seems to be erased. The three of us decided to drink together until we got drunk. No one will come back if we don't get drunk. At this time, Ms. Valentine has completely trusted and considered us as close friends. This is also the first time I drink this much. It was hesitant at first, so I only drank Coca-Cola. But then, because I was so happy, I switched to beer and finally drank brandy. I didn't expect your drinking capacity to be so good. It surprised me. Do you think only you guys know how to drink? Honestly, this is the first time I drink so freely. You two are my life-saving benefactors. Of course, I have to drink to the fullest. Big D, at this time, pulled my head back. Do you know this trip to Thailand? I am the hardest one. The life of this squishy is also saved by me. I also destroyed the worm blood jar. Do you think I'm very important? At this time, Big D started to show off his bragging skills. He recounted the match with the silver-haired assassin, then how he beat him, as if he was the one who knocked the killer down. And when talking about Wong, he said that just snapping his fingers would make him lie down, and I just followed along to help with the errands. At this time, Big D has started to get drunk. He talks without logic at all. I can only shake my head in disgust at his muddy level. But it's worth it. On the last trip, Big D experienced going through a lot of different emotions, so just let him be at ease. I have to go to the bathroom to pee. You two wait for me. This damn fat guy has no tact at all, speaking in front of women without grace. As soon as Big D left, Miss Valentine came around to me and sat in the chair that Big D had just sat on. She leaned close to me and said, "Thank you." Maybe Ms. Valentine was drunk now, but for me, since growing up, this is the first time having a beautiful girl on me. I didn't know what to do. My face was red at the moment. Fortunately, I was drinking, so no one saw it. At this time, I was really embarrassed. I could only turn my face away to avoid Valentine's hot gaze. I told her that what I just did, anyone can do it for my friends. If it was someone else, I would be willing to help. Seeing my attitude like that, Valentine got closer and closer. Suddenly she leaned close to my ear and asked if I had a girlfriend. The unexpected question made me freeze. Not knowing how to answer, she continued saying that she wanted to give me a kiss as a thank you. Oh my gosh, why am I so lucky? Even though I'm shy, I can't resist her offer. So Valentine started to approach me. For me, this situation can only be met in a dream. Now I can feel the softness and warmth from Valentine's body. It makes my whole body tremble. I feel like I'm floating in the sky. I am over 30 years old, but this is really the first time I feel this feeling. When I glanced over, my eyes met Valentine's plump and indifferent lips. The warm breath blowing into my ears made my skin goosebumps. This moment I affirm that I will never forget it for the rest of my life. But a noise like thunder threw me from heaven back to earth, and Miss Valentine was too drunk to take it anymore. She put her head on the table and made a loud noise. Seeing that I could only sigh with regret. Oh my God. I immediately helped Valentine to the next seat and asked the waiter at the restaurant to keep an eye on her. And I wanted to go to the bathroom to find Big D. From the time he entered there until now, he never came back. I don't know if it was because he was so drunk that he was lying there. But my prediction was wrong. Big D hasn't collapsed yet, but he's really drunk. He approached a person who was peeing, repeatedly pulled out his business card and gave it to the man. Being bothered by Big D, the other man was extremely annoyed. Seeing that the other man refused to take it, Big D immediately turned to invite someone else. This time, he went over to invite a big guy, who was also extremely annoyed. I rushed to stop Big D, or he would beat Big D, knowing that Big D was drunk. Even though he was upset, he still spared us. What are you doing? Let go of me. That brat can't do anything to me. You call him here, I'll beat him up. Big D was so drunk he was shouting loudly. He raised his hand to push me away. Because I wasn't prepared, I was pushed against the wall. At this moment, an unexpected thing happened. As soon as I touched the wall, I felt a cold air like ice penetrate my body. This feeling made me startle. Then I could feel an angry ghost rushing towards me from behind the wall. Based on my intuition, I guess that it has been confined within this wall for a long time. I instinctively turned around, but the ghost was gone. I moved closer to check the wall. Just at this moment, a gunshot startled me. I quickly took Big D out to find Valentine. I almost wanted to run away when I got there. Miss Valentine was sitting at the table, loudly threatening the waiter. He looked like he was trying his best to dissuade Valentine. Poor waitress, the gunfire was from her shooting into the sky. I didn't expect women to be so muddy when drunk. Right now, I don't feel happy at all. I just want to cry out loud. On the left, Big D is constantly shouting that he is a super mage and constantly throwing out his business cards. On the right, Valentine is also unstable. She even said she would go as a model to show me the catwalk, then I had to give her a comment. I also really give up on these two. Then I called a taxi to take Valentine back first. After seeing her come in, I returned home with Big D. Big D is so drunk now, he can't sit anymore, but sometimes he still mumbles something. I listen attentively and know that he says he will try to find lanterns containing Wen's soul. Hearing that, I could only sigh and say a few words of comfort to him. I don't know if he heard what I said, but I will definitely help him find the lanterns so that Wen's soul can escape. Maybe this is the only thing he can do to comfort Wang. In the past, he couldn't save Wen. Now, only making Wen truly rest will make him less regretful. In his heart, although Big D is a heartless person on the outside, he is actually a very emotional person. Wake up, this lazy guy. This is a very lucrative case. Hurry up and discuss with me. Just early in the morning, Big D came into my room shouting loudly. Seeing that I hadn't woken up, this damn guy did a pervert. Damn fat. Why did you wake me up so early in the morning? Did you win the lottery? I yawned and asked Big D, what won the lottery? Hurry up and get dressed. We went back to the restaurant yesterday. I was still bewildered when Big D continued. Do you remember yesterday before returning? I threw a lot of business cards there. Early this morning, the restaurant owner called me and wanted us to come over there to help. He handles a few things. While talking, he took clothes for me to wear and kept urging me to hurry up. After that, we quickly had breakfast and went to that restaurant. This restaurant does not pick up customers in the morning, so it is quite convenient for our work. More than anyone, after last night's incident, I know for sure that there is a problem here. And Big D, he has regained his inherent optimism. Now he is extremely excited. Maybe after this case, he will become a loyal customer of this restaurant. After entering the restaurant, Big D met the restaurant owner to discuss more things. Taking advantage of that time, I looked around more closely to see if I found anything. At this time, the restaurant owner began to tell me what happened, and I listened attentively. It turned out that recently the restaurant employee said that he had seen a ghost, which made him extremely confused. That day, while cleaning and collecting garbage, he carried 2 large garbage bags towards the toilet. Suddenly, a gray hand appeared from the wall, as if trying to grab him. He saw this, he was very surprised and scared and quickly shouted. Not only that, but the ghost also poked his body out of the wall, leaping out to grab the employee. At this time, he was so scared that he ran away frantically. In a panic, he fell to the ground and screamed loudly, but when he looked back, the ghost was gone. Hearing the screams, the restaurant owner immediately ran to see what was wrong. When he arrived, he immediately saw his employee sitting on the ground, his face lifeless. After a while, he regained his composure and told his boss how he met the ghost. He pointed to the wall and said the ghost came out from there. Hearing that, the restaurant owner immediately approached to check, but he did not detect any suspicious signs. Although the employee claimed that he had actually seen a ghost, his boss did not believe that there was no ghost in this world for him. The restaurant owner then said that maybe the employee was overworked and had hallucinations. To give him peace of mind, he sent him home early and told him to rest well and return to work tomorrow. After the employee left, the restaurant owner was left alone to check the income and expenditure books. But he soon realized that something was wrong right next to him. It was vague at first, but it became more and more obvious that caught his attention. Suddenly he glanced at the bottle of wine next to him, and he was startled. From the reflection in the wine bottle, he could see a man standing by the wall, which his employee just said he saw a ghost coming out of. The restaurant owner was a little startled. He immediately went to the wall to look better. But it was so strange that there was only a wall there as soon as he turned around. At this time, he began to doubt that what he saw was related to what the employee said earlier. Because he suspected that this place really had a ghost hiding, he picked up the business card that Big D left behind. He called us to find out the truth. After listening to the restaurant owner's story and what I saw last night, I can confirm that my judgment is not wrong. I immediately turned to Big D. "Hey, did you bring your tools?" At this time, I saw the toolbox in Big D's hand. "Don't worry. How can I forget? Everything is ready, you can start." I immediately took a bunch of dried wormwood and lit it on fire. Seeing what I was doing, Big D immediately knew I was using this method to detect unseen bodies in an enclosed space. After I burned the bunch of wormwoods, Big D immediately used a piece of cardboard to blow the smoke around the room. Indeed, this smoke was very unpleasant. I was reluctant to bear it, but Big D did not stop coughing. The smoky smell of wormwood leaves suddenly became strangely foul. It was like the smell of a decaying old corpse. The two of us felt sick and nauseous as soon as we smelled it. Both of us didn't need anyone to say a word, putting our hands up to cover our noses. Why is there such a strong smell of corpses? Have you ever encountered this? But then Big D suddenly fell silent and did not ask me any more. He was extremely surprised by what was appearing in front of his eyes. That's right, the wall appeared traces of human form, faint at first but becoming more and more obvious. At this time, I can confidently say that there are dead bodies hidden in this wall. We quickly called the police. They immediately sent policewoman Valentine down. Perhaps her superiors have now assigned cases like this to her by default, and soon Valentine arrived at the scene. As soon as she arrived, she asked me about the situation here. After telling all I knew, I asked her if she was okay. The policewoman said that she had not been so drunk for a long time, although she was less tired now. But she still has a terrible headache. I think she probably doesn't remember what she did yesterday. After asking a few more questions, we put aside the personal matter and focus on the main thing. After examining the wall, Ms. Valentine immediately called the police station to send another officer. He brought down the sledgehammer to break the wall. We were now standing in the back, very nervous. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 25. After everyone was settled, the man in charge of breaking the wall started his work. He used all his strength to hit the wall with a hammer. The wall immediately appeared with large cracks. It can be confirmed that this wall has a void inside, because every hammer blow that hits the wall emits a deep sound, unlike normal walls. In addition, the wall surface is easily destroyed after just a few hammer blows. Just as I thought, after a period of continuous smashing, the body of a man gradually appeared. The body was now dry as a mummy. Look at the state of the corpse. It could be said that this body had been hidden here for a long time. The hole was quite large at this time, so the body was slightly spilled out. A small wooden stake can be clearly seen on the corpse's forehead. It can be confirmed that this man was sealed by someone using black magic before hiding his body in this wall. At first, when he saw the body, the man on the task of breaking the wall thought it was an ordinary corpse. But after seeing the state of the corpse, he was extremely surprised and scared. Although the corpses were dry, the stench emanating from them was still very strong. Big D quickly put his hand to cover his nose. Otherwise, he would vomit, so I signaled the man to stop, and I approached the corpse to have a better look. It is clear that this man was killed and then hid his body here on purpose. At this time, Miss Valentine also approached me to observe. Then she turned to me and asked, "Gregory, do you have any comment on this case? Why is this man sealed in the wall?" "I don't know. Besides the purpose of disposing of the evidence, does the killer have any other purpose?" I went closer to take a closer look and slowly explained to her. "This is a kind of witchcraft that uses a living person as a spell. This man has been turned into a gatekeeper. The purpose of the performer of this witchcraft is to bring material wealth to the householder. Whoever does this harm can only be done by those who are passionate about witchcraft like Wang." At this time, Big D also came close to observe and give his comments. Simultaneously, Valentine also quickly ordered his subordinates to conduct an investigation, starting from the background of the victim. When the policeman left, Big D continued to speak. "The mage who performs this witchcraft is not inferior to Wang, maybe even Wang's colleague. Looking at the position of the wooden stakes, we can see that his hand is very precise and decisive. Only a professional and cold-blooded hand can do it." The body was then taken out. At this time, we saw wooden stakes being hammered in many places on the body. The purpose of this is to imprison the soul of the dead person to prevent escape and make him a gatekeeper. On initial speculation, it can be said that the previous owner of this restaurant may be involved in this heinous case. Miss Valentine continues to send her subordinates to investigate the previous owner of this restaurant. Based on what I've seen so far, I continued to analyze. Victims must have been selected by the practitioners of this witchcraft in advance. They have a clear and meticulous plan. After Valentine finished delegating the work to my subordinates, I explained to her more about this witchcraft. As far as I know, after being sealed to create a gatekeeper, the owner of this place has to worship every day for the imprisoned spirit. Since then the restaurant will become more and more popular, in addition to can overwhelm competitors. After Valentine finished delegating the work to my subordinates, I explained to her more about this witchcraft. As far as I know, after being sealed to create a gatekeeper, the owner of this place has to worship every day for the imprisoned spirit. Since then the restaurant will become more and more popular, in addition to can overwhelm competitors. According to the two of you, besides Wang, is there anyone who can do this? Maybe a feng shui master has done it. If you can locate the culprit, it will help a lot to investigate. Hearing Valentine says that, both Big D and I thought the same thing, but we couldn't think of anyone for a while. After thinking for a while, Big D began to speak. The activities of these mages who specialize in this evil are extremely mysterious. They have many different guises and constantly change to avoid detection. Sometimes they are feng shui masters. Sometimes he is an exorcist like Gregory. It is very difficult to find them, unless someone inside who has done business with them denounces them. After Wang's death, the evil mages have become much more vigilant. They will act cautiously to avoid detection, but they also won't easily ignore Gregory and me. In short, we have become the target of their revenge. Hearing this, I turned to Big D and asked, was it possible that when they found out that Wang was keeping the lanterns containing Wen's soul, they took the lanterns away? Big D immediately confirmed my conjecture. It is possible. These evil mages dare to do anything. Once they have the souls of the dead in their hands, they can do a lot of things. People like Wang will appear more and more, and the latter is constantly stronger than the former. At this time, we both pondered. According to Big D's suggestion, now the only way is to put my hand on this corpse to know who is behind this witchcraft. Indeed, I can't think of a better way other than this. But the feeling of touching corpses is not a pleasant experience, so I hesitated a bit. Seeing that I was still hesitant, Miss Valentine immediately threatened me, saying that if I refused to do it, she would take me to the police station for not cooperating with the investigation and then lock me up. I just hate that fat Big D also joined Miss Valentine to scare me. With no other choice, I had to do as they were told and walked towards the corpse. Although reluctant, honestly, I also want to do this, although touching a corpse, especially a corpse that has been dead for a long time, is not good. But it is the only way to find a clue. I also wanted to see what the evil mage's face looked like. Just like other times, when touching the corpse, a feeling like an electric current ran through the body. Then gradually, faint images began to appear. Finally, this man's pre-death scene appeared clearly in my mind. The first thing I saw was a dark, damp corner of the stairwell where the homeless often sought refuge. At this moment, in a deep corner, two men are controlling a homeless man. Although the two young men look strong, they cannot control the homeless person. Seeing this man protest so strongly, he continued to scream. Fearing that someone would accidentally pass by, they immediately took a towel soaked in anesthetic to cover the mouth and nose of the homeless man. The anesthetic quickly took effect. The man gradually weakened and eventually lost consciousness. Seeing that, the other two guys pulled the homeless man out. There was a car waiting outside. They quickly got in the car and left. Then they took the homeless man to the restaurant where we were standing. Many people were waiting there. It seemed that they wanted to perform this scary magic right in the restaurant. At this time, a man in the crowd spoke up. He said the others put the homeless man on the floor, then used the staff in his hand to push up his hat to get a better look at the unfortunate man. Looking at his posture and appearance, I guessed that he was the leader, the same mage who would perform the witchcraft. After glancing over at the homeless man, the man walked over to the table he used as a magic table, put down his staff, and began to wash his hands, which were now a set of spells, wooden stakes. They are the things that he will use to cast spells. After washing his hands, he put on his mage robe. When he was ready, he ordered his subordinates to put the homeless man on the table where he was washing his hands. There were many charms around the table. As the subordinates dispersed, he slowly approached the poor man. Even though the homeless man was still alive and well, he started driving wooden stakes into the homeless man's body, starting with the victim's head. Although the pain was excruciating, perhaps this man was controlled by witchcraft, so his screams were only in his throat but could not be heard. After driving the last stake, the magician took a towel to wipe his bloody hand. After doing such a cruel thing, he remained calm as if nothing happened. After wiping his hands, he slowly untied his mage robe. His subordinates approached the mage's command, putting the homeless man who had fainted in pain into the place where he had been prepared in advance. The homeless man was then placed inside the restaurant's wall, which they then filled with bricks. But pitifully for the other man, when the last bricks were placed, he regained consciousness. Now, he could only gasp and helplessly watch the other people bury him alive in the wall. After performing the magic ritual, the shaman and his subordinates calmly left. Before leaving, he also told the restaurant owner to regularly worship the sealed soul if they don't want to get in trouble. Those were also the last images I could see. I slowly raised my hand and sighed. I didn't expect that as humans together, they could act so cruelly. Seeing my expression like that, Ms. Valentine was very curious. She asked me about the mage's appearance. I immediately told what I had seen to the two of them. He's a gentleman, very well dressed, very rich gentleman. He seems to have done a lot of that, so both he and his men work very professionally and decisively. At this time, Big D could not hide his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "These evil mages are becoming more and more rampant. It is their work that makes the reputation of true magicians like us slandered, misunderstood by society." Seeing Big D like that, I could only advise him to calm down. I also added, based on the demeanor of the magician and the subordinates accompanying him, "This guy is truly a wild man who doesn't respect the law." After that, Big D fell silent, trying to remember if he had met anyone in the wizarding community before. And Miss Valentine took advantage of sketching the portrait of the magician. She then compared it with the criminal records to see if there were any clues. At this moment, the police officer sent a picture of the restaurant's former owner to Ms. Valentine. She immediately handed the phone to me and asked me to confirm if it was the same person who hired the mage. I stared at him for a while and confirmed it was him. For the old owner, finding him is not difficult, but difficult is the mage's whereabouts. I hope from the former owner of this restaurant to find some clues about the mage. After confirming the right person, Ms. Valentine immediately told the inspector standing next to her to start investigating the former owner of this restaurant. Now, when I look at Big D, I see him sitting on the ground, staring at the body. He then said that he had heard of a mage who specialized in evil ways. He always held a staff in his hand like a true gentleman. He specialized in serving the tycoon. This must have involved a lot of people, so it should be investigated carefully. Just interrogating the former owner of this restaurant will surely find clues. But we can't let him deny responsibility in this matter, have to make him feel guilty before the law for his actions. Suddenly there was a cold wind blowing. Big D jumped up and grabbed my hand. Then he clasped his hands and prayed, "Oh innocent soul, find the person who harmed you and takes revenge. Please don't harm me. I'm innocent." I immediately took off my glasses. It was indeed the ghost of that homeless man standing behind Big D. I immediately said that the spirit was very angry and was about to rush to strangle him. The ghost is indeed behind Big D's back, but the story of strangling Big D was just made up by me to scare him for joining Miss Valentine to bully me. But Big D thought it was true. He immediately ran back to the toolbox and brought the peach wooden sword and earthen pot back to me so that I could escape for the soul. At this time, Big D just said that yesterday, after going to the toilet, he did not wash his hands but wiped the wall. He was afraid that his actions would make angry ghosts seek his revenge. He kept urging me to quickly free that ghost. Looking at Big D's appearance at this time is extremely funny. I was going to scare Big D for a while more. However, when I looked at the soul, I immediately abandoned that idea. Now, he stood still looking at his body lying on the ground, looking extremely sad, seeing that I didn't either willingly. So I took the sword and the earthen pot in Big D's hand. What I can do now is to help the soul of the unfortunate man to soon escape. I raised my wooden sword while chanting the spell. After I finished reading, I thrust my sword through the earthen pot. As soon as the earthen pot was broken, the poor man's soul was sucked inside. So I don't know how long it took, the poor soul was liberated. Looks like the dead have been at peace. At that moment, Valentine's phone rang, and she answered it. After answering the phone, Valentine told us rather bad news. The restaurant's previous owner had died at his home. So the only clue is lost. I think his death has something involved with the mage. Immediately, Ms. Valentine took us to the crime scene. Unexpectedly, the perpetrator smelled danger and killed the person to cover the clues. When the three of us arrived, the police were investigating the scene. We were led in by Miss Valentine without any hindrance. As soon as we entered the house, all three of us were surprised. We did not expect the old owner of the restaurant to die in such a strange way. The case seems to have more and more unexpected details that make people a headache. Right in the middle of the house, the man died and was buried in a large ceramic vase, with only the head exposed, the inside of the pot filled with earth. I thought this time was as simple as the previous case, but things became more complicated. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 26. Seeing that the former owner of the restaurant was killed and buried in a jar, Big D was surprised. Just a normal person can realize this is no ordinary murder. He moved closer to take a closer look. But Miss Valentine stopped him. She said let the coroner finish the job. Inexperienced people like us are very likely to disturb the scene. There are very small clues, just a little carelessness will be lost. Gregory, did you hear anything? If you go in arbitrarily, the scene will be disturbed. Until then, Valentine won't be able to help you. This fat guy really embarrassed me. He was going to run over to see it, but now he teaches me. While the autopsy team was working, Miss Valentine turned to me and said, looking at the scene like that, what do you think about the other man's death? There is one thing I want to tell you. In that jar, besides the soil, there was a lot of cinnabars mixed together. Hearing that, I wondered more and couldn't think of anything for a while. But Big D was different. He was next to me and said, If what Miss Valentine said is true, then this is not just a murder with a clue. I suspect that this man was killed for a purpose. It's a kind of witchcraft, but I'll have to get closer to see what it is. As soon as I said that, both Big D and Valentine were surprised. Valentine wondered what kind of witchcraft could be scary. According to my speculation, it is the witchcraft that helps people to increase their lifespan. I have seen the mage Wang do it before, although the method is a little different, the basic is the same. Then it can be said that the Cain mage and Wang are more or less related to each other, not excluding the possibility that they are still followers of the same master. Listening to what I analyzed, Big D suddenly remembered something. He said that he had heard from his master about this method of burying people in a jar. After being silent for a while, Big D suddenly exclaimed, "That's not good. There will definitely be many more people to die, because this witchcraft can't be done just once." I immediately added, "That is the 5 elements longevity technique. Big D, have you ever heard of it?" As expected, after hearing me mention the name of this magic, Big D's face immediately changed. Both I and Big D knew that this magic was not easy to perform. So it can be concluded that the mage with the cane has reached the level of mastery in the use of black magic. I suddenly remembered something my master said before. Once the performer of this witchcraft succeeds, he can achieve immortality, but it is extremely difficult and dangerous. Therefore, no one has ever succeeded. The proof is that no one can claim to be immortal. Big D then continued to analyze this witchcraft for us through what he heard from his master. According to Big D, we can take the young girl who died in the pool and the man who was burned alive by the black credits as an example. These two people represent water and fire. Somehow, the mage will collect the souls of similar people. Through it, he will obtain the evil energy of the 5 elements. The important thing is to be able to find the right person as a sacrifice or not. Big D definitely confirmed that the man killed in front of us was the one who was sacrificed to collect the evil spirit of Earth. Among the 5 elements, the mage most likely obtained 3 of them. Hearing this, I immediately said, "If everything is like that, then maybe it's not the end. The man who was turned into a ghost guard at the restaurant may be the metal element." On the outside, the magician does business with the owner of the restaurant, but in fact, he also has his own plans. After finishing his words, Big D immediately turned to praise my ability to guess. If my guesses are correct, the mage has collected 4 rather than 3 dark elements as we thought at first. According to what you said, the last element is the wood element. If so, where to investigate? We have to localize the investigation as quickly as possible. Delay will inevitably lead to the appearance of the next victims. After listening to Valentine ask me this, I immediately answered the policewoman. This question is really difficult to answer. The mage must have chosen his next victim a long time ago. In a city of 1 million people, there's basically nothing we can do. What we can do right now is see what happened to that man before he was killed. Maybe there are some clues. Hearing that, Valentine also agreed with my opinion, because now there is only this way. After the investigators finished their task, I immediately walked towards the body. For myself, the last encounter with Wang helped me understand more about the abilities and tricks of the evil mage, but at the same time, they also pay attention to my ability. Sooner or later, they will also find me and Big D. But before I could get close to the body, an inspector stopped me. Seeing that Valentine spoke up for me, thanks to that, I was able to enter without any further obstructions. Standing in front of the restaurant owner's body, I slowly put my hand on his head. Looking at his gray face right now, I suddenly think that the law of cause and effect is still inevitable. Perhaps this is the price this man must pay for his greed and cruelty. The scene gradually appeared in my mind. Now, the man was being dropped into the jar by two of the mage's subordinates. And the mage himself was standing behind, watching and giving orders. After taking care of everything, the mage and his subordinates began to leave. The staff was now held by him under his arm. It could be said that he was completely normal. This staff was just an ornament. Suddenly, as he approached the door, he immediately stopped as if forgetting something. He slowly raised his hand and pushed up his hat a little. After he pushed up his hat, he suddenly looked back. But I can tell for sure that he was not looking at the man in the jar. His eyes were on me, a scary and talkative look. It seemed to remind me, "Finally, you've come. I've been waiting for you for a long time, kid." Facing the eyes of the mage who startled me, I instinctively took a few steps back. Seeing my strange expression like that, Big D immediately ran over to ask me what I had seen that made me panic. I told Big D what I saw and then concluded, "This is the first time I have felt such an atrocity." It seems that the mage could have foreseen what I was going to do and looked in my direction, but I had the feeling that he had already gone straight to the door. But when I used my ability to see things, that he sensed it and used his power to penetrate my mind. After hearing what I told and my conclusion, Big D immediately made fun of me, thinking it was just a coincidence. No one can do what I just said. It's all simply the perpetrator often looks back at the scene before leaving. Despite Big D making a joke, I know that this mage's ability is much higher than Wang's. I have a bad feeling about this. I am more and more sure that they will come to find me in the future. Seeing my anxiety, Valentine standing next to me also spoke to me to encourage me. She said she would let some police wear plain clothes to stay in the area where I live to ensure safety. Hearing these words from Valentine also made me feel a little more secure, not because of the police's protection but because she was concerned for me. Before my depressed appearance, Big D used all means to reassure me. "Come on, kid. There's nothing to worry about. We've encountered much more dangerous situations before, and Miss Valentine also said that she would send someone to protect us. What are you afraid of? Come on, let's go home, take a hot bath, and rest will help your mood better." Big D, I'm not afraid of that mage. I'm not the one who was scared off by others and ran away in fear. What I'm thinking is that I don't know how many evil mages are out there. In the past, the master once told me that he also once dealt with a case related to the 5 elements longevity. I don't know if it has anything to do with this mage. I am very worried about the safety of my master. As if suddenly remembering something, Big D immediately pulled my hand and ran like a ghost. It turned out that this bastard was afraid that while the two of them were here, the mage's subordinates had come to the house, smashed and stole all his money and valuables. There are really no words to say to this damn fat guy. I'm sick with anxiety, but this fat guy only thinks about money. After dinner, we sat down to drink tea and discuss the mage with the staff. According to Big D, if it was true that he knew I was looking for him, then surely, with his extravagant and arrogant nature, he would have come to us first. Listening to Big D's opinion, I also agree with him. As far as I know, in the process of gathering evil spirits to practice the 5 elements longevity, if he is harassed by others, it will be very counterproductive, losing his life like a game. That's why he will actively destroy the one who gets in his way as soon as possible. I was sipping a cup of hot tea in my hand while thinking, I wonder what the forte of the staff mage is. When dealing with Wang, before I went to find him, I knew that his forte was poisonous insects, more or less had a way to deal with it, but with this mage, I know absolutely nothing about him. Determined to confront such an enemy would be extremely difficult and dangerous. When I turned to look at Big D, I saw him holding 2 pistols. He looked very cool, perhaps after clashing with Wang made him much more alert. Looking at Big D now, he seems to be very angry. He originally hates being threatened by others, so he vowed to shoot anyone who sneaks into the house. Then he got up and went upstairs. Before leaving, Big D also told me to stay here and rest, let him take care of the guard. I don't understand why this fat guy is so knightly this time. But after thinking for a while, I realized that I was tricked by this damn fat guy. He wasn't originally worried about my safety. What he was worried about was the goods displayed in the basement. Suddenly turned into a doorman. I yelled at Big D, "I definitely won't sleep on the sofa anymore." But despite my screams, the damn fat man hurried up the stairs. Before going up, he raised his hand to mock me. In the end, I was still tricked by him with his old trick, but now I don't know what to do. I can only take the pillow next to me and throw it at Big D. After lying down for a while, I immediately texted my master. I wanted to ask him about it, tell him what I've been through recently. I also asked for more experience in dealing with that staff mage. I also did not forget to remind my master to be careful because this mage is most likely related to the case that master solved before. Knowing that I was facing such a strong enemy, my master told me to be careful, because even if I didn't interfere in this case, they would come to me sooner or later. Because evil mages basically hate true mages like me more than I hate them. Once they take action, it will be very cruel and not from any tricks. After I finished texting with my master, I looked up the information for a while and then fell asleep. The house is very quiet at this time, but folk often say that everything is always quiet before the storm. Around midnight, I heard a noise coming from the upper floor that woke me up. I grumbled and complained to Big D, "I don't understand why it's late and he doesn't sleep." He woke me up when I was sleeping, but I called a few questions, and he didn't answer. I went over to see what was wrong. As soon as I saw Big D, I asked him what he was up to. Did he just run away while I was sleeping? But I immediately noticed the strangeness. Because normally, as soon as Big D hears a joke like that, he will react immediately. But this time, he didn't say a word, just walked forward. He has a very strange attitude. Seeing that, I approached him to ask what happened to him, but Big D quietly walked past me as if he didn't see me. After walking a few steps, I can see him like a puppet controlled by someone else. He has no control over his body. Feeling strange, I moved closer. I called and touched Big D's body to see if he had any reaction, but Big D still stood motionless. As soon as I pulled my hand back, he immediately turned his head. Now I can clearly see his angry expression, but most terrifying of all are his eyes. Big D's eyes now look extremely scary. It's white, lifeless. It seems that the mage has come here, and Big D has been hit by his witchcraft. Suddenly, from the sleeve of Big D appeared two bright blades. I could tell at a glance that they were extremely sharp. It seems these things were prepared in advance to deal with me. Without saying a word, Big D used two blades in his hand to attack me. For a moment, I could only dodge, not daring to fight back for fear of injuring Big D. This mage's move is so evil, I'm completely in a passive position. The attack power from Big D's attacks is extremely strong. His strength has now been increased significantly. Big D looks like a real monster, not Big D that I used to know. Big D attacks me faster and faster, which makes it extremely difficult for me to dodge. While avoiding the dangerous blows of Big D, I loudly called out his name, hoping to wake Big D up, but it didn't seem to work. Big D continuously launched dangerous attacks. The body was also extremely agile, not slow as usual. Big D's slashes are extremely fast and decisive, as evidenced by a ceramic vase next to me easily cut by the blade in Big D's hand. Looking at the broken one, I can confirm that Big D has been completely controlled. Because a person who loves money like Big D never breaks an expensive item like that. After missing the slash, Big D once again let out a scream that sounded like the cry of a beast and charged at me. It seems like Big D doesn't know what fatigue is. At this time, I can't avoid it forever. Because continuing to dodge will have loopholes, just a little carelessness will immediately lose my life under that sharp blade. So I swerved to the side to avoid Big D's stab and then quickly punched him in the face. What happened next startled me. After being hit by my punch, Big D's head was tilted to the side, looking extremely strange. This made me very surprised. My punch was strong, but it was not enough to make Big D's head deflect like that, which made me a little suspicious. When Big D turned his head to look back, I immediately noticed the abnormality. That's Big D's face. After being hit by a pretty strong punch from me, one of Big D's cheeks immediately ripped a large patch. Looking closely, I was startled because it was not skin but paper. After turning to look at me, in the blink of an eye, Big D charged at me again as if nothing happened. Seeing that, I immediately dodged back. I also raised my hand to prepare a strong blow to Big D's back. Because now I know that what is attacking me is just a dummy, so I am not afraid anymore. As soon as I waited for the Big D dummy to be in range, I used all my strength to slam an elbow into the dummy's back. But as soon as I got hit with my powerful elbow, the Big D dummy immediately stood up. Not giving it a chance to attack me again, I rushed in and launched a continuous attack at it. After being knocked away by my punches, without giving the dummy time to react, I sprinted towards it, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. My powerful kick caused the paper dummy's head to separate from its body. The head flew away and fell, rolling on the floor. At this point, it can be clearly seen that there is only a bamboo frame inside. All of this dummy's body is built of bamboo and paper only. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 27. After kicking off the dummy's head impersonating Big D, I slowly approached and picked it up to take a closer look. This way of the mage is very skillful, can both hurt me without acting directly, and through this, I can see his vile nature. While I was examining the dummy's head, suddenly from upstairs came Big D's shout. I immediately threw the paper head away, ran straight up to Big D's room. As soon as I walked up to the room, I saw Big D flying out the door. When I looked closely, I could see that he was knocked out by someone. At this time, Big D's face was extremely bewildered, because the person attacking him also had 2 blades in his hand. At this moment, Big D looks very scared. He always apologizes to me for tricking me into sleeping on the sofa. Hearing what Big D said made me feel strange. It was not a big deal that made Big D both scared and apologetic. I immediately ran over to help Big D stand up. At this point, I looked into the room. It turned out that Big D's attacker was also a paper dummy but in my shape. Big D doesn't detect that. He thought I was upset because he cheated, so I rushed to attack him in the middle of the night. I immediately told Big D to calm down and explained that what was attacking him was just a paper dummy. Suddenly seeing 2 Gregorys in front of him, Big D felt even more bewildered when attacked. He grabbed my collar with one hand, and his eyes turned from me to the dummy. Indeed, the dummy is so delicate that it is difficult to detect with the eye. Thinking for a moment, he said, "If you are really Gregory, then tell me something that only you and I know each other." "Stop it. What a secret. You said you were on patrol, but let someone else drop these 2 dummies into the house without knowing anything. You don't have to check. You ask the 2 dummies if they can talk." Hearing what I said, Big D immediately realized that I was not fake. He was also a little embarrassed when he let the enemy into the house without knowing it. Take advantage, we are talking. The Gregory dummy charged at us in the blink of an eye. I could easily dodge, but Big D was taken by surprise, so he froze. Seeing that, before leaning over to avoid the blade, I used my foot to kick Big D to the side, so that Big D avoided the dummy's sharp blade. I rushed to attack the dummy right after that, which was even harder to deal with than the Big D dummy I just destroyed. Perhaps when creating these dummies, the mage somehow gave them the abilities of the person they incarnated. Although this dummy doesn't have my full potential, it can't take it down quickly either. I and the other dummy attacked each other continuously, but neither side hit the target. Because this dummy simulates me, my attack and dodge are exactly the same, making me extremely uncomfortable. But unlike me, this dummy basically doesn't mind getting hurt, so it just needs to attack without paying much attention to defense. That's why many times, I thought my life was lost at the hands of this dummy. While I still didn't know how to defeat the dummy in front of me, Big D ran over and shouted, "Gregory, step aside." I immediately turned around and saw Big D approaching, a shotgun in his hand. Big D quickly passed me and then aimed straight at the dummy and pulled the trigger. The dummy was immediately shot to pieces. As soon as the dummies were destroyed, I told Big D to immediately search around, and definitely find the person who controls these dummies. Because to control the dummy, the mage couldn't be too far away from the dummy. Big D also knew that what I said was true. He immediately ran out with me to check. But after searching for a while, there is no trace of the man who controls the dummy. In front of us now is just an empty street. Knowing that I couldn't use normal methods to deal with this enemy, I took off my glasses. Because I know that those who use witchcraft, when acting, will lead wandering ghosts to him, then he will control them. As expected, as soon as I took off my glasses, I saw a strong evil aura emanating from a white car parked near us. I immediately told Big D. We both cautiously approached the car to have a look. When approaching the car, I signaled to Big D to open the door suddenly, and Big D will use a gun to control the person inside. Big D immediately nodded to indicate that he understood. We got into a position to prepare for action. We were both smitten, not knowing what was behind this door waiting for us. I slowly reached my hand towards the door. My hand pressed the button to open the door. The evil spirit immediately emitted even stronger than before. I immediately used my hand to signal Big D. After counting to 3, I will jerk the door. Big D looks at me and nod. But before I could count to 3, the door burst open, followed by a flock of bats rushing out, rushing towards us. Look at their appearance. It can be seen that these bats are blood-sucking bats, so they are extremely aggressive. The bats flew out more and more. They aggressively charged at me and Big D. But I quickly discovered these bats are just paper dummies. They have been enchanted before to fly and attack people. Faced with ferocious bats, Big D continuously fired bullets at them. The bullets shot out. There were many bats hit by bullets. As soon as they were hit, the bats immediately caught fire and fell to the ground. Right after that, they returned to their original form as lifeless paper dummies. Seeing what happened in front of me, I can say that the user of this witchcraft has reached an extremely high level, because it is not easy to control so many dummies at once. While Big D uses the gun in his hand to destroy the bats, my only weapon is the exorcism coins, but these coins proved to be very effective against these bats. We both slowly handled them one by one. When the last bat was destroyed, we slowly approached the car to see if we could spot any clues. It was not unexpected. Inside the car was a magic table. The mage was here to control the dummy to attack me and Big D. After discovering the dummy was destroyed, he immediately left. When approaching the magic table, Big D discovered that there were 2 human-shaped talismans on the table in addition to the tools for poetry. The names of me and Big D were clearly written. Holding 2 talismans in his hand, Big D angrily said, "It must have been caused by that staff-wielding mage. These guys are so cowardly, they don't dare to face it directly, but only dare to use these dummies and play sneaky tricks." Hearing what Big D said, I just kept silent, not sure if they were afraid to face it. Maybe they were playing a game of cat and mouse with us. After getting out of the car, I said to Big D, "There's really no way to find out who's behind the dummies. You must know that the dummies will automatically find their owner after being enchanted if there is no damage. We just destroyed my dummy, and your dummy is still well intact. With just a little tweaking, it can be used as a guide." So we immediately went back to the house. Then I started to restore the Big D dummy. I used glue and paper to repair the damaged areas on the dummy's face. Although this dummy is used for bad purposes, it must be admitted that the person who made it is extremely skillful and meticulous. But as soon as I saw it, I could not recognize it as a dummy. When I restored the dummy, Big D was watching. While he wasn't paying attention, I inserted a needle in the middle of his forehead. Suddenly, when I was stabbed in the forehead with a needle, Big D was immediately startled. His face paled at my action. Too surprised, Big D immediately shouted. Seeing that he was about to raise his hand to pull out the needle, I immediately stopped him, explaining that I did so to restore the dummy. While Big D was still bewildered, I inserted 2 more needles into his chest. After Big D calmed down, we both stood silently looking at the dummy lying on the table. But after waiting for a while, there was still no movement on the dummy, and I began to doubt whether I did something wrong at any step. I was about to go and check the dummy when suddenly it jumped up. The head I broke was reattached, but it couldn't be like the original, so it was tilted back. Because this dummy is made very delicately, it looks like a real person, so the situation at this time looks quite scary. After getting up, the dummy just stood still. I immediately approached to recite the incantation to control the dummy to find its owner. The magic took effect. The dummy started walking towards me and Big D. Its action was like smelling the 2 of us. After a while, it found out that Big D and I were not its owners. It snarled towards us for a while as if to attack us, but then it quieted down and turned to go out. But when he reached the doorstep, the dummy stopped as if it was determining the direction. I watched it for a while, and I saw that the dummy's face gradually became fierce, and then suddenly it rushed away. I guess it discovered its owner's location. Big D and I immediately ran to the car, because the dummy's speed is very fast, and moreover, it doesn't get tiring, so we can't run after it. "Hurry up, it's running in there, hurry and follow it." Seeing the dummy running into a small alley, I immediately urged Big D, "Do you want to drive? Do you know how difficult it is to chase after it?" The dummy wriggled through the small roads and ran, making it extremely difficult for Big D to follow it. To avoid losing track of it, Big D tried his best to wriggle the car in the small road. He even crashed into the trash cans on the side of the road. Looking at Big D's sad face now, I guess he's worried about his car. We then chased the dummy to a pier, where there were many warehouses with a large area. This place was an ideal place to choose as a hiding place. Going a little further, we see the dummy entering a warehouse in front of us. We know that inside the other warehouse is not simple, so we always have to be on high alert. Big D immediately stopped the car. He turned to me to discuss. "Or we report to the police. We 2 idiots burst in on our own. If we're not careful, they'll kill us and kill our mouths." Hearing Big D say that, I know he's worried, which can't be blamed on him, but now that the dummy has returned, the person controlling it must know that we have followed us here. I was afraid that by the time the police arrived, he would have disappeared. After some persuasion, Big D finally agreed with me to enter the warehouse. Although somewhat embarrassed, Big D understood that this must be done sooner or later. There is no way back once this is reached. The two of us cautiously approached the door of the warehouse. Now Big D had a gun in hand, ready to shoot down anything that came. For me, I can only put my trust in my two fists. I slowly and cautiously pushed open the warehouse door, and Big D raised his gun in anticipation. As soon as we entered the door, a strong smell of death hit our noses, and both Big D and I were amazed at what we were seeing. In the warehouse at this moment was a shrine, which looked like a funeral, but there was no coffin. I immediately wondered, where did that strong smell of death come from? Looking at the worship photo at the end of the hall, Big D immediately recognized that this was the person who murdered Wang's sister and was killed by Wang many years ago. I immediately felt strange. Why did that dummy lead us here? I immediately looked around to find out where the strong smell of death was coming from. When I looked up, the scene on the ceiling startled me. Seeing that, Big D also tilted his head to look up. His face was also immediately pale because many corpses are hanging on the ceiling right now. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 28. When Big D and I looked up, we were presented with a very scary scene. There were many corpses on the ceiling, corpses tied to the ceiling by chains. But more horrifying are the corpses constantly screaming, the screams plus the sound of chains colliding together to create an extremely terrible sound. It seems that they are all zombies. Why are there so many undead in the warehouse right at the harbor without anyone knowing? Hearing Big D say that, I immediately guessed that the zombies were really just dummies created by the mage. They were the same as the dummy that attacked me and Big D before. These zombies were hanging upside down from the ceiling, emitting a strong smell of death from their bodies. Clearly, this was a trick that the mage had devised before to deal with us. It can be said that the power of these zombies is extremely strong, as evidenced by the fact that after screaming for a while, one of them broke the chains that were binding him. Immediately, that zombie fell from the ceiling to the ground. After that, a series of other zombies also broke the chains and fell one by one. Looking at the scene in front of me, I guessed that the chains were arranged so that the zombies could break as soon as you see someone approaching. As soon as the zombies' bodies fell, a series of creaking sounds rang out. Their arms, legs, and necks were immediately broken. But zombies don't know what pain is. They immediately turned their scary eyes towards us. Seeing that, Big D immediately loaded his bullets and aimed directly at the nearest zombies. Before Big D could pull the trigger, I immediately told him to stop. I wanted to take a closer look before killing them. As soon as I finished speaking, the zombie slowly stood up. Then it used its crooked body to move towards us. How long are you going to consider it? You know, we'll both be torn apart by them. After saying that, Big D immediately pulled the trigger. Of course, what Big D said was not wrong. Because at this point, the zombies were slowly getting up with a crooked, sloppy gait. However, they still tried to move towards us. Big D's first shot hit the leading zombie. The bullet had great power. The shot almost instantly blew away a large piece of the zombie's body. Big D didn't expect to be able to kill the zombie so easily. He was no longer afraid. He kept shooting other zombies who were about to rush towards us. Taking advantage of when Big D was dealing with them, I opened the toolbox to get tools to deal with these zombies. But then Big D gradually realized that guns only work to slow down these zombies but cannot destroy them. After being hit by bullets, they got up again and walked towards us. It seemed that life was not like in the movies at all. Seeing that, I told Big D to calm down. These zombies are created by witchcraft, only spells can control them. While Big D kept shooting the zombies closest to me, I had many charms in my hand, but neither Big D nor I were sure if these charms would work on these zombies. I simply think that Wraith and zombies have similar characteristics, so using the Wraith-controlled charm to deal with these zombies has a very high chance of success. Fortunately, the charms worked. As soon as the talisman was glued to the forehead, the zombies stopped, unable to move or scream anymore. Seeing that, Big D immediately used a gun to support me and rushed into the middle of the zombies to apply a spell to control them. But the zombies were still very numerous and aggressive. While I wasn't paying attention, one of them rushed to attack me from behind, but fortunately, Big D saw it and killed it immediately. God let this fat guy hit the target. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dare to imagine. The two of us leaned against each other to fight against the zombies. That way, we wouldn't worry about our backs, so we could focus on dealing with the zombies in front of us. I realized that Big D and I are getting better and better with each other day by day. At this point, Big D turned to me and said, "Since returning from Thailand until now, I have not been able to stretch my tendons and bones. This time, I have to play with these zombies." I'm a bit surprised at Big D's attitude right now, but it's also rare to see him so excited, so I also have more confidence. With Big D behind me, I don't have to worry anymore. The zombies are constantly rushing at us. Some are controlled by my charms, some are blown away by Big D's guns. In front of the zombies can't do anything to us. But very quickly, we realized something was wrong. "Gregory, do you have a better way? I'm out of ammo. I'm afraid we can't hold out much longer." Listening to Big D say that, I also realized that my number of charms was not much. At this point, I suddenly wondered why there were so many zombies. "Gregory, the situation is not good. Think of a way to go, or we will be torn apart by these zombies." Big D had fired all the bullets at this point. He immediately used the gun in his hand as a weapon to fight the undead. My situation was not much better. I also used the last charms. But as long as we're alive, we still have to fight, so Big D and I definitely won't give in to these zombies so easily. But due to the large number of these zombies, it was impossible to deal with them all. Just 1 second, inadvertently, I was attacked by a zombie on my shoulder. The blow was quite strong, causing my shoulder to immediately bleed. For a moment, I could only grit my teeth to suppress the pain. Seeing that, Big D rushed over and knocked the zombie away from me. By this time, the zombies out of nowhere had become extremely crowded. It seemed that the two of us were in danger. "Gregory, are you okay? You don't look good at all." "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just a skin wound." Even so, I knew this wound was not normal, because right after the attack, my whole body immediately started to sweat abnormally. But the zombies didn't give us a chance to rest. They kept rushing towards us. Both of us could only use our best to fight back. At this point, we can only blame ourselves for being too subjective and contemptuous of the enemy. Through this, we also realize that the mage is much more powerful than we think. "Gregory, we have to find a way to get out of here. We don't know how long this will last. If we don't get torn to pieces by these zombies, we will die from exhaustion." Hearing Big D say that, I immediately agreed with his opinion. "Okay, now I immediately open the way. You follow me, don't be separated." However, the zombies surrounded us very tightly, and there was no chance for us to escape. At this point, I realized that it might not be possible to get out of this warehouse. At the same time, my injured shoulder became more and more painful. I also felt my body lose strength rapidly. I guess I was poisoned after the hit from the zombie. After a while, when I looked around, I could tell that Big D and I wouldn't have a chance to get out of here. Because all around us were hundreds of zombies rushing frantically and surround us in the middle. Gregory, are you okay? Why are you standing still? Don't scare me. Hey, did he hear what I said? Gradually Big D realized my abnormality. He kept calling out, but I couldn't feel everything around anymore. Big D's calls also became smaller and silent. By this time, Big D was really scared. When I looked back, I was no longer normal. My whole body was shaking gradually. My body turned into a gray color like those zombies, a little bit. My last consciousness told me that I was slowly turning into a real zombie. Seeing that Big D ignored the zombies around and rushed to see how I was, he kept calling my name, but it seems too late. I really turned into a zombie. At this point, I have really become a real monster. Seeing me now, Big D can only gape in surprise. I can't control myself anymore. I can only rush to find a way to bite Big D. Seeing me like this, Big D immediately backed away, but it was also because he noticed me that he was bitten on the shoulder by a zombie from behind. This time, it's really over. Big D immediately used his elbow to knock the zombie out. Big D's face was now extremely angry. Big D just saw me like this, so he knew he would be a real zombie too. After repelling the zombie that just bit him, Big D turned to look at the wound on his shoulder and then back at me. He suddenly let out a sigh. Didn't expect the two of us to have such a bad ending. While Big D was thinking, I rushed towards him. Looking at my appearance now, Big D can confirm that I want to attack him. Because I've been completely transformed. Big D knows that I can't hear anything now through my white eyes and gray skin. Without hesitation, Big D swung his fist and punched me in the face with a powerful punch. After that punch, I seemed to regain some consciousness and immediately stopped in front of Big D. Then gradually, I felt my body return to normal. But when I returned to normal, I discovered that Big D was gradually turning into a zombie. He and the undead kept looking at me and growling menacingly. It can be seen that Big D is in great pain at this moment. He constantly emits a growl from his mouth like a wild animal, accompanied by the sound of joints cracking, and his eyes gradually become white. Big D's whole body was shaking like a fever. His body was constantly contorted as if he couldn't stand up. His hands were constantly twisted for a while and then finally dropped. This proves that Big D has been completely transformed. After transforming, Big D immediately let out a terrible scream. Then the zombies behind Big D also screamed. But strangely, these images are extremely vague and blurry. I guess that may be because I'm not fully awake. Everything is so blurry. Right after that, Big D and the zombies rushed to attack me. Their speed was so fast, so I just had to look up to see the zombies coming right in front of me. Seeing the undead rushing at me like that, I decided to use the little strength I had just recovered to fight these zombies until the end. But suddenly, I felt a stabbing pain in my cheek, and blood came out of my mouth. Then everything in front of me gradually became blurred. The scary images of Big D gradually fade. I don't know how long it takes. I wake up. Now in front of me is Big D's face. The face hasn't changed. Big D is now calling my name as if it wants to wake me up. Calm down. It's over. It's okay. It's all just an illusion. Don't you recognize me? I was momentarily surprised before what Big D said, and what I saw, so I froze for a few seconds. What? Hallucinations? Is it all just an illusion? No way. I remember being transformed into a zombie. I can't remember anything after being transformed. The last thing I remember is that I wanted to attack you. That's right, it's all an illusion. We've been possessed by witchcraft from the moment we passed through that door. After that, you know, all the stuff like zombies or you and me being swapped, it's all an illusion. At this point, I calmed down to think again. Right from the beginning, when I first walked in here, I had a bit of an uneasy feeling. It turned out that I had been hit by witchcraft. At this moment, I suddenly felt a pain in my cheek. I immediately raised my hand to rub my face. I think I remember you punched me a very hard punch. Why did your son of a bitch act so hard? Makes my face still wet. You should thank me for my punch. Without it, you wouldn't be able to get out of that horrible hallucination. The main purpose when I punched you was to make you bite your tongue and wake up. Big D then explained that while being controlled by the hallucination, he bit his tongue and gradually regained consciousness. Then he used this method to wake me up. In this way, I was also taught by my master, but in an emergency, I can't remember. Fortunately, Big D helped me. If I wasn't afraid, I still hadn't woken up, but at the same time, I also discovered that there was a strange smell on my face. I immediately asked Big D, and he replied that he sprayed the blood in his mouth into my face because he was afraid that the punch wouldn't work. Ignoring the horrible smell on my face, Big D surprised me quite a bit. He could still come up with this way in such a situation. Big D then continued to analyze. I think the person who led us here is most likely not on the same side with the mage. Otherwise, while we were under the illusion, they would have to kill us off. Suddenly from behind came a laugh, followed by a young man appearing. There's a compliment for the two of you. I didn't expect that the game that I worked so hard to stage was easily broken by the two of you. It really wasn't in vain that I brought you two here. After appearing, the young man went straight to the place of the photo and burned some incense. Don't be afraid, I didn't mean any malice. I'm Jimmy, this is my dad's sanctum, and I'm also sorry for creating that illusion to deal with you too. I really want to test your abilities, because just like you two, I want to find that mage for revenge. Would you two accept to cooperate with me? Hearing this, Big D was a bit surprised. It turned out that this was the son of the man who was killed by Wong many years ago. He immediately spoke up. If that's the case, then I am also involved in your father's death. Who knows if this is a trap you drew to avenge me? Seeing that, Jimmy immediately said, "Don't worry, I'm a clear person. First, you are not the one who directly killed my father. Second, Wong killed my father because he killed his sister. Second, Wong is already dead. Third, the whole tragedy was done by a single magician, do you understand?" Hearing what Jimmy said, Big D and I were lost in the middle of the fog. Big D immediately said, "So how is that mage related to Wen's death? Can you tell me clearly?" Jimmy started talking about everything. According to him, no one knew the wizard's real name, only that everyone called him Jack. He used Jimmy's father to arrest Wen. Then Wong killed him. The purpose of the magician when doing was to create human skin lanterns. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 29. When he heard about the lanterns, Big D was very surprised. He did not expect that the magician Jack was actually related to the lanterns containing Wen's soul. Before hearing Wong mention them, Big D only assumed that Wong used witchcraft to collect Wen's soul. But it turned out that the matter was much more complicated. Seeing Big D's attitude like that, Jimmy immediately said, "Aren't you guys also looking for those lanterns? Please cooperate with me. Once you kill that mage Jack, those lanterns will also be given to you. I don't care about them." Hearing that, Big D seemed to be unable to hold back anymore. "Don't talk to me. Quickly tell me what those lanterns are used for. Where are they now?" Faced with Big D's hot temper, Jimmy remained calm as if nothing happened. He smirked and said to Big D, "It's disappointing. You're also considered an insider, but you're not. Never heard of that magic. Let me tell you, Jack chose Wen first, then he captured her and skinned her to make lanterns. His purpose is to practice witchcraft that can command demons. Within 15 years, each part of Wen's soul trapped in those lanterns will turn into a demon, extremely powerful and especially only obeying Jack's orders." After hearing what Jimmy said, Big D became extremely angry. He could not have imagined that the little sister he loved so much would be carried out by Jack to perform such barbaric magic. Couldn't hold it anymore, Big D yelled at Jimmy. "We will cooperate with you. Quickly tell me, where is that bastard now?" By this point, Jimmy had a satisfied smile on his face. He seemed to have convinced Big D. While Big D and Jimmy were talking, I stood outside and watched, so I was a little calmer. At this point, I said, "Jimmy, tell me if you really want to cooperate with us. Why use dummies to attack us? Don't say the reason is to probe us, because I know that the killing intent of those dummies is very strong. Every blow they hit is deadly." Hearing my questions, Jimmy laughed and explained, "Don't get me wrong. I'm just using an illusion to test you too, and the dummy thing has nothing to do with me. But my guess is that they were brought to you by Jack's disciples. I am also his disciple, so I am not familiar with their tricks. I still have a point where I don't understand. After all, you are the one with the power here, this whole port area you took over after your father died. With his position and power here, why don't you deal with Jack yourself? In addition, I also know that once a mage is accepted as a teacher, no one dares to rebel because he will have to face terrible consequences. Why are you still deciding against Jack?" At this point, Big D had released Jimmy. He pulled back his collar and talked to us. "Everything has a cause. This started a long time ago. My father took care of him and helped him a lot, but not only was he not grateful, but he also tried to take my father's place. Because he couldn't directly deal with my father, he used the kidnapping of Wen to solve all problems, both serving his purpose and borrowing Wang's hand to kill my father. By this time, everyone here considers him to be the real owner of this port, and I'm just a puppet. Even a little smart person knows that my life won't last much longer." Pausing for a moment, Jimmy scratched his head and continued, "It's a shame to say it, but my ability is really not equal to the two of you. If you directly confront the two of you, it will just die a little faster. Well, once I die, my other relatives don't expect Jack to treat me well, so I ask the two of you to help me, destroy him before he kills me." Admittedly, Jack is an extremely powerful man with magic power. He can be said to be the strongest in the sect. I have heard about him and his master before. I don't know if there was any friction between him and his master, but he attacked his master, resulting in his death. When I heard this, I was also startled by the cruelty and cold blood of the mage Jack. I also know that this man's ambition is great. He not only wants to control this port, he also wants to reach out. To do that, he needs a force beyond human ability to help. The fact that the other girl was captured and skinned for him to make a lantern was just a small step in his entire plan. At this point, Big D's mouth was wide open in surprise. After all these years, he still thought that Wen's death was due to a personal enmity between Jimmy's father, him and Wang, that led to these gangsters killing Wen to avenge them. Unexpectedly, it was all created by that evil mage. After listening to Jimmy tell stories about that mage Jack, we gradually understood more and more issues, but I still want Jimmy to tell me the details of what happened at that time, so I can get more information about Jack. which will be very useful when confronting him later. It seemed that Jimmy really wanted to work with us, so he started telling the story, which he said began many years ago, when Jimmy was still a young boy. Jimmy's father was a gangster, specializing in protecting businesses in this harbor area. Jimmy himself did not know when Jack worked for his father. He only knows that since Jack was a baby, he was at his house. He also knows that Jack is a subordinate that his father trusts very much. One feature that Jimmy didn't notice until later was that Jack rarely aged over time. Because he is a close subordinate, it is not unusual for Jack to be invited to breakfast by Jimmy's father. On such occasions, Jimmy would sit next to him and listen. One day, when the meal was almost done, Jimmy's father turned to Jack and said that he wanted to entrust Jimmy to him. Hearing that, Jimmy found it strange, but he didn't understand much because he was young. Jimmy's father wanted to do this for two reasons. Firstly, Jimmy was born when he was quite old. He was afraid that his son was too young when he died, afraid that there would be no one to guide him to cope with life's storms. Secondly, the sect that Jack cultivates always emphasizes loyalty to confidently entrust his son to Jack. When the two of them talked, Jimmy could only focus on his breakfast, because what an adult said could not be understood by a child. But with Jimmy at that time, he didn't like Jack very much. Maybe his cold manner made Jimmy feel scared every time he looked at him. Waiting for Jimmy to finish eating, his father said that from now on, Jimmy will stay at home and follow Master Jack to study. What he learns will be very useful to him later. Then he got up and left the table. Before leaving, he also said he had to deal with two new guys who came to his area today. These two guys came to do business but refused to follow the rules here. Of course, those two guys are none other than Wong and Big D. Jack then took Jimmy to the restaurant where we found the body in the wall, which has not changed owners and is still a bar. After going inside for a while still fascinated with the things Jack taught, suddenly Jimmy saw Jack's subordinates bring a girl inside. It was Wen. Wen was tied up and gagged, so Jimmy could only see her scared eyes. There was a strong smell of alcohol from Wen's body. They must have forced her to drink a lot. When the subordinates brought Wen to Jack, looking at the attitude of his two subordinates, Jack guessed what they wanted, so Jack told them not to touch Wen because Wen was very important to him. She will become an extremely effective and loyal subordinate to him. Of course, after she dies, Jack also said that giving Wen so much alcohol makes her skin firmer and ease her pain. Hearing what Jack just said, Wen didn't know what they would do to her. She was really panicking and scared. Jack then ordered two subordinates to bring Wen to the warehouse. Before he was taken away, Wen even turned his head, looked at Jack with a tearful face, and looked as if begging. In her heart at this moment, she only wished that her brother and Big D would quickly come to her rescue. After the subordinates took Wen away, Jack also began to follow. Before leaving, he turned to Jimmy. "Jimmy, do you want to learn how to make a lantern, a very bright lantern? It's going to be very interesting." Hearing what Jack said, Jimmy didn't think much of it. His mind only had images of bright lanterns hanging in front of his house on big holidays, so he happily followed Jack. Then Jack put Jimmy in the car with him to a large warehouse. This is where Jack has prepared to serve his barbaric work. After arriving, Jack takes Jimmy inside with him. When entering the warehouse, Jimmy meets Wen again. Now, she is tied to a chair in the middle of the warehouse. Jimmy was wondering what was going on when Jack said, "Jimmy, you also know that your father wants you to join the black cult, right? Now is the time to learn the first lesson. A member of the black cult needs to know how to do one thing, that is to kill." Then, despite Jimmy's bewilderment, Jack walked over to the table where he had left his magic tools, picked up a book, and began to read it. It was actually the book of witchcraft he was about to read. Performed, claiming that he had memorized it all, but he still read it word for word, reading him with a satisfied smile. Jack slowly picked up the knife on the table. Now he was so interested that he read aloud what was in the book out loud, which was really horrible things. It instructs the performer how to peel off the skin of a living person as quickly and completely as possible, which makes Jimmy's bodyguard standing behind Jack's spine cold. This person is exactly Jimmy's father, sent to ensure Jimmy's safety. After seeing the girl tied up in a chair and hearing what Jack just read, he asked Jack if he needed to skin the girl so cruelly. According to him, killing this girl was enough. Without waiting for the other bodyguard to finish his sentence, Jack used the knife in his hand to stab him in the neck. On the surface, he pretends not to disturb him while he is studying magic, but in reality, this is just a way for him to show respect to others. What he wanted to say was that whoever stopped him would surely die. It can be said that this name Jack is too cruel and cold. Just because of a wordless sentence of the bodyguard, he killed him without hesitation. He didn't even look at the person he had just cut his throat once. Watching his bodyguard slowly collapse to the floor, the blood from his neck kept flowing out, forming a large puddle. Jimmy was extremely indignant. He loudly asked Jack why he was so cruel to his bodyguard. Responding to Jimmy's anger, Jack slowly wiped the blood off the knife and said to Jimmy, "Dear Jimmy, you are still very young. When you are a little older, you will understand. If you want to do big things, you must learn the word ruthless." Only when he controlled his emotions, it was just a simple matter to kill someone. Only then will you be able to reach my current level. That's the theory. Now it's time to practice. After saying that, he handed the knife to Jimmy and told him to use that knife to finish off the girl in front of him. Looking at the knife in front of him, Jimmy couldn't help but shiver with fear. After all, he was still just a child. "Jimmy, do you hear what I say? Take the knife, with one cut, but be quick and decisive so the victim won't suffer too much. I will guide you, which you must do, because after joining the black cult, you will learn a lot of magic that requires the use of human blood. It is best to start getting acquainted now." After hearing Jack's words, Jimmy reached out his hand to receive the knife from the mage's hand. When the knife was already in Jimmy's hand, Jack grabbed his shoulder and turned him around so that he faced Wen. At this time, he also constantly said extremely cruel encouragements so that Jimmy could kill Wen. After Jack's words of encouragement, Jimmy seemed to have had the courage to approach Wen. Wen was so scared now, she could only cry and stare at the knife pointed at her. She couldn't believe she was going to die, and more terrifying was to die at the hands of a child. At this time, tears kept rolling down Wen's face. This truth was too cruel for her. Even in her worst nightmare, she could never have imagined she would be in a situation like this. And Jimmy, facing Wen's desperate face, also felt confused. This was really too much for a kid like him. After thinking a while, the knife finally slipped from Jimmy's hand and fell to the ground. He couldn't do it. Under the overwhelming pressure of his master, Jimmy shouted and ran out of the warehouse as fast as he could. With Jimmy's attitude, Jack sighed and said a few words to express his disappointment with Jimmy. After running out of the warehouse, Jimmy ran straight to the jetty and sat there. His sad eyes looked at the waves constantly rolling in front of him. In his heart, he was also pouring waves of doubt and question. He couldn't understand why his father would trust someone as cruel as Jack, and above all, he couldn't understand why his father would want him to take him as his master and learn such scary things. The questions kept popping up, but he couldn't answer any of them. But the most haunting for him is still Wen's eyes. Those eyes can say many things, rather than coming out of his mouth. The look of a desperate man, a fearful look begging his mercy. tears streamed down his face, affirming that he would never forget those eyes for the rest of his life. Thinking about this, he could only put his head down and cry. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a car coming towards him. He turned around and realized it was his father's car. He quickly wiped the tears that were still on his face and walked slowly towards his father. Seeing his son so upset, Jimmy's father called him and asked him why he was sitting here alone. He then sadly told his father everything, from Jack killing his bodyguard. Then when he forced him to kill a girl, he also told his father that he hated Jack and didn't want to see him again. After hearing what his son said, Jimmy's father was quite surprised, not expecting this underling of his to become more and more abusive. Perhaps because he trusted him too much, he was somewhat lenient with him. Until now, he became unruly and abusive, not taking him seriously. He slowly got out of the car and headed towards the warehouse. In the warehouse now, Jack killed Wen and finished her skinning. He was standing in front of the table, rearranging the tools to make lanterns out of human skin. As soon as he entered the warehouse, Jimmy's father saw the horrible scene that Jack had just made. He shouted loudly at Jack, "Jack, you tell me who is the boss here? Why are you killing people without my permission? One more thing, Jimmy's bodyguard is not your subordinate. Why did you kill him?" Faced with Jimmy's father's anger, Jack remained as calm as ever. "Calm down, boss. Of course, you're still the boss here. Didn't you tell me that if you let me deal with those two brats, I would do whatever I wanted to do with this girl?" Faced with Jack's attitude, Jimmy's father couldn't take it anymore. He took a staff in his hand and rushed at him. He must teach this bastard a lesson today. He has become so arrogant and abusive. He has voluntarily done horrible, brutal things behind his back. Jimmy's father repeatedly hit Jack's head with the staff in his hand, but Jack didn't protest or plead. He just stood still and stared at Jimmy's father, gritting his teeth and taking the beating. Those who witnessed this scene simply thought that because the Jack cult cultivated loyalty, he did not dare to rebel against his master, but deep in it is an extremely malicious attempt that no one expected, a plot of the man who is always considered loyal to bring down his master. After being beaten for a while, Jack finally couldn't stand and collapse, but Jimmy's father still did not stop. Today, he must give this subordinate a lifetime lesson and give up his abusive habit. At this time, Jimmy's father's stick was covered with blood. Looking at this scene, few people expected that soon this staff would fall into Jack's hands, which is a symbol of power in this port. At this moment, with the sound of fighting outside, Jimmy's father knew that Wong had arrived. As a person who has been in the underworld for many years, Jimmy's father understands the principle of blood debt to be paid with blood. Knowing that this battle would not be easy, he immediately ordered his subordinates to take Jimmy out of the warehouse by the back door. In contrast, he and some close subordinates stayed behind to wait for Wong. And indeed, no one knows what will come. Jimmy's father, an illustrious tycoon of this vast port, did not expect that it will be the last time he will see his beloved son. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 30. After telling the story, Jimmy suddenly pondered, could see the sadness in his eyes, because he did not expect that was the last time he saw his father. After listening to him, Big D said sadly, "I didn't expect it to be so complicated that year. If you calm down a bit, your father won't have to die. Wong won't have to go to jail and push him down the wrong path." Hearing what Big D said, Jimmy also agreed with him. "That's why I say that you and I have a common enemy. Cooperating with me will be much more beneficial. I also forgot to thank you for killing Wong. so my father can rest in peace." Hearing these words, Big D got a little angry. "Don't make fun of us kids. For all that happened that year, your father wasn't entirely responsible. Aren't all the people who caused that horrible thing your father's subordinates? About me killing Wong, it's my own business, don't ever bring it up in front of me." After that, Big D also admitted that he was too weak before Wen's death. He should have investigated everything clearly, but the other Jack could not be abusive until now. Seeing Big D seem agitated, Jimmy immediately told him to calm down. "I know you are very angry right now, but that's how it is, we have to stay calm. Anger will only bring defeat. The important thing now is to stop Jack from allowing him to complete the 5 elements of longevity, because once he succeeds, it's unthinkable what evil things someone like him will do." Hearing this, I suddenly remembered that Jack only lacks the wood element. I don't know who will become his next bait. Not stopping there, Jimmy also revealed a few more things to us, including that his mother was suffering from a serious illness and was about to die. Jack himself came to him and said that he would use the magic to cure her. While in so much grief, Jimmy forgot that the one who held out his hand to him was a poisonous snake. Jimmy has used all means to assist him in collecting the elements, but he only recently has discovered that Jack's true purpose is for himself. After that, Jimmy said he would give us something, as a sign of goodwill to cooperate. Then he put his hand in his pocket and took out a small plastic bag, which contained some hair and some cotton soaked in blood. According to Jimmy, this is Jack's blood. It will help us find the whereabouts of Jack, and how to do it, he knows that we already know, so he doesn't need to say anything at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Jimmy threw the bag at me, and I immediately reached out and grabbed it. For us, time is running out. Maybe while we're here, Jack already has his last element, so this gift from Jimmy is very useful to us right now. After throwing the plastic bag at me, Jimmy turned around and went inside. Before he left, he also told me and Big D to follow him. After waiting for Jimmy to go away a bit, Big D approached me and told me to be careful. Big D didn't fully trust Jimmy yet. After all, we only met him for the first time. Who knows if what he said was completely true or not. I understand that Big D's words are correct, but we can only rely on Jimmy to find Jack's whereabouts right now. So even though we were a little wary, we followed Jimmy inside. As soon as I entered, I saw that there was already a basin of water, a few talismans, an incense burner. Looking at the things here, I knew what they were used for, so I approached and poured the contents of the plastic bag into the basin of water. Then I lit the talisman next to me at the same time as I recited the incantation to find Jack's whereabouts. When the charm was half burned, I immediately dipped it into the basin of water, my mouth still mumbling the words of the spell to find Jack's whereabouts. Just a moment later, the talisman had completely dissolved in the water basin. As soon as the talisman had dissolved, the water in the pearl began to move, forming a shape like a whirlpool. I immediately put my hand into the basin of water carefully, because from looking at the memories of the slain restaurateur, I knew that this mage Jack could detect my stalking. After doing all the necessary steps, I took my hand out of the water and waited for the result. Big D standing next to me was equally nervous. The whirlpools in the basin slowed down and stopped. Jack's image gradually appeared in it when the water stopped. He is now standing in front of a small alley, which proves that he is in that alley or was there not long ago. I must admit that this magic is an effective method to find someone. Looking at the scene in the water tank, Big D said that this place is a slum not far from this harbor. When I heard what Big D said, I remember passing through this area a few times. I can say that Jack came here to find his ultimate goal, because only kidnapping people here won't attract attention. Big D also explained more about this slum. This area is mainly home to homeless people and immigrants, most of whom are illegal immigrants. They come here to fulfill their American dream, but it seems that dream is still far away for them. Hearing what Big D just said, I feel that Jack has chosen very carefully because in this area, there were many people to choose from, and it wasn't unusual for 1 or 2 people to disappear. At this time, Big D expressed his hatred for Jack. Originally, Big D did not like the evil mage. Knowing more about Jack's deeds now makes him hate him even more. This attitude was even worse when we faced Wong. At this point, Jimmy, who was standing next to us, said, "That's fine, the cooperation is completed. I will give you Jack's information and location. Whether it's possible to kill him or not, it's up to the 2 of you. In addition, I would like to ask you to keep my information a secret. You know, I still want to live a few more years." Listening to what Jimmy said, I understood his real purpose. If successful, he will be infected again as the true master here, but if it fails, he can also wipe his hands clean, considered unrelated. In the end, Jimmy concludes that Jack's success or failure depends on whether he obtains the last element or not. If he got the last element, it would be nearly impossible to kill him. At this time, Big D said, "Okay, I promise to keep this secret for you. For us, what you just said is a great help." Seeing Big D say that, Jimmy expressed his gratitude. "I hope you understand my suffering. I am not alone. I also have my family and close subordinates who have followed my father. I can't leave them alone. I hope you both succeed in killing Jack." After that, Jimmy and we parted. Big D and I immediately went to the slum we just saw. On the way, I texted Miss Valentine to ask for help because the area is quite large. The 2 of us can't cover it all. After learning that Miss Valentine had agreed to send someone to help us, Big D told me to fasten my seatbelt and start speeding. Admittedly, Big D's driving ability is very good. This is not the first time I have witnessed it. I first experienced Big D's driving ability when gangsters chased us during the little girl's abduction. At this time, even though Big D had to cling to the side of the car to sit firmly, Big D was constantly wriggling on the busy road, leaving behind angry horns. Soon we reached the slums, right where Big D and I had seen in the water basin earlier. What caught our eyes at this moment was a rather sad scene. As sad as the fate of the people here. Looking at the people here, I know that this is the fate of people who are rejected by society. No city wants to mention places like this. Gradually, the people here are shunned and forgotten by society. That same reason has created an abundant source of labor for countless greedy people trying to exploit. There is also a paradise for criminals. In the end, it's still these poor people who suffer. When we got there, Miss Valentine was already there. Did not expect her to come here so quickly, accompanied by a powerful police force. I guess that in addition to finding Jack's whereabouts, they also take this opportunity to hunt down criminals here. When we walked in, Miss Valentine still didn't know because she was busy with her 2 junior officers. Seeing that, Big D immediately greeted his goddess. After greeting each other, Miss Valentine told us that she had the police surrounded the area to find the whereabouts of the mage Jack. She also said that the area is very complicated, advised us to be very careful. Hearing what Miss Valentine had just said, Big D immediately said, "Don't worry, we are not that weak. We will go in there and force the mage to give you. How do you feel?" Valentine knew that we would go inside regardless, so she immediately protested, "You'd better stay here. Everything is taken care of by the police. You go in there, not only can't you help, but you will also get in the way of the police." After talking to us, Valentine and the other police officers slowly entered the slums, leaving me and Big D very angry. Big D considers Valentine's refusal to let him in as a disregard for his abilities. He also said he would keep an eye on the police to see if the police could do anything, so I can only advise Big D to calm down. In my opinion, Jack has become a real mafia boss. Their forces are very aggressive and organized. It is best to let the police do this. Seeing that Big D had calmed down, I asked him to join me around the back of this slum, because I know this Jack is very smart and cunning. Once he finds out that the situation is unfavorable, he will run away, so we stand aside and observe. Maybe we get unexpected results. Hearing what I just said, Big D grinned. Very good, kid. I didn't expect you to follow me for a few months, but you have learned a lot from me. Try to promote it. It will be very promising in the future. After that, Big D took my shoulder to the car, and I didn't know what to say to this fat guy. After getting in the car, Big D immediately took out his phone to surf, while I observed the situation. Big D's attitude now is completely different from when he was at the warehouse in the harbor. At that time, I thought it was just the two of us looking for the mage, but now, Big D was extremely comfortable with the help of the police. While sitting in the car, I could see the whole action of the police. They focused on members of Jack's gang, besides other suspects who were also arrested for investigation. I also guessed that when seeing so many policemen, Jack's men would sooner or later follow this way to get out. As expected, my guess was not wrong. Not long after the police entered, a group of people appeared at the back gate of the building. I immediately called Big D. When Big D turned around and looked outside, 4 men appeared. One of them was covered with a cloth bag. I guess this person is the last element that Jack will use for his witchcraft. I recognized the other 3 as Jack's subordinates were not dressed as politely as usual. Today, perhaps to avoid attention when they were dressed too politely in the slums. Very quickly, Big D and I rushed out to stop them. We know that they have carefully prepared vehicles to move. Just a little delay, they will get in the car and escape. After all, being a man who has been doing business here for many years, Big D loudly scared Jack's subordinates. All of you stop for me. Where are you to come here to arrest people? If you know what to do, leave that person behind and call your master to come here and talk to me, or else don't blame me for not informing you. Looking at Big D's attitude and words full of gypsy, the crowd was also somewhat frightened. Seeing that the other 3 guys did not react, but their attitude was that they wouldn't let go, I turned to Big D and said, "Looks like these guys won't give them a beating if they don't give them a beating." At this time, Big D also cracked his hands and looked at the other 3 as if to say that he was ready. At this moment, from behind the other 3 guys, a few more appeared from behind, just arrived and saw that their accomplices were stopped. They didn't need to ask any more questions and immediately took out their daggers and rushed towards us. Just now, there were only 3 guys. I don't know why they are so crowded now. Big D turned to me and said, "Hey Gregory, try biting your tongue to see if it's an illusion. Why are there so many people out of nowhere?" I don't have time to answer Big D, because right now, the first guy has stabbed a very short knife at me, but he has already looked down on me too much. I was able to dodge with just a slight swerve. This guy lost his momentum to rush forward. I turned around and gave him an extra punch in the ribs, making sure this guy wouldn't be able to get up right away. Seeing our comrades defeated, the rest of them rushed at me. This time, they split up to surround me. They were going to use the overwhelming number of people to crush me, temporarily being attacked continuously. I could only dodge the deadly attacks of these thugs. But these thugs, compared to the alligators and the silver-haired killer that I encountered in Thailand, are far behind. After dodging, I used even the slightest chance to counterattack, not letting their superiority take effect. Once the advantage is regained, defeating these thugs is not difficult. I kept knocking them down one by one. After knocking down the last one near me, I looked over to Big D, wondering if he was in any trouble. Even though they don't have martial arts like me, don't forget that when they first came here to do business, Big D and Wong fought many battles with all kinds of thugs in this city. It's just that he's been the boss for a few years, so he doesn't touch them anymore, so the thugs can't do anything to him right now. Knowing that, the other thugs made the most of their advantage over people. They didn't give Big D a chance to rest. But Big D is not an easy type to bully. In times of life-threatening danger, this fat guy's ability is not simple at all. When seeing Big D grabbing one guy by the neck, punching repeatedly and one guy lying on the ground, another guy grabbed a knife and tried to stab him, but Big D saw it. He immediately let go of the arrow lying on the ground. He picked up a wooden crate next to him and smashed it right in the face of the approaching man. He casually dropped the wooden crate on the two guys next to him, immediately blood spurting from their mouths. Tell you guys how strong it is. Tell you guys that when I struggled to find food in this land, you guys were just kids who didn't know the story of life. Lie there for me, whoever moves. Don't blame me for not informing. Seeing Big D like that, I also imagined Big D's early years when he first came here. He must have suffered a lot to stay here. After releasing the thug in my hand and looking at Big D, I startled and shouted, because at this moment, there is a car rushing towards Big D at breakneck speed. It looks like it wants to crash into Big D. But when Big D turned around, the car came right in front of him. Everything happened so fast that Big D couldn't react. He could only stare at the car rushing towards him. There was a loud crash, then what I saw was Big D being thrown into the air and then falling to the ground. The impact was quite strong, causing Big D to roll many times on the ground before stopping. After stopping, the blood from Big D's head started to flow out, forming a large puddle, confirming that he was seriously injured. Next, the car door slowly opened, and the person we worked so hard for finally appeared. The person who crashed the car into Big D was none other than Jack. As soon as he got out of the car, he looked at Big D. He immediately burst out a cold smile. Just like that, you're already lying down, fat man. Why do you want to stop me like that? It's like daydreaming. Seeing Jack's attitude made me mad, partly because I was worried about Big D and angry at Jack's cold and cruel nature. I immediately repelled a thug rushing towards me while keeping my eyes fixed on Jack. Slowly, Jack approached me. Walking, he said, "You think you can stop me? How long, kid? Look at that fat guy. That's the common end of those who have been and will try to stop me. That's the price for those who like to stick their noses in other people's affairs. Hurry up. You'll end up like that, kid." Looking at Jack approaching, I have never felt so angry, nor have the thought of wanting to kill a person arise strongly in me like now. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 31. After slowly approaching me, Jack continued, "You two are annoying, especially the fat one, but that's not enough to stop me, kid. You think your ability I can do it, don't dream anymore." Although Jack said that out of the mouth, I knew he was worried. More than anyone, he knew exactly who could ruin his business. While I was paying attention to what Jack had to say, his subordinates were now scrambling to their feet. They took advantage of my inattentiveness to take away the supposed wood elemental, but they've underestimated me. Even though I'm focusing on Jack, I can still see what they're up to. They led the man around while observing me. Their attitude was quite cautious. Because they have really seen my power, so I pretended not to see them, trying to see what they would do next. Seeing that I did not move, they thought that I was frightened by their master, so they confidently took the man away, but before they were satisfied, I rushed to them right away. Immediately, the guy closest to me was hit like a hammer and fell backward. With me here, they don't want to take that man away. After I finished dealing with one, I rushed at the other. I threw punches at him in succession, not giving him a chance to react. These thugs had been beaten by me before, so when he saw me rushing, he could only raise his hand to block it without even thinking about attacking back. This guy was quickly defeated by me easily. As soon as he was knocked down, the other man's hood also fell off to reveal his face. After the thug was defeated, I walked over to the man, put my hand on his shoulder to reassure him, then turned to Jack. "Listen to me, I'm here today. Here, don't try to take this man away. And you, Jack, the witchcraft you practice only proves you're a blind schizophrenic. Immortality, that's ridiculous. Have you seen anyone immortal? Maybe you will die a little faster because of that witchcraft." While I was still talking with Jack, one of his subordinates was about to hold an axe in his hand and shouted loudly and rushed towards me. But this guy is really stupid. He quietly approached, then he had a chance to knock me down, but he ran over and shouted as if he wanted me to notice him. Waiting for him to approach, I threw a quick and precise kick to his face. Immediately, the other thug has knocked far away. This guy then hit a trash can and stopped. Coincidentally, when he fell in, the lid of the trash can also closed. I think that place is very suitable for rogue thugs like them. Witnessing his subordinates being defeated one by one, Jack knew he couldn't stand to watch forever. It was time for him to face a young enemy who was not inferior to anyone. After adjusting the hat he was wearing, he immediately rushed at the man standing at super fast speed. Seeing his speed surprised me. I thought that after all these years, when he became a boss, he would no longer fight, leading to not being as agile as before, but I was wrong. Seeing that, I knew that this Jack was not an easy guy to deal with, so when he rushed over, I immediately pushed the man aside so I could easily deal with Jack. As soon as I turned around, I saw Jack in front of me. He was now swinging the staff in his hand, ready to hit me in the head. Before his extremely fast speed, I did not block his attack but actively dodged. As soon as the staff was only a little away from touching the head, I immediately leaned back to dodge. I also showed my opponent that my speed was not inferior. As soon as I dodged one of Jack's attacks, I turned around to prepare to counterattack, but Jack is not an easy guy to bully. As soon as I turned around, he also ran with the ball. He twirled his staff, so I couldn't tell where he was going to strike. He really has the guts of a boss. Knowing that my chance to counterattack was gone, Jack immediately attacked, slamming his staff across my back. I'm sure that if you hit this blow, don't expect to get up. But fortunately, there was a wall right next to me. I immediately stepped on it and flipped over to avoid Jack's attack. Witnessing my close friend, Jack was somewhat surprised. He blamed himself for being contemptuous of his opponent. Because of the opponents he'd defeated before, besides the real mafia in this city, there was no one as powerful as me. Taking advantage of Jack's distraction, I took advantage of the wall's bounce and charged back towards Jack, at the same time with my full-strength knee kick. There is no other way. Jack only has wings to close his arms to block the attack. If you take all my blows, he will definitely have no face to look at his subordinates. After being hit on my knee, although he was able to block Jack, there was no injury, but he had to take a few steps back before standing up again. At this point, he really was a little wary of his opponent. Very well, compared to my subordinates, you are really strong, but don't be too proud. Sooner or later, I will let you lie under my heels. While saying that, Jack clenched his teeth. At the same time, he clenched the staff in his hand, which showed that he was extremely angry. In response to that attitude, I just smirked and gave him a sarcastic smile. Witnessing my attitude like that, Jack could no longer keep his cool and calm. He shouted loudly and swung his staff towards me. I didn't hesitate to rush forward. I know I've successfully driven this bastard mad. It's time for me to counterattack. As soon as I approached, Jack swung the staff in his hand at me. Knowing that I had no weapons, my bare hands would be at a disadvantage, so I swerved to the side to dodge. Simultaneously, I planned to use this opportunity to throw a punch to the opponent's face. But it seems that this Jack can read my mind. As soon as I turn around, Jack retracts the staff and leans back slightly. Immediately my punch hit the air. When I lost my momentum, before I could stand up, the staff in Jack's hand once again rushed straight into my face. At this moment, I also dimly understood. His angry attitude just now was just fooling me. He pretended to let me not continue to dodge his attacks. I'm a bit angry with myself. I should have used the strategy to make the opponent angry and distracted. But unexpectedly, the opponent took advantage of that to put me in the spotlight. I looked down on the opponent too much. Luckily it was still salvageable. As I looked at the staff that was being swung at me, I immediately tilted my head to dodge. Realizing that this Jack's staff is extremely powerful when it exerts almost its full strength in Jack's hand. From there, I decided to find a way to drop the staff in Jack's hand, so that I could have a fair fight with this evil mage. But I was so focused on the staff that I forgot that Jack still had fists. Taking advantage of my opening, the lightning-fast Jack punched me in the face. I had no choice but to crouch down to avoid the punch. But just as I was about to straighten myself up, Jack rushed towards me. While I was staggered, I saw Jack swing his cane towards me. His hands grasped one end of the staff and used it like an awl to stab me straight in the body. Because I was in a state of imbalance, I was completely unable to dodge or parry. At this time, I could only raise my eyes to see the pointed part of the staff that pierced my shoulder. Immediately my whole body went numb. I immediately clenched my teeth. Otherwise, I would not be able to help but scream out loud because of the pain. After being hit, I kept falling back a few more steps before stopping. My whole arm and one shoulder went numb for a while. I couldn't raise my hand. Seeing me like this, Jack decided not to give me a chance to recover. He immediately rushed towards me. Looking at Jack coming at me, I know my strength is not inferior to him, but I lack combat experience. If I don't come up with a solution soon, I will soon be defeated. With that in mind, I didn't actively attack anymore. I switched to dodging to find the opponent's loopholes. But Jack's bodyguard was extremely agile, temporarily unable to find loopholes in his attacks. After dodging for a while but still couldn't find the loophole of Jack, I and he faced each other again. At this time, Jack kept attacking, not allowing me to get close to him. Knowing that the pointed end of the staff was effective, he kept using it to attack me. Just dodging such a blow, I suddenly heard the sound of the wind in my ear. As soon as I glanced at it, I saw Jack's staff tearing the wind sweeping to my head. Immediately I crouched down to dodge this extremely dangerous blow. Taking advantage of Jack's opportunity to sweep the staff sideways and didn't hit the target, causing him to lose momentum, I immediately launched a sweeping kick to Jack's leg to knock him down. But he still can jump to avoid my kick. Not only dodging, but he also used this to attack me back. But he couldn't easily hit me with this attack. I basically expected it. Either knock him down and let him jump to dodge. He will use this method to attack me. So, as soon as I finished the sweep kick, I jumped back, barely dodging Jack's counterattack. As soon as I stepped back, I put my hands on the ground, held one leg for support, and turned to throw a kick in Jack's face. take advantage when he could not stand firm, but counterattack to regain the advantage. But he's not a bad opponent. Even though my attack is so fast, he can still dodge. After performing the kick, I still couldn't get up, still sitting on the ground. Jack then used this opportunity to attack me. He was about to use the old method again, his hands gripping one end of the staff, then using all his strength to punch it at me, using the sharp tip of the staff to deal damage. I have already tasted the taste of this attack, so I dare not delay. As soon as I see him put his hands together, I drag myself back. Fortunately, as soon as I stepped back, the staff hit me, just a little bit too late to consider that I don't need to get married in this life. This Jack is really cruel and cruel. Seeing that I could dodge the blow, Jack immediately retracted his staff and took a few steps back. Then he jumped up and put his strength into the staff. The main target was my head. He was determined to take every opportunity, not letting me get up. While not knowing how to dodge or block the attack, my hand touched something behind my back. I reached out to touch it. It turned out to be a brick. I immediately took it. When the staff in Jack's hand fell, I threw the brick in my hand at him. This was completely beyond Jack's calculations, because even if he thought about it, he wouldn't have thought that I would be able to think of an attack like this. But this Jack is also extremely agile. He can still dodge the brick in such a close distance. Just this 1 second of distraction is enough to startle Jack, thereby causing the staff aimed at my head to deflect. Otherwise, the consequences will be extremely serious. After dodging the brick I threw, Jack took a few steps back and looked at me with angry eyes, thinking that the blow just now could end this battle. But I didn't expect that I could improvise so flexibly. For my part, I also slowly stood up and rubbed my forehead with my hand, my eyes never leaving Jack. At this point, I feel myself starting to lose strength. His blow has been greatly reduced, but it still makes me dizzy. Seeing me start to gasp and show a tired expression, Jack realized his chance to end the match had arrived. Therefore, Jack immediately swung his staff and continued to rush towards me. His purpose was not to give me a chance to rest and regain my strength. At this point, I can only curse in my stomach. I don't understand how this bastard's body can be so tough. But instead of using the staff to sweep me across the head, Jack used the staff to stab me. Very quickly, I ducked my head to the side to avoid it, and at the same time, I reached up to grab the staff, intending to use this opportunity to grab the staff. But somehow, as soon as I grabbed the staff, Jack began to laugh sinisterly, as if I made him happy. As soon as I saw Jack's attitude, I dimly guessed that something was wrong. I immediately looked down. A flash of light flashed across my neck. It turned out that there was a sword in this staff. No wonder he was so pleased. As soon as he drew his sword from his staff, Jack immediately took a few steps back to prepare to attack again. There was a familiar smile on his face, a smile that I hated so much from the moment I met him until now. I just escaped death. On my neck now is a small cut left by the tip of the sword. If it weren't for my agility, the sword just now would have successfully cut off the artery on my neck. If that happens, even God can't help me. Once again, the weapon gave Jack an advantage, but this time it was much more dangerous than the staff before. With the sword in hand, the more Jack frenziedly attacked me faster, confirming that he was desperate to end this match. In this situation, I could only move continuously to avoid and find opportunities to counterattack. In just a very short time, there were many times when I thought that I couldn't dodge anymore. But fortunately, the sword only passed lightly without being able to hurt me. Faced with my tenacious fighting, Jack was also somewhat surprised. He thought that he could quickly deal with the opponent in his hand without a piece of iron after taking out the sword. But he was wrong. not only couldn't defeat me right away, but sometimes he had to dodge my counterattacks. Just like that, the two rushed at each other for a while. One side frantically attacked the desire to quickly defeat the opponent. One side skillfully dodges dangerous attacks and then finds opportunities to counterattack. But with the sword in hand, Jack had the upper hand. Taking advantage of the moment I dodged the sword, the entire front was not covered. He immediately launched a powerful kick to my stomach. The kick was quite strong, sending me flying backward until I hit the wall to be able to stop. I put my hands on the big garbage bags behind me to be able to stand. I realized now that I was really tired after dodging Jack's dangerous attacks. While I was leaning against the wall to catch my breath, Jack approached the man and held the sword to his neck. "Kid, you're better than I thought. I thought I could solve you quickly, but I didn't expect it to take so long. It's time for me to go. If you're smart, then stand still for me, or else I'll cut this guy's throat, and then you. I know you've reached your limit, don't try too hard." Seeing Jack's despicable tricks, I struggled to stand up to face him. At this time, Jack was very pleased. He looked at me. He continued, "Look at your appearance. Do you still want to stop me? Today I don't have time to play with you anymore, but remember, I'll come to find you soon, then it won't be as lucky as today." While talking, Jack also slowly pulled the poor man along with him closer to the car. Before getting into the car, he also said a few more things, telling you, "The 5 elements of longevity is what I poured my heart into. You don't expect to be able to stop me. I have to do it at all costs. You can rest assured, as soon as I succeed, the first person I find is you." After finishing his sentence, Jack turned around and pushed the man into the car. At this moment, out of nowhere, a bullet came. The bullet hit the sword in Jack's hand, breaking it in half. Jack immediately turned to look. It turned out that the person who had just shot correctly was Miss Valentine. She and another police officer pointed guns at him and asked him to stay still and not move. As soon as I saw the police show up, I rushed to see how Big D was. I don't know if this fat guy has any destiny. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 32. As soon as I saw that the situation was under control, I rushed to see how Big D was. Since being hit by Jack's car, I've always been paying attention but never saw Big D wake up. Now, I put his head on my lap when I'm next to Big D. I kept calling his name, but Big D didn't react no matter how much I shook him. My heart is very confused right now. Maybe Big D won't wake up anymore. Thinking of this, suddenly, my eyes sting. While I was still not knowing what to do, Big D's body suddenly trembled. Then he let out a small groan. "Damn, it hurts so bad. I'm sleeping well, but why is my whole body aching like this?" It turned out that after being hit by a car, Big D lost consciousness. Thanks to me repeatedly calling his name and shaking his body, Big D gradually regained consciousness. Maybe he was still in shock, so Big D didn't remember being hit by a car. Watching Big D wake up and slowly sit up, I couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Although the time when Big D and I were close together was not long, as a brother who had experienced many tribulations, I was very sad when I thought Big D would not wake up again. "It's great that you woke up. I thought you wouldn't wake up again." If that's the case, then I don't know how to talk to Master. Hearing me say that, Big D was still in a lot of pain but still forced a smile. "Hey kid, what are you saying? My master once told me that I would live a very long life. How could that weak car take my life? By the way, don't tell me you're crying, come on, when did you learn the sentimentality of women?" Seeing Big D like that, I immediately protested. "Who said I cried? Don't say nonsense. There is dust blowing into my eyes." After checking all over and confirming that Big D was not seriously injured, I immediately helped him up. "You're so lucky. Watching you get hit by a car and fly into the air and lie there. I thought you were done." Although his whole body was still numb, Big D still forced a smile to answer me. "Didn't I tell you, I'm not that easy to die?" This time I also have to thank the fat on my body. I didn't expect a little bit of fat to be beneficial. While Big D and I were still talking, the sound of gunfire behind us kept ringing, and then I suddenly remembered Jack and his hostages. Something must have happened, so the police opened fire to control him, and Big D and I turned our heads to look in the direction of the gunshot. When I looked back, I saw the man held hostage rushing at Miss Valentine. The one who fired the gun was also her. It turned out that to escape, Jack pushed the man towards the police, used him as a shield for himself and quickly got into the car. After getting into the car, he immediately pressed the accelerator to reverse the car to escape. As soon as she pushed the man aside, Miss Valentine raised her gun and repeatedly fired at the fleeing car. Looking at Valentine's expression right now, it can be understood that she is quite angry right now. After running backward for a while, Jack's car immediately turned around and accelerated. Look at the scene of the car driving away. It can be confirmed that this is not the first time he has to escape in such a situation. Chasing the car were Valentine's consecutive shots, but they couldn't seem to make it stop. When Valentine fired the last bullet, the car was already gone. Witnessing that scene, Big D and I couldn't help but admire Valentine's shooting ability. Big D immediately said, "I didn't expect that besides being beautiful, she also used a gun so skillfully." Hearing what Big D had to say, Valentine spoke up but didn't turn around. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you believe I let you pass out again?" Although Jack escaped, fortunately, the man was still not taken away by him. I immediately encouraged everyone. "Don't worry everyone. Jack will definitely come back here to get the last element. It's not easy to find the right person. His witchcraft is almost done. Now he can't stop, we just ambush here and we will catch him." But at this moment, the police officer standing behind the man discovered that he was injured. He immediately used his hand to check and found that the man's finger seemed to have been cut by a sharp object. Hearing that, I immediately jumped. I guessed that Jack had done something before he escaped. I immediately approached to check. I immediately recognized Jack's purpose when I looked at the man's bleeding finger. This type of magic is used to control people, unexpectedly in a short time and amid the police circle. But he can still do this. This explains why he threw this man away so easily. Simply because as long as he successfully escapes, he will control this man to find him. After learning about the situation, Valentine immediately said, "As far as I can see, this matter should be left to the police. We will have a careful hostage watcher, making sure this man can't get to Jack's place." Hearing Valentine's opinion, I immediately explained, "It's not that simple. Basically, the police can't do anything about this. This spell, once instilled in the body, is very difficult to break. Although I know that finding the right person is not easy, it does not mean that it is irreplaceable. Once he can no longer control the hostage, Jack will definitely destroy it, which is not difficult to predict for a cold-blooded person like him." Listening to what I analyzed, Valentine suddenly understood the seriousness of the problem. She also understood that letting the police monitor this man would only make him die faster. For a moment, she didn't know how to handle it, just silently turned her eyes to me, waiting to see if I had any way to deal with this situation. To break the silence, I continued to speak. "Not only do you control the hostages to find themselves, Sure, Jack will still send his subordinates to make sure the hostages can get there without any hindrance. It's worth mentioning that maybe they're not real people but will be dummies. They're basically unafraid of getting hurt. This puts the supervisors in danger. If that happens, casualties will be inevitable. So this is the most appropriate thing for the fat guy and me to handle. Hearing this, the three of us didn't need to say anything but shared a smile full of harmony. Because we clearly understand that only magic can fight against magic. No matter how hard people try, they can't solve it with their own strength. The reason Valentine trusts us in this is that she is the one who knows our abilities best. After many events in a row, I can now be confident that I have regained some of my initiatives. There will be the next action steps. I immediately got into action. I turned to Big D and told him to come to take off the man's shirt. Hearing that, Big D showed more enthusiasm than necessary, dashed forward in front of the man, and stripped off the shirt he was wearing. Seeing that, Valentine was a little shy and wanted to avoid it. Guessing Valentine's question, I immediately said, "It's okay. You don't have to avoid going anywhere. I just took off his shirt. I didn't make him take off his pants." For no apparent reason, the shirt he was wearing was taken off by someone else. The man was a bit shy. He didn't understand what Big D and I were going to do with him next. As soon as Big D turned his back to me, I immediately put my hand to my mouth. My aim is to use my blood to write a charm on his back. It doesn't break the spell through Jack's magic but still able to protect him. I quickly finished drawing the talisman on the man's back. This talisman acts as armor to help protect him from the forces of darkness, but it only has a temporary effect. With Jack's power, it won't take too long to break it. As for Valentine, although she had accompanied us on several previous exorcisms, she had never seen me use my blood to draw charms, so she was somewhat surprised to see what I was doing. Seeing Valentine's surprised expression, Big D immediately explained, "This is a form of protection spell, preventing the dark forces that are not human from approaching this person, because to become the last element, he doesn't need to be alive. So his life can always be in danger. This is only the first step. We must quickly bring him back to our place, where we can do the next thing." After getting ready, Big D quickly went to get the car to take the man to our house. At the moment, it is the safest place because there are full tools to fight the dark forces that want to invade. Faced with this situation, the representative of the police, Ms. Valentine, had to accept. Before leaving, I also said to give Valentine peace of mind. We will immediately contact the police if something goes wrong. As soon as our car left, the inspector spoke up. "Why would you give them such an important clue? If something bad happens, it will be difficult for you to talk to your superiors." Still looking at our car, Valentine answered his colleague, "You can rest assured, handing the man over to the two of them is completely reasonable. Only they can solve this problem. Mr. Remember the time I went to Thailand? In that case, there were many things that could not be clearly stated in the report. In short, the ability of these two people is not limited to just fighting." Temporarily do not mention Valentine and her colleague. Back to Big D's house, now we have arrived. Both immediately started to prepare everything. When we got here, it was already late afternoon. Both Big D and I understand that as soon as the sun goes down, Jack will take action. So if we don't prepare quickly, we won't be able to stop him from controlling the man to find him. After clearing the big table in the middle of the house, I immediately called the man over, told him to sit on it, and explained, "Don't worry at all. All we are doing is just to protect you. Now you lie on this table. Do everything as I say. I will help you break the evil art in you." After explaining for a while, I did not forget to advise an important thing. to keep myself a really comfortable mind, and tried to control his thoughts so that the evil magician could not control his mind. Hearing what I said, the man didn't quite understand, but he still said he would try. I realized that he was very worried from his words to his eyes. At this moment, Big D also came in from outside. When I turned around, he said, "Gregory, where are you getting ready? The sun has already set. Jack must be in action. The doors have all been taped with talismans, but I am afraid that it will be difficult to hold them off for long." Hearing what Big D just said, I immediately took action. First, I told the man to lie on the table. Then me and Big D used the enchanted red ropes to tie him to the table. The main purpose is to prevent him from moving or fighting while I perform magic. After fixing the man to the table, I immediately took a needle and pricked his finger. This is similar to Jack's. I will use his own method against him. After taking blood from the man's fingertip, I applied it to a straw dummy prepared in advance. From here on, I will begin to control that man through this dummy. The key to this is to see who is superior to the magic between Jack and me. Everything was basically prepared. We were about to come to the weapon part. Big D chose for himself a gun that looked quite cool. As for me, I prefer to use the peachwood sword. Perhaps because this is a weapon that my master uses often, I have a special impression of it. Now both Big D and I look at each other, both aware of the importance of tonight's battle, and the core of the matter is to keep the man out of Jack's hands. He is the last piece Jack is missing, so he will use all means to get this man. After talking a little more about the plan, Big D and I separated in the house, watching Jack's movements while taking advantage of rest. About 2 hours later, I started to hear rustling from outside the door. At the same time, when I looked back at the man, I noticed that he also had significant changes. First, his eyes started to roll up, then the face gradually became crazy, the mouth kept screaming. Looking at him like that, it wasn't hard to guess that Jack was officially in action. Because he was tied to the table, the man kept getting up to get out. At the same time, the straw dummy on the table also acts similarly, which proves that Jack is also trying to use the straw dummy to control this man. Seeing that I rushed over to the dummy table and started casting magic power, I knew that the battle between Jack and me had begun once again. But the difference is that we do not confront directly but through magic. Although not directly, this battle is also extremely tense and balanced. As soon as the tip of the sword in my hand pointed towards the dummy, it was immediately pushed back against the table. Along with that, the man did the same thing. Looking at his expression right now, it was clear that he was very upset. This is natural because he is controlled by two forces simultaneously. Although it is uncomfortable, I have no other choice. If I don't do that, he'll just have to die. Big D's side was not idle at all. At this moment, right next to the door near where Big D was standing, there was also a swarm of bats. Big D angrily swore a few sentences. Originally, Big D and I predicted that Jack would use a dummy as he did against me and Big D last time. Unexpectedly, he used bats as a weapon. Although these bats are not as dangerous as humanoid dummies, they have the advantage in numbers. Claimed that Jack wanted to use them to harass us, distract us without being able to stop the man from coming to him. In the few seconds when I noticed Big D, the man was able to jump up and rip off the rope that was tying him to the table. It can be said that I am the most disadvantaged in the situation right now, because I have to focus on controlling the man. But for that reason, I can't resist the attack of the bats. Now that the man can sit up, it seems that in this battle, Jack is gaining the upper hand. I try to suppress the man. I tried to keep him back on the table, but it seems my distractions have affected my magic power, causing all my efforts to fail. The man managed to break the ropes that bound his hands, but his legs were still tied to the table legs, so he kept struggling to get out. At this point, it seemed that I had to use stronger measures to suppress him. I approached the table where the dummy was standing and picked up a handful of rice. I immediately mumbled the incantation. I had another disadvantage to keep the man safe. As for Jack, he didn't need to pay attention to it to be more comfortable casting magic. After I finished reciting the incantation, I threw the rice ball in my hand towards the straw dummy. Immediately, the dummy was pressed down on the table as if a normal person was suddenly hit by a pile of dirt. But what I didn't anticipate was that my throw was slightly stronger than it should be. It immediately took effect on the man. He was hurled hard on the table. The matter did not stop there. The table on which he was lying was also broken into many pieces. Just a moment of carelessness and the situation immediately worsened. Now I realize the consequences of my mistake. The man's legs are no longer tied. The rice grains controlling the dummy will quickly expire, at which point it will be difficult to control this man. What I predicted quickly came true. While I couldn't think of a way to control the situation, the rice grains had no effect. The man slowly stood up, his eyes now completely white and lifeless. He unconsciously headed for the door. I knew that he could soon reach Jack if I didn't stop him in time. The difficulty did not stop there. At this time, the bats also broke the door and burst into the house. After firing all the magazines without destroying much, Big D did not have time to change ammunition. He had to use the butt of the gun as a weapon against the bats. This time Jack used more bats than last time, so Big D had to fight very hard. Aggressive bats constantly rush into Big D. Their aggression and strength are also many times stronger than last time. This proves that Jack has prepared very carefully and is very determined in this battle. At this point, Big D can only use the butt of the gun to beat the bats, but he understands that this way does not work. Only charms or magic bullets can destroy them. While Big D was still struggling with the bats, the man also slowly approached the door where Big D was guarding. As soon as he saw the man, Big D knew that I had failed to control this man, so he quickly abandoned the bats, rushed to grab the man's shoulder and hold him. But beyond Big D's expectation, the man just flicked his hand to knock Big D away. The explanation for this is that the man has been completely controlled by Jack. That's what made him able to use all the potential energy in his body, so he could easily knock Big D away. Only pity for Big D. He just got hit by a car during the day. The whole body is still in pain, but now he is knocked down by the man, making him feel like he's leaving. Seeing that, I quickly rushed to help him. Big D, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? After a few groans, Big D looked at the man and said, "Looks like the situation is not good. This person has been cast by Jack for so long that his mind has been completely controlled. If you don't think of a way quickly, you won't be able to keep him much longer." Hearing what Big D just said, I lost my temper a bit and got angry, clenched my teeth. I growled one by one, "Damn mage, you wait, then you'll know my hand." In my mind at this moment, I have thought of a way to control the situation in front of me. This way is not that I didn't think of it at first, but my master told me to use it only when absolutely necessary. Looking at my face, Big D was a bit surprised at first, but then he gradually guessed what I was going to do. I immediately took my hand off Big D, quickly went to the refrigerator. I immediately opened the refrigerator, in which there were quite a few small bags of blood. They were all black dog blood. To get this blood, Big D had to spend a lot of effort to get it. He had to beg little by little from healthy dogs and then bring it back to preserve here. Seeing that his efforts have now paid off, Big D can't hide his pride. Only using black dog blood can increase control with the dummy, but this is not comfortable at all. After taking out a bag of blood from the refrigerator, I immediately raised my head and poured all the blood into my mouth. This is the annoying point I talked about earlier. The sensation of holding a large amount of blood in the mouth confirmed that it was not a pleasant experience. But at a critical time like this, there was no other way, so I had no choice. After pouring all the blood bags into my mouth, I sprayed them at the dummy. It immediately took effect. An immense invisible force acted on the dummy, pressing it down on the table. On the other side, the man was also thrown forward, rushing towards the door. The Man with the Yin-Yang Eyes. Season 2. Episode 33. Knowing that his magic was weakened, Big D rushed towards him as soon as the man stopped. But the bats are not easy for Big D to do. They immediately rushed to stop Big D. Big D still rushed forward despite the bats surrounding him, knowing that the magic that controlled the man would heal very quickly. After passing the bats, Big D immediately rushed to grab the man's legs, not letting him out of the house. However, because he was being controlled, he resisted very fiercely. Big D had to work very hard to hold on to him. After struggling for a while, Big D finally couldn't hold it anymore. As soon as he got out of Big D's control, the man pulled his foot and kicked Big D's chest hard. Fortunately, the magic on his body was weakened. If not for this kick, Big D would definitely be injured. After kicking Big D back a few steps, the man got up again and rushed out. Although the pain was still not over, Big D still rushed to hold the man. Around Big D now, the bats have begun to gather to stop him. While holding the man, Big D shouted loudly to awaken this man's subconscious. This is the only way to stop him now. But it seems that Jack's magic power was too strong, causing Big D to scream hoarsely, but he didn't change at all. But gradually, Big D feels that this man is gradually regaining his strength. This made it impossible for Big D to hold him for long. Once again, he struggled to break free from Big D's control. Just like last time, Big D was hit in the chest by the man. The punch was quite strong, it made Big D almost choke. But before Big D had time to regain his composure, the bats rushed to attack him again. Suppressing the pain in his chest and ignoring the fierce attack of the bats, Big D still tried to rush forward to hold the man. While holding the man tightly, Big D turned to me and shouted, "Gregory, do what you want to do, hurry up. I can't hold out much longer. Hurry up." Seeing Big D like this, I immediately spoke to him to reassure him. "Fighting Big D. Just a little more, I'm almost done. I can't come to help Big D right now because I have to rush to create a replacement dummy. This is normally not difficult for me, but I constantly see Big D biting his teeth to endure pain to stop the man from making my limbs a bit clumsy." Knowing I was losing my temper, the dummy completion speed was affected. I took a deep breath, put my worries aside for the time being, and quickly finished the dummy. I know that in the short term, Big D can still hold out. After regaining my composure, my speed increased dramatically, and soon I was able to complete the man's dummy. As soon as I finished the dummy, I rushed towards Big D. When I got there, I immediately crossed my 2 fingers to form a magic seal. This seal has the effect of capturing this man's soul. My purpose in creating this dummy was to use it to replace the man. I'll transfer the magic I'm controlling on him to the dummy. Then release it, can both find Jack's hiding place, and furthermore, even if he has the dummy, he can't use it to make the missing element. After reciting the incantation, I touched the man's forehead with 2 fingers. This is one of the very powerful magic that my master taught me. But this magic also has a lot of risks. Not in such an urgent situation as this, insisting that I never use it. Not long after I cast my magic, a small light blue light appeared on the tip of my finger. That was the man's soul. I slowly and carefully pointed my finger at the dummy. After reciting an incantation aloud, the spirit slowly flew towards the dummy. As soon as the soul entered the dummy, the man fell. This is natural. The soul is the most important thing. Without it, a person is left with a lifeless body. A few seconds later, the dummy started moving. Since no one stopped the man, he slowly walked to the door. I quickly called Big D. Big D, temporarily put that man down. We quickly get out of the car to follow the dummy. A little slower and you'll lose track of it. Hearing that, Big D immediately put the man down. Then we both quickly went to the car to follow the dummy. Since we chased the dummy once, we know its speed is very fast. Although the dummy made by me right now is walking very slowly, Big D is still in a state where he can press the accelerator at any time. While focusing on the dummy in front of him, Big D said to me, "If it weren't for the urgent situation like this time, I wouldn't want you to use this magic at all. It only works for 30 minutes. Then, the soul will not return to the body. If this really happened, the man would surely die." Hearing what Big D just said, I just kept silent because what he said was absolutely correct. To my and Big D's anxiety, the dummy walked slowly without any intention of speeding up. We both realized that this was the road leading to the harbor. This confirms that we are on the right track. The path we were taking was similar to the one we were chasing the last time we chased the Big D dummy. It seemed to be the shortest route to the harbor warehouse area. Big D slowly drove into the alley to follow the dummy. At this point, we are no longer afraid of losing track of the dummy but instead of time pressure. With every passing minute, the man's life became a little more dangerous. Unable to hide my frustration, I grumbled, "Damn, the dummy moves so slowly, I'm afraid it won't make it in time." Until then, the only way is for the soul to return to the body. Hearing what I said, Big D did not react. Now he has another comment. It seems that something has happened. The situation now is different from what just happened in the house. I hope Jimmy doesn't get in trouble. There was still a short way to the harbor, so I took out my phone and called Valentine. I told her to quickly send men to the harbor to coordinate the capture of Jack. After calling Valentine, we continued to follow the dummy. Just as we expected, it didn't take long before it brought us closer to the warehouse last time. Seeing that, I immediately turned to Big D. "Come here, Big D. The rest of the way we can go by ourselves. Quickly stop the dummy." Big D also had the same thought as me, so he sped up to get ahead as soon as I spoke. The car under Big D's control quickly rushed to block in front of the dummy. Stopped by the car, the dummy also stopped and did not move anymore. Our guiding mission is complete. I don't want to prolong it any longer. I quickly got out of the car and walked towards the dummy. As I walked, I raised 2 fingers and recited the incantation. It was time to return the man's soul to my body. After I finished reciting the incantation, I touched the dummy's forehead with 2 fingers. The method is the same as when I took the soul out of the body. Fortunately, the time also fit my calculations from before. Instantly, the man's soul was on my fingertips. I quickly recited the mantra to guide the soul to return to its body as quickly as possible. After reciting the incantation, I immediately pointed my finger to guide the soul in the direction it needed to go. According to my instructions, it will return to its body as quickly as possible. Watching the man's soul slowly fly away, I breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, I am really at peace, no longer worried. Just as the soul flew away, Big D and I heard a car coming towards us. It turned out that Valentine and her men had just arrived as well, proving that she was always ready to act as soon as I broke the news. Up to this point, it can be said that everything is still proceeding smoothly as planned. After watching the police deploy the formation, I turned to look at Big D. It can be seen that his attitude is very stubborn. While staring at the door of the warehouse, Big D gritted his teeth and said, "Jack, I'm here. I won't let you escape this time. You will pay for what you did to me and the others." Faced with that attitude of Big D, I could only keep silent, because that was the beginning of a series of things that Big D did not want to remember. Things that a normal person could only encounter in the most terrifying nightmares. After looking at the warehouse door for a few more seconds, Big D pulled out a shotgun. He made his way to the warehouse door and opened it. I also followed closely behind him. I guess this is an important time in Jack's cultivation, so he will arrange many limbs to protect him while casting magic. With that in mind, I prepared myself for an extremely fierce battle. But contrary to what I expected, the warehouse is now empty, without a shadow of people. Instead, an extremely bizarre scene makes Big D and I stop, gaping in surprise. After seeing us enter the warehouse, Valentine quickly followed to cover us. When she saw us standing still, she guessed that a bunch of thugs was stopping us, so she ran back. As she ran, she asked what was wrong. Like us, as soon as Valentine arrived, she was so stunned by the scene in the warehouse. In front of us now is the dead Jack, dead kneeling on the floor. But even more bizarre was a tree that seemed to grow from within his body. It was this bizarre sight that took us by surprise. Not only did the tree grow out of Jack's mouth, but its branches also sprouted from his limbs. Asserted that he had an unpleasant death. Another remarkable point is that on the top of the tree is hanging a lantern. Big D and I immediately realized that it was the lantern containing Wen's soul. It was lit now, and although there was no wind in the house, it still swayed from time to time. This makes the scene even more eerie and ghostly. Like no longer caring about the people around, Big D ran to the lantern. He quickly took it off and then took off his shirt and wrapped it around the lantern. Big D's movements are so gentle right now, as if he's afraid of disturbing Wen's soul. Before the strange and terrifying scene before his eyes, Valentine could only watch silently at the tree growing from Jack's body. As for me, I kept having questions in my head. It was clear that Jack was casting magic to get the man to come here. But looking at him now, it looks like he's been turned into the last missing element. I suddenly remembered what Big D said when he was in the car. Maybe this is the reason why the dummy moves in such an unusually slow way. But the biggest question is who can defeat a powerful mage like Jack? Perhaps there is a mage stronger than him in this land. This does not help worry me. While Valentine and I were chasing our own thoughts, a policeman shouted as if he had just discovered something. Valentine immediately approached the police officer, and Big D and I immediately followed. After entering the room, both Big D and I confirmed that someone had just performed the 5 elements longevity magic here. Before the strange things that happened in a row, Big D immediately spoke up. "Gregory, don't you think it's weird? Jack went to great lengths to get the elements to help him perform the 5 elements of life. But what is here shows that this magic was performed on another person. As for Jack himself, he died a horrible death." At this point, I began to make my own judgments. From what I have observed so far, it is confirmed that, while Jack was casting magic, someone else interfered. This person turned him into the last element, and it was this same person who performed the 5 elements of life magic for the person lying here. The problem is who this guy is. After I finished speaking, I continued to ponder deeply. At that moment my phone rang. I don't understand who is texting me now. After turning on the phone, I realized that the person who texted me was Jimmy. His message was a video. Looking at the first image that appeared on the screen, I could tell that it was Jack, and he was standing in front of the table used to cast spells. Seeing my expression like that, Big D immediately approached to see the message I just received. After looking through, Big D and I both figured our questions would be answered in this video. Seeing that I was still hesitant, Big D immediately urged me to quickly open the video. After the video plays, the first scene we see is Jack standing in front of the magic table. He was controlling a straw dummy to control the man who came here. Both he and I did the same thing, except that Jack controlled more bats. While Jack concentrated on controlling the dummy, because he knew that I was also trying to gain control of the man with him, he was very focused. Due to being so focused, Jimmy came up behind him without even realizing it. In fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't have taken any precautions, because for him, Jimmy was his disciple anyway. After appearing, Jimmy went straight to where Jack was standing. He gently threw something at Jack. His movement seemed quite mature and decisive, making Jack unaware. But very soon, Jack discovered that something was wrong. He grabbed his head and swung his peach wooden sword back. At this moment, Jack's surprised expression can be seen when he learns that the person playing with him is Jimmy. More than anyone, he knew what Jimmy had just done to him, because it was he who had taught Jimmy these things. Jimmy just threw at Jack the seeds to turn the chosen one into the last element, the wood element. Before Jack's attack, Jimmy did not resist. Because very quickly after that, Jack gradually weakened and fell to the floor. Now he knows for sure that he has been seeded by Jimmy and has been transformed into the fifth element. More than anyone else, he knew what was waiting for him ahead, so his expression was extremely indignant when he looked at Jimmy. At this time, Jimmy's voice was heard. "It's a surprise, isn't it, my master? Even if you think about it, you wouldn't expect to end up like today, right? If you are to blame, blame yourself, don't blame me. It was you who cornered me, I did it just to defend myself. What kills him is your ambition and cunning. Anyway, I have to thank you. Thanks to you, my mother will be well, and most of all, my family will be safe after you die." Witnessing what happened in the video, we couldn't help but be surprised to learn that Jack himself is also eligible to become the fifth element. As we watched, we could see his body shaking uncontrollably, showing that he was in great pain. It's ridiculous that an ambitious person pursues the art of immortality only to lose his life because of what he is pursuing. Next, small branches began to grow and pierced Jack's body. Eventually, a large tree trunk came out from his mouth. Looking at this scene, I could tell that he had an extremely painful death. As for Jimmy, from the start, he remained terrifyingly calm. After everything was over, Jimmy looked at Jack's corpse and said, "This is the right price you have to pay, master. If only you hadn't taken advantage of my father, it wouldn't have been as effective as it is today." After saying what he had to say, Jimmy coldly turned away, his face expressionless, as if he had just done a small thing. Looking at this attitude of Jimmy, I don't know what to say. I guess he will become a cold tycoon, no less than his master. After going out for a while, Jimmy returned with the lantern containing Wen's soul. He slowly approached and hung it on the tree that had grown out of Jack's body. He also said that this is a gift he wants to give back to Big D, as a thank you for our help. Jimmy also apologized to Big D on behalf of his father for causing Wen's death. As soon as Jimmy finished hanging the lantern, a woman emerged from the inner room. This person is Jimmy's mother. The 5 elements of life magic has indeed worked. It has made a person with a serious illness about to die can be healthy again. But in exchange for this, the price is not small. Seeing his mother come out, Jimmy went over to help her out. When she passed Jack's body, she was a little scared when she saw this scene, but because this was the man who killed her husband, she also felt there was no need to feel sorry for him. While helping his mother walk, Jimmy told her that everything is over. From now on, no one can harm his family anymore. He also promised to take good care of her to make up for her suffering over the years. When he got to the camera, Jimmy stopped and looked straight into the camera and said, "Thank you again for helping me get rid of Jack. From now on, all our hatred ends here." After that, everyone went their separate ways, not related to each other anymore. Please tell the police not to bother looking for me. It's just a futile effort. After a brief pause, Jimmy continued, "There is one more important piece of news that I want to tell you too. I found the whereabouts of another lantern. It was sold to an Indonesian antique dealer. I will send his address to you. Good luck." Finally, before turning off the camera, Jimmy also said that he still wants to see us again. He hopes we will still be friends by then. Jimmy also said that he won't be the weak Jimmy he is now when he comes back. This implied statement once again confirmed that my earlier thoughts about Jimmy were absolutely correct. The video ends. At the same time, Big D and I both receive a text message with the address of the antique dealer holding a lantern containing Wen's soul. After reading the address, Big D was very happy. He patted me on the shoulder and said, "Looks like Jimmy is okay? At least he's better than his father." It's only natural for Big D to be so happy. Finding lanterns is his biggest wish. As for me, after listening to Jimmy's meaningful words at the end of the video, I pondered, I don't know if we can still be friends in the future like he said. At this moment, Valentine, who was standing behind us, said, "Gregory, you guys are going to go away again. It's really embarrassing. But before you go, can you do me a favor?" At this attitude of Valentine, Big D and I were quite surprised. It was not like her usual strong personality. Seeing Valentine like that, I knew she was in for something pretty serious. I immediately told Valentine to calmly tell me her problem. After a moment of hesitation, Valentine suddenly asked us a question. "Do you believe in the existence of demons in this world?"